Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. As the saying went, the art of war was to win with tricks. No one present expected that Han Fei's trump card was this. Even Luo Xiaobai thought that Han Fei's last trump card might be the mermaid, royal family, or the martial emperor city. But who could have known that his trump card would be Kongshen? The martial king couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The martial emperor city really didn't have this information. When did Han Fei get in touch with Kong Shen? Shi Puhuang was also thinking about this question. The 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race had always been one. Besides, it was impossible for the 100 Demon Clan to not have an undercover agent in the undersea human race. There was no news of Kong Shen and Han Fei meeting at all. Perhaps only Kong Shen and Han Fei knew about this alliance, and no outsiders knew about it. As for when they joined forces, it was difficult to guess. Xia Hongzhu smiled. I was wondering why these two people were swallowed by the abyss every time they fought. It turns out that they were faking it. The old turtle who fought Bei Luochen probably deliberately lost, right? Otherwise, how could he be defeated in less than half an hour? Li Qingdi said, this move of Han Fei is indeed unpredictable. However, it shouldn't be easy to kill a sky-opening realm cultivator unless Han Fei can instantly destroy Bei Luochen's origin sea. In fact, as soon as Han Fei entered Bei Luochen's origin sea, he threw out 3 sunmoon shells of smelly liquid and soul poison, and the infinity water instantly exploded. His first priority was to take advantage of the moment when Bei Luochen's soul was shaken to completely destroy his origin sea. For this reason, Han Fei waved his hand again, and 2 array maps appeared. 36 immortal fiend sabers pierced through the sky and shook the ground. Veins. Rumble. Rumble. All of this happened in an instant. Han Fei sensed Bei Luochen's origin sea and was slightly surprised to find that this guy's origin sea was as wide as 230,000 kilometers. It had countless mineral deposits and was full of chaotic qi and immortal qi. However, just as the explosion of the infinity water swept only 100,000 kilometers, Bei Luochen suddenly came back to his senses. A large amount of immortal qi blocked the power of the explosion of the infinity water. In the sky, the immortal fiend sabers were detonated by stars and failed to work. However, in the ground veins, the immortal fiend sabers directly destroyed the 50,000-mile ground veins here, and the great poison of the million poison world poured out. At the very least, Bei Luochen's strength dropped by more than 30%. Plus Han Fei's power breaking his origin sea, Bei Luochen's strength dropped by at least 40% to 50%. Han Fei, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Bei Luochen seemed to ignore the suppressing pressure attack from the outside world and was trying his best to kill Han Fei. Tens of thousands of wisps of immortal qi erupted in Bei Luochen's origin sea, turning into a divine wheel, trying to kill Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't move at all. Between his eyebrows, several small vines extended out. The divine wheels made of immortal qi almost instantly dissipated and turned into immortal qi again. Immediately, a storm formed by immortal qi unfolded in Bei Luochen's origin. See? How is it possible? Why is my origin sea uncontrollable? What is this? Han Fei said, you deserve it. Son of AB****, how dare you attack the young world? Although Han Fei couldn't fight now, as he issued an order in his heart, the ultimate blade kept slashing in Bei Luochen's origin sea. After all, the ultimate blade was a godly weapon. It wasn't something that Bei Luochen could block easily. Besides, as long as Han Fei held off Bei Luochen here, Kongshan outside would have one more second to attack Bei Luochen. They were both in the sky opening realm. If Bei Luochen let Kongshan fight him, especially now that his strength had been greatly reduced, it would only take a few seconds for Kongshan to blow him up. In fact, Kongshan was indeed not idle. His seemingly terrifying body was broken, his breathing was chaotic, and his injuries were healed in an instant. Then, Kongshan slashed Bei Luochen's body with his scepter, and the black Moon Void Sky Leech had to come out to protect its master. However, how could a spiritual beast that hadn't opened the sky resist Kongshan's attacks? With a bang, a blood light flashed in the sky, and a great Dao crack appeared. Bei Luochen's powerful spiritual beast that had accompanied him for many years died. At this moment, Shi Puhuang realized that the situation had been reversed. Bei Luochen had been tricked, Kongshan had betrayed him, and he had lost 2 sky opening realm allies. As for the other party, they had the Snail Emperor, the Sword God, Kongshan, a turtle that could fight a sky opener, and finally, Han Fei. At this moment, Shi Puhuang reacted quickly. When Han Fei broke through the origin sea of Bei Luochen, Shi Puhuang immediately shouted, "Lu Jian Lizard, attack! Stop Kongshan!" In the blink of an eye, 7 sword beams appeared in the battlefield in a row. When everyone looked, they saw a huge black and brown lizard crawling out of the void. On the back of this lizard, 7 sword-like back spikes had just shot out. The Snail Emperor's face changed slightly. Another sky opener? Tai Yuan Old Turtle heaved a long sigh. The 100 Demon clan really hid their strength. 30,000 years ago, Lu Jian Lizard failed to open the sky and died on the spot. It seems that he was just putting on a show. Unfortunately, now that Han Fei has killed his way into Bei Luochen's origin, Kongshan needs to assist Han Fei. Besides, although Kongshan and Han Fei were just fainting, if he wasn't seriously injured, how could Bei Luochen be tricked so easily? Now, who else can fight this lizard except me? However, Tai Yuan Old Turtle knew that in order to put on an act, he was seriously injured too just now. This wasn't an act. His strength had been reduced by at least 30%, so he probably could only withstand Lu Jian Lizard's attack for 2 or 3 seconds. He didn't know if Han Fei could kill Bei Luochen so quickly. Just as Tai Yuan Old Turtle was about to attack, suddenly, in the void, a cold-looking man in white with long hair and a blood-colored sword floating behind him quietly appeared. In addition to the sword floating behind his back, this person was also holding a sword in his hand. His thumb moved the hilt of the sword, and with a silver flash, the 7 blades that shot at Kongshan were broken. Hiss! Shi Puhuang was stunned, so was Lu Jian Lizard. Where the hell did this guy come from? He Dao Yuan, on the other hand, looked horrified. Wasn't Wang Yijian impersonated by Han Fei? Why was he here? Not good. He Dao Yuan was horrified. Han Fei pretended to be Wang Yijian on purpose. After he exposed his real identity, people wouldn't doubt that Wang Yijian was really dead. But in fact, it was just to cover up that Wang Yijian was still alive. Wang Yijian raised his head slightly, and the small blood-colored sword floating behind him began to hum. He said, "You are not worthy of using a sword." Lu Jian Lizard hadn't turned into his human form yet. He snorted coldly, and His eyes began to gather energy like laser jets. I am Lu Jian Lizard, born to wield swords. How can you, a postnatal sword cultivator, defeat me? Lu Jian Lizard was frantically gathering his strength. The sword intent on his body blasted into the sky, and the waves and seawater were all turned into swords by him. Wang Yijian was expressionless, and the blood-colored long sword on his back hummed even louder. In the void tens of thousands of kilometers long, spiritual energy and energy gathered. In the sky, mysterious Dao runes descended. The two parties looked at each other indifferently. Behind them, Bei Luochen's body had been mostly crushed. At this moment, he could barely spare some attention to resist Kong Shen. However, it seemed that his strength had been weakened by at least 50%. How could he still be as powerful as before? 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Lu Jian Lizard roared, kill. Swish. The light turned into a sword. Wherever the light passed, the void seemed to be frozen, revealing the border between reality and the void. Before the sword arrived, the seawater under Wang Yijian was penetrated by the invisible sword intent. Faced with such a terrifying sword, all the emperors were shocked. Sherpa Huang shouted, Jian Lizard is born a sword body. It's unknown who will win today's battle. So what if Wang Yijian is not dead? However, no one paid attention to Sherpa Huang's clamor, and the old snail was even more speechless. What's the use of bragging? We won't know the result until they fight. Wang Yijian extended his hand and pointed. The small blood-colored sword that was ready to attack broke through the void before anyone could react. The world turned black, and only a distant and endless sword light could be seen. Lu Jian Lizard's origin sword turned into a pillar of light, which bulged, but couldn't move any further in midair. When the sword light instantly penetrated the pillar of light, the pillar of light began to swell and explode into flames that swept a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Even Kong Shen and Bei Luochen were shaken back more than 30,000 kilometers. However, Wang Yijian and Lu Jian Lizard, who were on the battlefield, stood still. The difference was that a sword chi barrier appeared in front of Wang Yijian. No matter how terrifying the aftershock was, it couldn't be shaken at all. As for Lu Jian Lizard, everyone saw that his body turned into ashes and disappeared like burning paper. His soul didn't even have a chance to scream before it disappeared. He had been hiding for 30,000 years, only to be killed by a single slash. No one knew what Lu Jian Lizard was thinking at the last moment. Rumble. Rumble. In the sky, a blood-colored crack appeared. For a moment, the sky was dark and blood-colored light filled the air. The appearance of an emperor's death frightened countless people on the battlefield. All the kings were shocked. There was already an emperor dead? Wang Yijian said indifferently, born a sword body? What a joke. My name is Wang Yijian. I killed an emperor with 1 slash. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Wang Yijian became famous because he once killed a king with a slash. As the strongest heavenly talent in the history of the sword god world, Wang Yijian was regarded as a man who was about to surpass the sword god before he died. Now, he had made a comeback and killed an emperor with a single slash. This matter would definitely be passed down for generations. After killing Lu Jian Lizard, Wang Yijian casually looked at the sword god who was fighting He Dao Yuan. What puzzled him was that the sword god didn't come. Why was the sword god here? However, although the sword god's combat power was brilliant, his strength didn't seem to be enough. Even his aura was weakening. Wang Yijian immediately guessed that this might not be the sword god himself. In fact, He Daoyuan had already discovered it. He guessed that this was an avatar of the sword god, but his strength was comparable to the sword god's. So he wasn't sure. At this moment, Wang Yijian had killed Lu Jian Lizard, and Han Fei had another sky-opening realm ally. This battle was already over. He Daoyuan's heart sank. If the sword god and Wang Yijian joined forces, he probably couldn't resist them. Therefore, He Daoyuan forcibly shook off the sword god and began to escape at the ultimate speed. However, to He Daoyuan's surprise, the sword god also chased up at the ultimate speed. Was the sword god so crazy? Seeing this scene, Wang Yijian realized that this was probably just a puppet imitating his teacher, because his teacher was not so aggressive. Seeing that it wasn't the sword god, Wang Jian didn't chase up. He just stood quietly in the void, because not far away, Bei Luochen couldn't resist it anymore. His aura kept declining, and it was only a matter of time before he died. At this moment, the sea establishers of the undersea human race who had been fighting the human kings shouted, "Hey, hey! We're on the same side. How could the kings of the undersea human race be stupid?" Too many things had happened in the blink of an eye. Their emperor had betrayed the 100 demon race, and Wang Yijian had killed the hidden sky opener of the 100 demon race. It could be said that humans had already won this battle, and the 100 demon clan couldn't resist them at all. At this time, whoever still wanted to fight the human powerhouses would be an idiot. The kings of the undersea human race shouted, "Venerables and explorers of the undersea human race, stop. We are the allies of the human race. Fight and kill the sea demons." For a moment, the strong masters of the undersea human race who were fearlessly attacking the human venerables were all dumbfounded. What kind of king trick was this? We were fighting to death, and now you told us we were actually allies? The problem was that if only one or two kings shouted this, they wouldn't believe it, but almost all their kings shouted this. How could it be fake? Their perception was limited. They only knew that a sky opener had died, but they didn't know who it was. But now it seemed that it was definitely not on the human side, so it was most likely on the 100 demon race's side. To be able to kill a sky opener in such a short period of time, no wonder the undersea human race wanted to defect. Their companions had become enemies, which stunned the army of the 100 demons. It was fine for those below the venerable realm, because the human army didn't bring any explorers over. But the venerables of the 100 demon race were immediately at a disadvantage. The venerables of the undersea human race suddenly became their enemies, causing the pressure on the human race to be greatly reduced. The human venerables began to crush the 100 demon race. As for the kings, they were in a terrible situation. Originally, they could still be on par with the humans. However, when the undersea humans betrayed them, the result could be imagined. The human race had more than 80 sea establishers, while the 100 demon race, plus the kings brought by Bei Luochen and He Daoyuan, only had about 40 kings. Besides, He Daoyuan had already run away. Seeing this, the kings brought by He Daoyuan all fled too. The sky opener had run away. Why should they, mere kings, stay here and wait for death? Han Xian shouted, "Don't stop the kings of the inner domain. Let them go. Today, slaughter all the sea establishers of the 100-demon race." Han Xian had also reached the peak of his strength. He shouted in a low voice. "1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass, fourth form, ghost god true. Body." At that moment, Crab Xian felt that all his combat skills had been seen through by Han Xian. He wanted to retreat because he knew that the 100-demon clan was doomed. It was the right time to retreat. Immediately, Crab Xian turned into 300 clones, only to be blocked by countless arrays in an instant. None of them could leave. Han Xian sneered. "Do you think I'll let you go?" Shi Puhuang, who was fighting the Snail Emperor, felt his heart turn cold. He couldn't beat the snail at all. The space vortex and even the endless void couldn't sweep him away. He couldn't absorb the power of the snail's blood and chi at all, which was blocked by his carapace. His full-strength blow couldn't shake his snail shell at all. However, the paralyzing mucus of this snail could make the vast void extremely sticky. It was not targeted at the body, but at the soul. Anyone who was corroded by this power would easily be paralyzed either in the soul or in the body, and his combat power would plummet. If it weren't for the fact that this snail wasn't good at fighting, sure, Puhuang would have run away long ago. But even so, he was already seriously injured. This was because after fighting for a long time, he discovered that the paralyzing power of the snail was actually nibbling at his great Tao origin. In this battle, his strength had been reduced by at least 30%. Without thousands of years of recuperation, he probably wouldn't be able to recover. However, Shi Puhuang knew that if he retreated today, he would never be able to surpass the sky-opening realm. However, if he didn't retreat today, he would definitely die in this battle. Traitor Kong Shen, as long as I'm still alive, I will definitely return for revenge. In this life, you'll live in fear. At this moment, Bei Luochen's body had been slaughtered by Kong Shen, who penetrated Bei Luochen's soul with a single blow. Hearing Shi Puhuang's arrogant voice, he said disdainfully, "The undersea human race is also human. How can we be in the same boat as you sea demons? You'd better survive first." The Snail Emperor also said, "It's not that simple to escape from my control." Humph. Shi Puhuang turned into an octopus and broke 6 tentacles in a row. When the tentacles were annihilated, he forcibly opened 6 huge void paths that led to nowhere. Shi Puhuang took one last look at the battlefield and fled with tears in his eyes. The old snail issued an order in his heart, and a net seemed to be formed in front of the 6 void holes each. Seeing that Shi Puhuang had crashed into a large net, the old snail thought that it had tied him up. Unexpectedly, a tentacle extended from this guy's body. It turned out that Shi Puhuang had sacrificed his body and nurtured another one in his body. Buzz. The 6 void doors disappeared, and the old snail was dumbfounded. He sighed and said, "You escaped from me. That's really something. However, anyway, Han Fei should be able to find you. It doesn't matter." In less than half an hour, the situation had been reversed. The human race had turned the table and was fighting more and more bravely. At this moment, in Bei Luochen's origin sea, the chaotic Qi and the immortal Qi were no longer under his control and were crazily absorbed by the demon purification pot. Huang Jingyuan was almost sucked to death like this, but he could still use his remaining strength to summon a blow from a monarch. But what about Bei Luochen? He didn't have the ability to summon a monarch at all. He could only roar hysterically in his origin sea. Han Fei, in that case, die with me. All my enemies shall die. Bang! 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 At that moment, the entire origin sea of Bei Luochen began to collapse. He took the initiative to banish his origin sea to the endless void, risking his life to drag Han Fei down with him. However, how could Han Fei die with him? Although there were resources and treasures everywhere in his origin sea, he had to be alive to take them. At this moment, Han Fei frantically activated the demon purification pot, and the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. With a flip of his hand, he slashed out with all great Daos in one sword, trying to cut a way out. However, at this moment, Bei Luochen had gone completely crazy, so had Han Fei. At this moment, he only had the last 18 immortal fiend sabers left. At this moment, all of them were used. However, this was Bei Luochen's origin sea. As the saying went, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No matter how hard Han Fei tried, there were too many resources in Bei Luochen's origin sea, so he couldn't resist Bei Luochen here. Seeing that the entire origin sea was about to be exiled to the endless void, Han Fei's glabella flashed, a small vine extended out, and the power summoned by Bei Luochen instantly collapsed. Han Fei took the opportunity to tear apart Bei Luochen's origin sea. In the next second, he appeared in reality with a swish. Phew! Bei Luochen is crazy. He almost killed me. At this moment, another bloody crack appeared in the sky. It was dazzlingly red, as if a huge eye had opened in the sky. Blood flowed out of it and turned into a rain of blood. Seeing this scene, Han Fei took a long breath. He had finally won. However, Han Fei didn't notice that a soul point was quietly attached to him. When he came out. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The mighty human expeditionary army marched for a month but only fought for half an hour. In just half an hour, 2 sky-opening realm powerhouses had died. This battle record was the first in the history of the Raging Sea. So far, only 3 sky-openers had died in the Raging Sea, all related to Han Fei. In the distance, the martial king, Xia Hongzhu, and the others who were watching the battle didn't expect this battle to end in this way. Of course, they had to admire Han Fei's plan. Whether it was the attacks of the giant beasts, Kongshen's betrayal, or the appearance of Wang Yijian, they were all beyond everyone's expectations. No one knew how Han Fei convinced Kongshen. However, this battle produced 2 heroes of the human race. One was Han Fei, who had slaughtered 2 sky-openers in a row in the sea establishment realm. Although there were sky-openers helping him, this was also a manifestation of his strength. Also, this war established Wang Yijian's status as the strongest sword cultivator in the Raging Sea. Although the sword god was strong, he couldn't kill an emperor with one slash. However, Wang Yijian did it, and did it easily. His slash was simple and unadorned, with only the purest killing intent. It was almost certain that in the long future, this slash would definitely make many people embark on the path of sword cultivation. Xia Hongzhu said, "Let's go. After this battle, the 100 demons will be wiped out, and what's coming will be a civil war of human beings." However, Dao Yuan, probably won't have a chance. Han Fei is not bad. Chen Huangdian frowned slightly. Have you accepted Han Fei? Xia Hongzhu shook her head slightly. I do admire him. This guy is bold but cautious, and has unpredictable means. He's indeed an ambitious and ruthless person. However, I haven't accepted him yet. He's too radical and adventurous. He might be doomed with any carelessness. Since he's so powerful now, let's see when he can open the sky. With that, Xia Hongzhu left, and Li Qingdi and Chen Huangdian followed her. This time, although the 100 demons might not necessarily be wiped out, there was no chance for them to rise again. The strong were always strong. Now, the human race had had many strong masters, while the 100 demons had withered. Even if they could rise again, it wouldn't be in 10 or 20,000 years. The martial king turned around and left quietly. On the field, He Daoyuan ran away, Shi Puhuang escaped, and Bei Luochen and Liu Jian Lizard died. Their battle records were extraordinary. Kongshin came over and stood beside Han Fei. Shi Puhuang escaped. Can you find him? Han Fei said with a smile, unless he can escape from the raging sea, it's impossible for him to escape my pursuit. He'll just live a few more days. We should destroy the 100 demon race and share resources first before considering killing Shi Puhuang. Then, Han Fei raised his hands and activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique, enveloping him, Kong Shen, and Tai Yuan Old Turtle. Their injuries were recovering rapidly. Kongshin couldn't help but admire his decision. Fortunately, he didn't make an enemy of the human race, because even now, he didn't know if Han Fei had any other trump cards. After a while, the three of them recovered from most of their injuries, and Kongshin said, the undersea human race and the sea demons are different. After all, after this war, the human race will be unified, and we hope you can communicate with our undersea human race. Although our race was originally humans who turned into demons, we won't discover it until we reach the venerable realm that in fact, the cultivation of all races will lead to the same destination in the end. Although the human form might not be the most suitable combat form in the world, it is our final choice. Han Fei said casually, of course. The raging sea is only a small world. It's meaningless to fight here. Okay, I can only give you 20% of the resources of the undersea human race this time. The human race has long been lacking resources, and there will still be battles in the inner domain, which will consume a lot of resources. And we also have to reward the giant beasts, so 20% is already a lot. The contact between Han Fei and Kongshin was actually very short. After Han Fei fought Shi Puhuang last time, Han Fei left a projection in the place where they fought. And the way to persuade Kongshin was simple. The human race would take the undersea human race to leave the raging sea together. This was because the sea realm was not the raging sea, but the real grand world of all races. Since Kongshin had already opened the sky, he knew the many restrictions of the raging sea. Therefore, his yearning for the grand world was also extremely high. Or rather, no one in the sky-opening realm wanted to rot in the raging sea, because there would be no hope for them to reach the longevity realm here. Kongshin nodded slightly. It seemed that he didn't care much about it. Boom. Boom. In the sky, great Dao cracks bloomed one after another, because Han Fei joined the Sea Establishment Realm battle again. After this wave of harvest, the number of kings who died reached 23. The only survivor, the first general of the 100 demon race, was already like an arrow at the end of its flight under the fourth form of Han Xian's 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass. Han Fei wanted to intervene, but Han Xian stopped him. Han Xian was on a killing spree. As one of the oldest kings, the trials that Han Xian designed had nurtured countless strong masters. The fourth form of the Thousand Demon Disc could simulate Great Daos and simulated Wang Yijin's Sword Dao just now. Even Wang Yijin couldn't help but be attracted by Han Xian's methods. He stared at Han Xian for a long time. Although Han Xian only simulated his great Dao, not everyone could simulate his sword rhythm after watching it once. Besides, the power that Han Xian simulated was not as simple as just its shape. The magical deduction method of the Thousand Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass could directly imitate the Great Dao. If it weren't for the fact that the simulated strength was not as strong as the original, Han Xian could actually be considered a terrifying existence. Even so, 6 hours later, Han Xian narrowly won and killed Crab Xian with his seriously injured body. When the 100 demon kings were slaughtered crazily, the venerables of the 100 demon clan had already begun to flee frantically. However, under Luo Xiaobai's command, less than 50% of the 100 demon venerables escaped. This was already a very extraordinary battle record. After this battle, let alone rising, it was extremely difficult for the 100 demon race to find a new suitable place to survive in the raging sea. In the end, no one cared about the demons who were still in the Dao-seeking realm. Even the human venerables ignored them. When once reached a certain realm, his opponent would be different. It was meaningless to kill enemies of a lower realm. Besides, although this expedition was to suppress the 100 demons, everyone knew that after the defeat of the 100 demons, they would definitely gain a lot. At this moment, they were all thinking about how to divide the resources. Han Fei didn't disappoint them. He said, "All soldiers, gather and clean up the battlefield. In 2 hours, follow me to clear the 100 demons and divide the resources." Roar. The human king is invincible. The human race is invincible. 100 demons have been annihilated. Our human race should dominate. The human race will make a comeback in the raging sea. Master Human King, we are willing to follow you and kill our way into the inner domain to eliminate the two traitors, Supreme Clearness and Infinity. Han Fei's voice resounded. There's no rush to destroy the Supreme Clearness and Infinity. The outer domain has been unified, and the war is about to end. I'll give you time to recuperate. It's imperative to conquer the inner domain. But not now. Hurry up and clear the battlefield. At that moment, Han Fei felt the power of faith surge, which was the faith of the venerables on them. After such a long time, even he didn't know how much power of faith he had accumulated. Han Fei estimated that this power of will might help him open the sky. 6 hours later. In the sea that spanned more than 500,000 kilometers and was full of abyssal chasms, a royal city was captured and countless sea demons refused to surrender and chose to die, but it had no effect on humans. A large number of sea demons were expelled, and countless resources were looted from the royal city and the surrounding mines. In half a day, more than 900 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones had been gained. Although this number was not a little bit less than the 3 trillion that Han Fei had bragged about, it was still terrifying enough. After all, this 900 billion was all ultra-quality spiritual stones, and there were still many miscellaneous resources that hadn't been counted in. Basically, they belonged to whoever snatched them. As for the rest, Luo Xiaobai didn't let them share them. As a human king, Han Fei certainly couldn't drop the ball at this moment. Han Fei said, in this battle, the undersea human race will return to the human race. Emperor Kong Shen joined forces with me to kill Bei Luochen, so he'll get 20% of the spoils. Luo Xiaobai and the others were dividing the resources. Although they were shocked by the huge number of resources, they still held back their excitement and cupped their hands at Kong Shen, dividing 180 billion resources and handing them to the undersea human race. Han Fei said again, this time, Emperor Wang Yijian of the Sword God world of the human race killed an emperor with one slash, so he should get 20%. Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and the others were reluctant. They looked at each other and thought to themselves, that's all money. Why did you give them so much? However, Wang Yijian killed an emperor. It seemed that he deserved such a reward. Then, Han Fei smiled and said, the giant beasts are the close friends of the human race. As the main force of this expedition, they will get 20% of the resources. At this time even the Snail Emperor couldn't help nodding in satisfaction. Han Fei was quite generous. 20% was a lot. There were a total of 29 giant beasts, including the Snail Emperor, but they got 180 billion resources. The amount of resources each person could get was terrifying. In the end, the remaining 40% was a terrifying number. Han Fei said, every king of the human race can get 3 billion resources, and every venerable can get 10 million resources. Roar. The kings could keep calm. They were rich in the first place. However, this 3 billion did meet the expectations of the kings. After all, when the kings went to the monarch palace, very few of them had more than a billion resources. As the leader, advocate, and decision-maker of this expedition, Han Fei got 180 billion resources. It was understandable. Some people even felt that it was too little. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang. Come here, distribute the resources. Coming. Lu Renquang rushed over happily, feeling like he was in a dream. Was 3 billion a lot? This was almost the highest income they had at present. Besides, there were still many resources in their origin seas that hadn't been used up. Now they could just ride on Han Fei's coattails. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, everyone has a share. Line up and get the resources. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. To be honest, after killing 2 sky-opening powerhouses on this expedition, Han Fei was relieved. This was because sky-openers were the ceiling of strength in the raging sea. As long as there was a sky-opening realm powerhouse, neither the Yinyang world nor he was safe. Besides, this great victory had extraordinary significance. Not only had it established his dominance over the human race, but it could also be imagined how many people in the 25 heavenly palaces in the outer domain would provide him with power of faith. That was an unimaginable number. Han Fei suspected that He Daoyuan and Bei Luochen had become sky-openers so quickly because they were once the leaders of the human race and had gained a lot of power of will. Resources were still being divided and looted. However, Luo Xiaobai still sent Han Fei's share to him in advance. As members of the Thug Academy, they knew that resources were not easy to get. Besides, according to Han Fei's description, the further they went, the more resources they needed. Han Fei told them that he alone had consumed hundreds of billions of resources. And now, Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu only had more than 10 billion resources each. Of course, it was enough for them to use. However, they didn't think it was enough for Han Fei. They knew how many resources Han Fei had consumed when he was cultivating in seclusion in the Yinyang world. Luo Xiaobai came to Han Fei and handed a large amount of resources to him. Luo Xiaobai said, "Shall we go back now?" However, the moment Luo Xiaobai threw the resources to Han Fei suddenly had a warning. The faces of the others changed drastically. Not good. Kongshen was the closest to Han Fei and was about to attack when he saw the void where Han Fei was collapsing. This time even Han Fei was caught off guard. Besides, Luo Xiaobai was still beside him. Han Fei clearly felt that the power that suddenly erupted around him was trying to crush Luo Xiaobai. How could Han Fei tolerate this? Han Fei immediately wrapped Luo Xiaobai with the infinity water and pushed her away with his palm. At that moment, Han Fei had already fallen into the void. In the end, only a crazy laughter was left in the void. Han Fei, even if I die, I'll banish you. Kong Shen and Wang Yijian arrived almost at the same time. Wang Jian directly attacked, cutting through the void and connecting to the endless void. However, what awaited Wang Yijian was a void storm. No matter how powerful a sky-opening realm cultivator was, he still couldn't step into the endless void, so Han Fei didn't come out. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, Old Bai, and Old Jiang all arrived. Tang Ge, Jiuyin Ling, and the others who had only wanted to watch Han Fei become stronger secretly all rushed over. Wang Yijian glanced at the stunned Luo Xiaobai. "We can't find him." Kongshen said. Bei Luochen deliberately severed his great Dao to make people think that he had died, but he secretly left a wisp of his soul to drag Han Fei into the endless void when Han Fei didn't pay attention. Also, he detonated his last wisp of soul to stop our rescue. Luo Xiaobai was dumbstruck. How can this be? Xia Xiaochan was anxious. Can't we enter the endless void? You're in the sky opening realm. It's only been the blink of an eye. You can definitely bring him back, right? At this time, the Snail Emperor said, falling into the endless void doesn't necessarily mean death. According to my inherited memories, if he can find a way out in a short period of time, he can survive. However, Bei Luochen used his last strength to stir the endless void here and seal this exit. In a flash, he might have gone to an extremely distant place. 1,000 opportunities, void breaking. In Han Xian's hand, the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass turned into a tangible array, forcibly tearing through the void and connecting to the endless abyss, trying to let Han Fei see it. Unfortunately, after a full 5 seconds, no one came out. The endless void quickly closed. Han Xian's face was dark as he gritted his teeth and said, Bei Luochen. Infinity world. If anything happens to my nephew, I'll crush the infinity world. After Luo Xiaobai was lost in thought for a moment, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The infinity water gathered in front of her again. Luo Xiaobai immediately asked, "Can we find him through this thing?" Xia Xiaochan's eyes lit up. The infinity water still had a strong soul branding on it. Xia Xiaochan immediately said, "As long as this drop of water doesn't become ownerless, it means that he is still alive." At this time, Li Yingtian of the Ashless world flew over. "This is our Ashless world's treasure, the chaotic original water. Once this thing becomes ownerless, it will return to its original form and wait for its new master. As long as it is still in the form of a drop of water, the human king must still be alive. The snail emperor, go back and wait. He's no longer here. There's no point in waiting here. Xiao Xiaochan clenched her fists and said firmly, I'm going back to the mermaid royal family. The endless void was a place that even sky openers didn't dare to easily step into. This was a pure void, with no concept of direction or time. Where you were, where you would float to, no one knew. The only thing Han Fei could be sure was that this place was full of chaotic qi. If he could absorb chaotic qi instead of getting lost here, he might be able to absorb a lot. At the last moment, Han Fei already knew why he was tricked. There was only one possibility. Bei Luochen had severed his great Tao, faking death, just to wait for an opportunity to drag him into the endless void. In this regard, Han Fei was indeed careless. He thought that Bei Luochen had definitely been dead now that the heavenly phenomenon had appeared. Sure enough, no one who could reach the sky-opening realm was simple. Even under such circumstances, Bei Luochen still succeeded. Han Fei immediately used the time reversal technique. However, in the endless void, the concept of time didn't seem to work. This was because as soon as he was sucked in, he was lost. After reversing time, Han Fei seemed to have crossed a long distance, but he didn't find the entrance to the endless void. Because he knew how terrifying the endless void was, Han Fei triggered the mark of the void temple without hesitation. However, what made Han Fei's heart heavy was that the endless void seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Even the mark of the void temple didn't work. No void hand extended from the distant endless land and grabbed him out. At this time, Han Fei learned that even the void temple wasn't omnipotent. Perhaps they were very strong, but in this mysterious world, there were still places they couldn't step into. In the end, Han Fei had to use the vast ocean navigator. Fortunately, the vast ocean navigator could still guide Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei leaped with golden light and flew crazily in the direction pointed by the vast ocean navigator. Unfortunately, 7 or 8 seconds was too short. In the endless void, he might have deviated too far from the previous battlefield, so Han Fei couldn't reach the exit even when the vast ocean navigator stopped. At this point, the 3 chances of the vast ocean navigator were used up. When Han Fei had no choice, he wanted to hide in his origin sea. However, something unexpected happened. He couldn't enter the origin sea in the endless void. His soul power seemed to be limited by the rules in the endless void. Not only couldn't he enter the origin sea, but he couldn't even communicate with it. At this moment, Han Fei had used up all his means. Son of AB *TCH. Old Yuan, can we get out? At this time, Old Yuan was only a very small wisp of soul, and his connection with Gue Sanqing had been severed. The old turtle said, I've never been to the endless void. This is a place of great horror. I've heard that there were creatures who could pass through the infinite void, but no one has ever seen or known it. You can only wait for an opportunity. For example, in the nearby space, someone happened to open the infinite void. Otherwise, Han Fei's heart sank. Opening the endless void and tearing the void were two different concepts. If a sea establisher attacked with all his strength, he could open the endless void, but the closing ability of the endless void was very strong. A sea establisher could only open it for a moment at most. Only those who had reached the middle or late stages of the sea establishment realm or the sky-opening realm could maintain the opening of the endless void. For a long time. However, in the raging sea, there were very few such people. Han Fei asked, "How long can I survive in the endless void? Will I die so soon? But I think I still have a chance." After a long time, Han Fei gradually felt dizzy as if he was about to be assimilated by the endless void. This situation really startled Han Fei. He tried to stay awake for a long time, but he seemed to be unable to hold on anymore. He shouted, "Fuse." At this moment, he could only maintain his consciousness by fusing with little black and little white. However, this state didn't last long. Han Fei didn't know when he cancelled the fusion. His body, like a stiff corpse, floated in the chaotic void for a long time. His consciousness was hazy. Sometimes, it was as if he had passed through layers of chaotic mist. Sometimes, he would suddenly wake up, but then fall asleep again. He had completely forgotten to use the vast ocean navigator. At some point, the Emperor Sparrow woke up and actually broke through the barrier of Han Fei's soul sea, appearing in the endless void. Therefore, there was the scene where the Emperor Sparrow carried Han Fei through the endless void, but Han Fei didn't know it. Until a certain moment. Han Fei's consciousness, that was almost completely asleep, encountered a white light. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Pa. 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 Roar. Bang. 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 Han Fei was sleeping, but he kept feeling that someone was beating him. In his dream, someone was punching and kicking him, yelling at his ears. Han Fei was sleeping soundly. He slapped back, thinking to himself, "I'll slap you to death, you noisemaker." However, a rumbling voice shouted, "Oh, brat, how dare you fight back? How dare you beat your teacher?" Bang. 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 Han Fei felt that he was beaten up again. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore and couldn't sleep anymore. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted angrily, "Who the *CK is so annoying? I'm taking a nap." However, as soon as Han Fei shouted this, he gasped and thought to himself, "Where am I? Haven't I been trapped in the endless void?" In front of him were a forest, a sand island, lush mountains, clear sky, and white clouds. The spiritual energy here was overwhelming, mixed with a large amount of chaotic qi. As long as Han Fei was willing, he might be able to absorb a wisp of chaotic qi only in a few days. But why did this place look so familiar? In addition to the chaotic qi, he seemed to smell immortal qi. When Han Fei turned his head, he saw a familiar figure. A giant ape? The beast king? His teacher? The beast king was baring his teeth. At this moment, he extended his hand angrily, ready to continue slapping Han Fei. Han Fei's heart sank when he saw it. He said sadly, "Sure enough, I died in the end. That ************** Bei Luochen really succeeded in dragging me into the endless void. I even had an illusion and returned to the Grand Myriad Mountains." Han Fei was sad. So this is the world after death? Am I trapped in memories? If that's the case, it's not unacceptable. Bang! A slap came at him and sent Han Fei rolling hundreds of meters on the ground, sending plants and rocks flying. Huh? It still hurts? Han Fei said angrily, "That's not right. I don't have this memory. When did Teacher Beast King beat me while I was sleeping?" "Sleep my ass." The Beast King roared, "You're really lucky. After you fell into the endless void, you didn't comprehend anything. Your soul was almost melted. If it weren't for the fact that the great Tao rules of the raging sea have something wrong and the raging sea is connected to the sea realm, I wouldn't have been able to find you. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. The endless void? When Han Fei took a closer look and observed the strength of the Beast King, he found that he was definitely not a half-king. Sky openers definitely couldn't resist his aura, momentum, and suppressing pressure. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the Beast King in shock. After a long time, he said, "Teacher?" The Beast King snorted heavily. "You slept like a pig. If I hadn't opened an endless void channel here and waited for you, you would have fused into the real endless void. At that time, with your current Tao heart and will, your soul would have melted in the endless void." Boom. Han Fei straightened up and looked at the Beast King in shock. "Teacher? Didn't you go east? Why are you here? You saved me? By the way, teacher, what's your current realm?" The Beast King raised his head and grinned. "How strong do you think I am?" Han Fei shivered. Sky openers could open the endless void, but it couldn't last long, let alone stay in the endless void. Even if they came in, they would probably die here. But the Beast King could actually open a passage to the endless void and wait for him. This strength was definitely not something ordinary sky-opening realm cultivators could achieve. Therefore, the Beast King's strength was at least at the peak of the sky-opening realm, or even. Han Fei suddenly wondered how the Beast King knew that he was trapped in the endless void. Why was he waiting for him at the intersection of the endless void and the sea realm? Only the people in the raging sea could control the situation in the raging sea. However, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Perhaps there was another person who could know what happened in this place. Han Fei looked at the Beast King in shock. "Teacher, are you the martial emperor?" The Beast King grinned. "You're not stupid. You're much smarter than before." "That's right. I've been guarding this place for more than 60,000 years and have already reached the longevity realm. Are you surprised?" Han Fei. Before Han Fei came back to his senses, he said, "Teacher, do you mean that you reached the longevity realm 60,000 years ago?" The Beast King's appearance began to change, and then he turned into a brawny man with a razor head, looking quite valiant. He said, "I was very lucky. Back then, all the sea demon venerables, and even the king stopped me from transcending the tribulation to become a king. For this reason, the giant king and Tianqing died, the divine sun blocked the kings alone, and the water immortal was trapped on another battlefield. Although I successfully transcended the tribulation, my strength was still weak, so I was forced to go to the east." The Beast King went on and on, recounting the history that Han Fei had already heard twice. Then, it was the Beast King's own experience that Han Fei had never heard of. He said, later, "The journey to the east was so difficult that you can't imagine it. But I was very lucky. Before I went out, I encountered a battle of the monarchs. At that time, the monarchs were locked in a fierce battle. Even one of the monarchs died. Countless sea establishers died. I only wanted to stay far away from the battlefield, but guess what happened? I searched in the raging sea for 1,000 years, but hadn't found my way out. In the end, I found the origin sea of the dead monarch." Hiss. Han Fei was stunned. How much wealth would a monarch have? Seeing Han Fei's shocked look, the Beast King said proudly, "At that time, my expression is exactly like yours now. With endless resources piled up here. How could I leave? So I cultivated in seclusion for 800 years. After I came out of seclusion, I thought that I was invincible under the sky-opening realm. At that time I had many resources and countless treasures and was about to walk out of this place in high spirits. However," Han Fei asked, "Huh? Don't tell me you have another opportunity?" Slap. The Beast King slapped his thigh. "Yes. I never expected that the matter of me obtaining the resources of the origin sea of a dead monarch would be known by a dying monarch who came out of nowhere. When he came to me, I hadn't opened the sky yet, so I didn't know anything and my comprehension was extremely poor. For this reason, I promised that person to guard this place, and he would teach me all kinds of experiences in the sky-opening realm." Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. A dying monarch? Chu Hao? The Beast King immediately said, "Yes. It's him. At that time I hadn't opened the sky yet, but after his analysis and explanation, it only took me less than 100 years to open the sky. It can be seen how talented I am. I'm probably the strongest heavenly talent in the history of the beast race." Han Fei was speechless. Han Fei almost rolled his eyes. "You have a monarch's treasure house, endless resources, and even a monarch to solve your doubts. It would be strange if you haven't opened the sky." The Beast King continued, "My Tao heart is firm, so I want to create a bright future for the beast race. 10,000 years after I opened the sky, I had reached the peak. At that time I wanted to leave the raging sea, but someone wanted to invade the raging sea, including a monarch, so how could I get out? In the end, I joined forces with Chu Hao and used my former resources to forcibly repel the monarch from the outside world." Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "You could fight a monarch when you're only in the sky-opening realm?" The Beast King said leisurely, "I have a lot of treasures. And I don't have to do it alone." Han Fei could guess who wanted to break in. He couldn't think of anyone except the Yin family. But that wasn't right. If the Yin family wanted to fight their way into the raging sea, it should be 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago, Xia Hongzhu went to the east with the human king and had already provoked the Yin family. However, the Beast King reached the longevity realm 60,000 years ago. Even Chu Hao didn't find the raging sea until the human king went east. If the Yin family wanted to take action, they would have done so long ago. The time didn't match. Han Fei couldn't help but suspect that everything the Beast King said was right, but the time didn't match. Unless the one really guarding the raging sea wasn't the Beast King. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, were you the one who founded the Martial Emperor City?" The Beast King said, "Yes. In fact, my original purpose of establishing the Martial Emperor City was to balance this place. We can't kill all sea demons. Otherwise, how can human beings gain experience? The strong masters of the Merman royal family can't all disappear, or other races will inevitably become stronger. Therefore, I want to ensure a balance between them and let one or two real strong masters be produced in the raging sea. Of course, after I reached the longevity realm, I also wanted to find the water immortal, the divine sun, and the others. However, I needed to guard this place. Because there were strong enemies outside, I didn't dare to split any of my strength. So I naturally didn't have the time to deliberately find you. Because I knew that when the time comes, you would appear. Huff. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Teacher, do you know that the water immortal has already died and cultivated a reincarnation body? The Beast King said, when you came out of the wild abyss, I already knew what I should know. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. So, you knew at the moment I appeared in the raging sea? The Beast King said leisurely, otherwise, do you think Huang Jingyuan really couldn't kill you? If it weren't for the fact that the monarch's will was cut in half by me halfway, how could you have survived? Han Fei asked, do you know the Void Temple too? The Beast King said, this is the only thing Chu Hao didn't tell me. However, you seem to have obtained the inheritance of the Void Temple. Han Fei asked, then did you just sit by and watch me being tricked by Bei Luochen? The Beast King said, even a monarch is not omnipotent. At that moment, I slacked off. The moment you fell into the endless void, I opened more than 300 exits in the entire raging sea, but you didn't encounter any of them. I could only wait here. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that the vast ocean navigator did point in a direction, but he only had one chance to use it back then. He had already run as fast as he could, but he still couldn't find the exit. Han Fei asked, Teacher, is there another monarch in the raging sea besides you and Chu Hao? This time, the Beast King couldn't help but look at Han Fei. How did you know it? Han Fei's eyes widened. Is it true? The Beast King shook his head slightly. I've always had a feeling that my journey has been too smooth. Along the way, I obtained opportunities one after another and easily reached the longevity realm. I once suspected that someone arranged everything behind the scenes. But so far, I haven't discovered anything. Han Fei. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's guess was right. Even he felt that the Beast King's path was too smooth. Perhaps the Beast King had experienced a lot, but at least judging from what he said, it was like there were opportunities everywhere for him to pick up. In the raging sea, although there were many opportunities, there shouldn't be so many, right? At least, from the current description of the Beast King, everything sounded reasonable, but was actually very unreasonable. Han Fei thought that if the Beast King was possessed and his memories were taken away, it would be terrifying, so he didn't dare to believe him completely. However, he would never show it on the surface. Since the Beast King had no ill intentions now, he would definitely let him go back. Once he returned to the raging sea, he just needed to ask Chu Hao. Once Chu Hao confirmed the Beast King's words, there would be no problem with the Beast King. Han Fei also chatted with the Beast King about the current state of the divine sun and the water immortal. When he asked about the war giants, the answer he got was that almost all the war giants had died in the first battle with the sea demons. His heart sank. However, it made sense. This was because the war giants didn't have a large population. Under the circumstances that even the Beast King had to escape to the east, the probability of them surviving was indeed not high. After Han Fei accepted the fact that the Beast King was still alive and had become a monarch and that he was still alive, saved by the Beast King, he couldn't help but ask, Teacher, how long have I been in the endless void? The Beast King said, 7 days. Just 7 days? Han Fei was dumbfounded. If the Beast King hadn't told him, he would have felt that he had slept for 700 years, which seemed to be an extremely Long time. The Beast King said, it's not bad that you can hold on for 7 days. But your Tao heart is really not good. Don't you have that navigator? If you used it once again back then, you would have been able to find the exit and run out. However, you gave no response for 7 days, which made me almost enter the endless void to find you. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, Teacher, you can enter the endless void? The Beast King snorted. As long as the passage is opened, it won't be a problem for me to stay in it for a while. The real danger of the endless void is that it can wear down the soul of those who enter. Those with weak Tao hearts will fall asleep after entering it for a long time, and their souls will be assimilated by the endless void. Han Fei nodded quickly. Yes, I had the feeling, but I feel that my Tao heart is already firm enough. Bullshit. The Beast King glanced at Han Fei contemptuously. If your Tao heart is firm, with your strength, you can definitely maintain consciousness in the endless void for 7 days instead of falling asleep on the first day. Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. His Tao heart was already so firm. Why did the Beast King say that his Tao heart was not firm? Han Fei asked, then how long can a person with a firm heart last in the endless void? This time, the Beast King shook his head. This question stumps me, but I think you'll definitely be able to hold on for 10 days or half a month if your Tao heart is firm. You can't feel the concept of time and space in the endless void. What you can experience is only chaos. The endless void is the best source of chaotic chi. The best source for sky openers to absorb chaotic chi is the endless void. By accumulating a large amount of chaotic chi and slowly refining it through cultivation techniques, it can be transformed into immortal chi. Is this how sky openers cultivate? Han Fei understood. No wonder there was so much chaotic chi in the bodies of the sky-opening realm powerhouses, while even kings had so little chaotic chi. Among the many kings he had killed, there weren't many who had more than 10,000 wisps of chaotic chi. However, if it was so easy to absorb chaotic chi in the sky-opening realm, no wonder their combat power was abnormally strong. Seeing that Han Fei was slightly stunned, the Beast King snorted and said, This time, you've learned your lesson. Although you are indeed not weak, your great Tao is not firm enough. I even think that you don't understand what Tao you're going to take. This won't do. You're strong, but your great Tao's weakness is too obvious. Once it's discovered, the consequences are unpredictable. Han Fei couldn't help but ask in surprise, is it that serious? Serious? Although I've never really been to the sea realm, I've stopped countless sea realm powerhouses who tried to enter the raging sea. You might not believe it, but there are even some venerables there whose Tao hearts are not necessarily weaker than yours. Do you know what this means? Han Fei took a deep breath. Venerables? Han Fei didn't believe it. I can even preach the Tao to Xia Shaochan and the others. How can my great Tao be weak? The Beast King asked, what do you think is the most important thing on the path of cultivation? Is it opportunity, talent, combat skills, cultivation techniques, bloodline, or something else? Han Fei asked weakly, aren't they all important? The Beast King shook his head. Of course not. All of this is just auxiliary. Even if your bloodline is the best in the world, if your Tao heart is incomplete, it will still be difficult for you to succeed in pursuing your great Tao. Even if you get the resources of a monarch for nothing, if your Tao Heart is not enough, you won't be able to continue to cultivate at all. Even if your talent is unparalleled, if your Tao heart is not enough, others can easily surpass you. Now, you have talent, opportunities, cultivation, techniques, combat skills. But your Tao heart is not enough. If you really go to the sea realm and meet true top geniuses like you, I'm afraid you will immediately be defeated. Although Hanfei wanted to deny it, I'm still a disciple of the Void Temple. There are only 12 disciples in the entire Void Temple. If I'm weak, how could they accept me? However, on second thought, Hanfei realized that the Beast King was right. At least, he hadn't figured out his Tao heart yet indeed. Suddenly, Hanfei asked, "Teacher, is the Great Tao the same as the Tao heart?" The Beast King looked at Hanfei as if he were an idiot. "Why did you ask such a stupid question?" Hanfei couldn't help but bite the bullet. Although the question is stupid, what if it's an opportunity for me to have an epiphany? Heh. What do you think an epiphany is? Do you think you can have an epiphany so easily? The Beast King shook his head. The Great Tao is the Great Tao, and the Great Tao is the Tao you want to walk on. It's a kind of power direction you choose. Fundamentally speaking, the Great Tao belongs to the category of power. But the Tao heart is different. The Tao heart is the Tao heart, and the Tao heart is your determination to pursue the Tao. For a true powerhouse, even death can't affect his Tao heart. The physical pain, the suffering in the soul, and the torturing of all techniques, even if you are reduced to ashes, even if your soul is destroyed, as long as your Tao heart is strong enough, there will be a wisp of your obsession in this world. And perhaps you can still have a chance to regenerate. What? Hanfei asked in shock, can a soul be reborn? The Beast King said leisurely, this is what I saw in the book written by the monarch. It might just be a guess. However, the Tao heart is the foundation of a person's strength. Now, you have too many opportunities, too many treasures, and too much luck. These external additional powers make you abnormally powerful, so you underestimate the Tao heart that is the foundation of cultivation. Hanfei couldn't help but remember when was the last time he comprehended the Tao heart? It seemed to be, in the soul-subduing tower in the white shell royal city? At that time, his goal was already the infinite ocean out of the raging sea. However, hearing what the Beast King said, Hanfei felt that he seemed to have shouted a slogan back then, which supported him to cultivate to the peak of the sea establishment realm. Suddenly, Hanfei asked, Teacher, if my Tao heart can't keep up, will it affect my growth? Of course, if your Tao heart is not enough, the most basic manifestation is the confusion of your will and the emptiness of your goal. This level of Tao heart will definitely prevent your strength from improving. Hanfei seemed to understand something. The old turtle had always emphasized the Tao heart to him. He thought he had comprehended it, but it turned out that he hadn't. No wonder after he reached the peak of the sea establishment realm, even if his cultivation techniques and combat skills were among the tops in the infinite ocean, his strength still improved very slowly. Because of the existence of the Emperor Sparrow, Hanfei had always known that although he was very strong in the same realm, he was not the strongest. However, Hanfei had simply thought that the Emperor Sparrow was called the number one primordial fierce beast because of his bloodline, so he was so strong. Therefore, he had been trying to swallow stronger bloodline to improve his bloodline and life level. However, at this moment, Han Fei suddenly felt that he might have comprehended it wrong. Perhaps it was not because the foundation of his bloodline made the emperor Sparrow stronger, but because of his Tao heart. After a while, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, what is your Tao heart?" The Beast King couldn't help looking into the distance. The beast race has declined. Even if you save some of them, they're still too few and too weak. Compared to the time in the Beast King Valley, there are much fewer species. Besides, the Beast King Valley was only a small part of the beast race back then, but I saw that there were no beasts in the entire raging sea. It really can't be called the golden era of our beast race. Therefore, my Tao heart is the rise of the beast race, the survival of the beast race. For this goal, I want to pursue my Tao and reach the peak. I even want to create a super powerful bloodline for the beast race and use my blood to start the beast Tao and revive the beast race. Hiss. Han Fei was dumbfounded. So ambitious? Just say that you're going to become a god, okay? Han Fei said, "Teacher, to have a firm Tao heart, I just need to be ambitious. Right? Then I want to become a god." Bang! Han Fei was slapped away and rolled hundreds of times on the ground. The Beast King was speechless. You can't be taught. Little Wang Han is much better than you. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When everyone was talking, Han Fei would be a fool not to be vigilant. He knew that his next step, besides opening the sky, was to find his Tao heart. Of course, he had to return to the raging sea first. If he didn't return, the bond established by him might not be so firm. Therefore, Han Fei asked, "Teacher, where are we? How can I go back to the raging sea?" The Beast King couldn't help but glance at Han Fei. "Why? You've just met me. And you want to leave? Am I that unlikable?" Han Fei quickly waved his hand and said, "Of course not. I'm very happy that you're still alive, teacher. However, the order of the human race in the raging sea has just been rebuilt. If I'm not there, I'm afraid others won't be able to control such a force. After all, it's not stable yet." "Humph." The Beast King sneered. "You think you're very important, don't you?" The Beast King said, "Other than you, your friends, and your little girlfriend have the same problem. In the end, they are too inexperienced and too dependent, so they are not strong enough yet. Oh, the only two who are not bad are the one with the spear and the manipulator. These two are not bad. Their Tao hearts are definitely stronger than yours. I didn't notice the others, but to put it bluntly, in the raging sea, there are many people whose Tao hearts are stronger than yours." Han Fei realized that he must be talking about Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai. Zhang Xuanyu was the kind of person who was very perceptive and was very likely to establish his own sect. Luo Xiaobai was the kind of person who was extremely rational, smart enough to confirm and firm her own great Tao and Tao heart. Hearing what the Beast King said, Han Fei felt that it made sense. But it seemed that the Beast King didn't intend to let him go back. Han Fei asked, "Teacher, can you send them a message? Tell them that I'm not dead." The Beast King asked, "Didn't you leave a treasure behind? If you die, how can they not know?" That's true. Since he couldn't go back, Han Fei felt that it might be good for him to open the sky here. With the relationship between him and the Beast King, he would definitely tell him everything he knew. Therefore, Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Teacher, well, I've almost reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. My origin sea is full, and I've felt the opportunity to open the sky several times. But teacher, I don't feel anything about opening the sky. Tell me, how do people usually open the sky? What do they need to comprehend?" The Beast King looked at him speechlessly again. "I can't." "Huh?" The Beast King said angrily, "If your Tao heart isn't enough, how can you open the sky? Even if you hold on and forcibly open the sky, there might be a problem. Your Tao heart can't carry your power at all. You will explode." "Explode?" "That's right. With a bang, you'll die and disappear." Han Fei shivered. Fortunately, he didn't open the sky blindly. Otherwise, wouldn't he be courting death? Han Fei was speechless. Even a petty person like Bei Luochen had a firmer Tao heart than him? He had already opened the sky. How could I be weaker than him? Han Fei was a little unconvinced. Why? If you said that Wang Yijian, a sword cultivator, had a firm Tao heart, I would believe you. But how could Bei Luochen have a firm Tao heart? Seeing Han Fei frown bitterly, the Beast King couldn't help but ask, "Well, do you want to fight the creatures of the sea realm?" Han Fei was refreshed. "Teacher, are you going to send me to the sea realm?" The Beast King smiled. "There's no need to send you there. There are many people who want to enter the raging sea. Isn't it simple for me to detain a few of them? Oh, decades ago, a few aliens broke in here, but I didn't do anything. Now they are still trapped in the mist. Go fight them." "Are they from the sea realm?" Han Fei was shocked. He didn't expect that his first contact with the seal realm would be under such circumstances. In a psychedelic array, 3 human-shaped sea establishers were passing through the mist. These 3 people were extremely similar to ordinary humans. However, they also had some different characteristics. For example, their eyes were bigger. But they didn't look cute. Instead, they looked very demonic. Their mouths were bigger, their lips were thicker, and they had sawtooth-like steel teeth. In addition, the 3 of them had webbed hands and feet and a big belly. If one didn't look carefully, they would find that they looked like obese humans. Swish. Suddenly, one of them opened his mouth and spat out a long tongue. As the tongue extended into the sea, a black shark that had just entered the venerable realm was rolled up by him. Then, when the tongue pulled back, the black shark's body shrank rapidly and was eaten by this person. Burp. After finishing the shark, the man burped and said impatiently, "It's been almost 40 years, but we haven't found any flaws in this sea area. There aren't even many decent creatures here. I'm afraid we won't be able to return to the frogman race." Another person said, "Don't be discouraged. It's only been 40 years. It's said that humans once walked out of this area, which means that this is not an abandoned chaotic wasteland, but might be the legendary origin ground. There may still be some aboriginals here. The aboriginals are the richest. As long as we rob them, our 40 years won't be in vain." The origin ground? How is it possible? This area has long been listed as one of the primitive tombs, which means that it has been explored countless years ago. It'll be good enough if we can still have some gains. The 3 of them complained to each other and continued to pass through the mist. For sea establishers, a mere 40 years was indeed nothing. However, what the origin ground, the chaotic wasteland, and the primitive graveyard they mentioned were worth thinking about. Buzz. Suddenly, a fluctuation appeared in the void, and the three frogmen were refreshed. At this moment, they were not afraid of any sound, but of no sound. Therefore, when the void fluctuated, the three of them were refreshed and immediately looked at the place where the void trembled. When Hanfei appeared, there was a burst of exclamations, and one of them said, a human being, and he has reached the sea establishment realm. I knew that this was not a wasteland or a graveyard. This place must have risen again. Seeing how happy the three of them were, Hanfei couldn't help but touch his chin. It seemed that the raging sea was not a good place in the eyes of the outside world. Wasteland, graveyard? Was the raging sea so weak? Before Hanfei took the initiative to attack, the three of them immediately surrounded him. One of them said, Human, tell us how to enter this place, and we can spare your life. Hanfei looked at them casually. Why do you want to come in so badly? Seeing that Hanfei was so calm, the three of them couldn't help but frown. It seemed that this person wanted to die. As sea establishers, if the three of them couldn't even defeat an aboriginal, they might as well kill themselves. One of them snorted. Just say it. Cut the crap. Since you don't want to say it, we'll search your soul. As he spoke, one of them attacked in an instant. When this person attacked, his speed was extremely fast, and he stepped on the void. However, the void didn't break, which meant that the space here was far stronger than the raging sea. However, it wasn't much stronger. This person tried to stab Hanfei. The moment he burst out, his speed was extremely fast. Hanfei estimated that this person's instantaneous explosive speed had reached Xia Xiachan's explosive speed. This meant that the other party's understanding of speed was deeper than those in the raging sea. The power that erupted from his sharp thorn was not weak either. The power and the metal sharpness aura erupted at the same time, which was mixed with the chaotic qi and the power of the great Tao. Hanfei felt that this attack was comparable to Zhang Xuanyu's knock on the heavenly gate. Hanfei thought to himself, are the people from the sea realm all so strong? How can a random sea establishment realm cultivator have so much chaotic qi? Hanfei extended his hand and grabbed at the person. This scene stunned the three frogmen. Is this person so bold? He's only in the sea establishment realm. How dare he grab my attack? However, the result horrified the three of them. Hanfei blocked the blow with his palm, grabbed the sharp thorn, and slashed out with his other hand. Bang! The frogman was instantly blown up. However, instead of being reduced to powder, he still had his flesh and blood left. From the power of this blow, Hanfei could tell that this person's strength had probably reached more than 240,000 waves, and his body was quite strong. Although it wasn't as strong as the top 10 of the raging CC, it was close. Was this the strength of a random sea establisher in the sea realm? Hanfei was shocked. In this case, how strong would the heavenly talents of the sea realm be? Hanfei was shocked, but so were the three frogmen. This was just AF * king. Wild land. How could a sea establishment realm cultivator born here be so strong? The person who was blown up by Hanfei was quickly regenerating. The other two charged at Hanfei at the same time. One of them rolled up a huge wave and pounced at Hanfei, and the other seemed to be walking on the great Tao of strength. He took out a small seal and smashed it at Hanfei. Bang! Bang! Han Fei punched twice in a row, shattering the wave and sending the small seal flying. With a thought from him, the three of them were blocked by the time barrier and couldn't even escape. How is it possible? You are not an Aboriginal. You are definitely not an Aboriginal. Han Fei's suppressing pressure descended, and blood and killing intent soared to the sky, suppressing the three of them until they could hardly move. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. How could these three frogmen from the sea realm expect such a terrifying powerhouse to appear in a wasteland? Under Han Fei's terrifying suppressing pressure, the blood in the three of them boiled, and there will almost appeared. The three of them looked at each other and ignited their blood almost at the same time. The chaotic chi in their bodies burned crazily, and under Han Fei's suppressing pressure, they stood up bit by bit. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help frowning. With his current strength, it was almost impossible for him to find an opponent in the sea establishment realm in the raging sea. At such a close distance, under his suppressing pressure, these three people actually resisted, which surprised Han Fei. Immediately, Han Fei unleashed all his momentum. He didn't believe that he couldn't suppress these three people. However, when Han Fei unleashed his full strength, the three of them seemed to use secret techniques, trying to break free from Han Fei's suppression. At that moment, the three of them took out their weapons at the same time, which were all ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures, and were detonated instantly. Even if they had to die together, they had to seriously injure Han Fei and create a chance for themselves to escape. The explosion of the three ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures blasted through the time barrier and indeed pushed Han Fei back. Even Han Fei was injured, and hundreds of wounds appeared on his body. His internal organs trembled, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. However, the three frogmen were even more miserable. Their bodies were blown to pieces, and the three of them had to spend a huge amount of energy to rebuild their bodies. Even if they could rebuild their bodies, they would still remain seriously injured. The three of them thought that the self-destruction of their weapons could knock Han Fei back. At this moment, they were about to escape together. They swam in the void, and their speed soared to 100,000 kilometers per second. This speed reached a terrifying 300,000 kilometers per second. Swish. However, Han Fei certainly wouldn't let them escape. He jumped in front of the three of them with a golden light and slashed, killing one of the guys who hadn't recovered yet. Boom! In the sky, a great Dao crack flashed past. Perhaps this was already the edge of the raging sea, and the scale of the weather explosion was much smaller. Then in the raging sea, one of the frogmen died, and the remaining two immediately retreated. One of them shouted, "We can't hold on anymore. This person walks the great Tao of time and is too strong. Today, we are doomed, but no matter what, I don't want to die here." Burning pulse, giant frog war body. Han Fei was shocked to see this scene. This person had set his meridians on fire, including his soul, flesh, bones, and chaotic chi. Anyway, his body suddenly doubled in size, and his strength doubled. This person used his arm as a blade and slashed at Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but be amazed. This power was already 90% of his strength before he activated his great Tao. This shocked him and made him yearn for it. If any king in the sea realm was so strong, what level would he be if he went there? Of course, in the face of this person's attack, Han Fei didn't hold back. He extended his 2 fingers, and all great Daos in one sword instantly defeated this person and completely killed him. At this time, the great Tao crack had just appeared, and the last frogman was about to blow himself up. But how could Han Fei allow that? The void lines were already prepared. Seeing this, he directly threw them over. However, with a bang, this person still exploded. Even 2 of Han Fei's void lines were shattered, and his soul was slightly damaged. Han Fei couldn't help frowning solemnly. Why? At this moment, the Beast King appeared beside Han Fei and asked, casually, "What did you feel?" Han Fei said, "Very strong. If the sea establishment realm powerhouses in the outside world are generally this strong, I'm afraid few kings in the raging sea can be considered heavenly talents." The Beast King said, "Do you know why you can't control this person's soul?" Han Fei looked at the Beast King in surprise, but then he understood. After all, the Beast King had already reached the longevity realm. If he couldn't even see through the void lines, what kind of monarch was he? Han Fei shook his head. He didn't understand this either. The Beast King said, "Because of his Tao heart. His Tao heart and will are very strong. Even if he died, he didn't want to be controlled by you. Therefore, he detonated himself, and your Tao heart wasn't enough. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have had a chance to succeed." At this time, the Beast King chuckled. "Now you know the problem of your Tao heart, right? Techniques and combat skills are not enough. The Tao heart is the foundation of cultivators." Hearing what the Beast King said, Han Fei was depressed, but these 3 people were indeed not weak. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't expect that the other party could resist the control of the void lines. If it were before, Han Fei would have felt that the quality of the void lines couldn't keep up. But now, Han Fei knew that the problem was that his Tao heart wasn't firm enough. Han Fei asked, "Teacher, have you never been to the outside world?" The Beast King shook his head. "The outside world is dangerous, and there are even monarchs coveting the raging sea. I want to go, but as you can see, people break in every once in a while. I can just leave, but those people all want to hunt the raging sea. If they really come in, how much trouble do you think it will cause?" The Beast King said, "Now I'll give you 2 choices. One is to go to the sea realm, and the other is to return to the raging sea. There are many benefits to going to the sea realm. Your vision, perception, comprehensive strength, combat skills, and even resources will all rise to another level. Of course, it will also be more dangerous. When you return to the raging sea, what you need to consider is no longer your strength, but your Tao heart. It's up to you what you choose." Han Fei took a deep breath and said frankly, "I want to go back to the raging sea." How many races were there in the raging sea? How many races were there in the sea realm? The sea realm was so big. If he went there, he wouldn't be able to come back anytime soon. As for the raging sea, he still had many things to do. The inner domain hadn't been resolved, the heavenly desolate city hadn't been rebuilt, and Shi Huang hadn't been killed. Besides, since there were still flaws in his cultivation, it was even more inappropriate for him to advance rashly. The sea realm was a place he had to go to anyway, so he was not in a hurry. Seeing that Han Fei was quite calm at this moment, the Beast King couldn't help but nod slightly. "At least you know your limits. You should settle down now. If you choose to go to the sea realm, I will be disappointed." Han Fei asked, "Teacher, how can I go back? The Beast King said leisurely, don't you have that vast ocean navigator? Why? Do you need me to teach you how to go back? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Fine, I'll come out anyway. However, it wasn't easy for him to meet the Beast King, and the Beast King was already a monarch. Wouldn't he be stupid if he didn't ask him for any benefits? Therefore, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Teacher, do you have anything to teach me? Bang! The Beast King slapped Han Fei into the bottom of the sea and cursed, you simply can't be taught. Do you lack anything? You're so damn rich. The Beast King left angrily, but he left a mark. This was the way back. He knew that Han Fei could enter the origin sea of others, so he left the resources of the 3 people who had just died to Han Fei. Han Fei sighed and thought to himself, if you don't want to give it to me, so be it. Why did you hit me? What kind of temper do you have? A moment later, Han Fei appeared in the origin sea of one of the frogmen. When he entered the origin sea, he was shocked to find that this person's origin sea had been expanded to more than 60,000 kilometers, with resources distributed less than 20,000 kilometers, which were much less than his. As for the chaotic chi, there were surprisingly as many as 50,000 wisps, and this was after they used up a lot of it. As for the other 2, their origin seas were about 50,000 kilometers wide. They also had fewer resources and more chaotic chi. In terms of the size of the origin sea, these people's origin sea was larger than the king's in the raging sea. Obviously, the resources they obtained were mainly used to expand the origin sea, so the origin sea didn't have enough resources. However, Han Fei was sure that in the sea realm, the source of chaotic chi was definitely much easier than the raging sea. From just these 3 people, he had obtained more than 140,000 wisps of chaotic chi. In the raging sea, he would have to kill at least 20 kings to get this number. 1 year later. Raging sea, outer domain, human gathering place. Han Fei's disappearance didn't separate the gathered heavenly palaces. This was because people discovered that when the heavenly palaces gathered, their relationship with each other became more harmonious. Whether it was trade, resources, or their own forces, they were all at their peak since the age of doom. Among the heavenly palaces, the only one missing was the yin-yang world. Because Han Fei wasn't around, no one could control the yin-yang heavenly palace. However, many people from the yin-yang world and waterwood world came to the outer domain to study. Even the strength of the current yin-yang world and waterwood world were improving by leaps and bounds. However, the cultivators of yin-yang world dabbled in all kinds of things, which were all the original great techniques and combat skills of yin-yang world and waterwood world. Therefore, they needed to communicate and make up for their shortcomings with other heavenly palaces. As for the heavenly palaces that had disappeared in the early years, they were all tempted by the harmonious environment in the outer domain. One after another, the lost heavenly palaces returned. Less than a month after the return of the Flying Feather World and the Ashless World, the population here had surged by 1/10, all of which migrated from other heavenly palaces. The 36 mystic worlds had gathered. It was too difficult for the various academies under the heavenly palace to enter. Besides, now that the heavenly palace had gathered, the flow of people was too high, and the students were easily recruited. When the Flying Feather World and the Ashless World returned, there were many people who came because of their former fame. As for the 2 heavenly palaces, that had a small population, they were naturally happy to accept these people. To settle down. In the flying feather world, in a place called Moonlight Town, a young cultivator traveled here and built a straw hut and a yard less than a kilometer long on the edge of a cliff. After finishing his work, he lay under the moonlight and fell asleep. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Without Han Fei, the human race's lives had to continue. A race wouldn't easily decline just because a strong master disappeared. In particular, Han Fei had created a golden age for the human race, although Han Fei didn't think it was a golden age yet. After Han Fei disappeared, the Sword God world took the glazed glass world, the supreme mystic world, and the immeasurability world out of the sea area where they were, and joined forces with the dragon subduing world, standing off against supreme clearness and infinity in the inner domain. In the giant beast race, the Snail Emperor temporarily left the place of origin because of Han Fei's avatar and quietly guarded the sea near the human settlement. The main reason was that in the past few decades, Han Fei's avatar, Zhang Daqian, had grown too fast and had already stepped into the venerable realm. And once he entered the venerable realm, his strength became extremely powerful. Now, no giant beast half-kings could defeat him. Zhang Daqian was already a top heavenly talent of the giant beast race. In the eyes of the Conch Emperor, it would be best if Han Fei's original body died. If his original body died, his avatar would rise. Obviously, Han Fei's octopus avatar was talented and would definitely become a top heavenly talent of the giant beast race in the future. His strength wouldn't be weaker than Tai Yuan. He was literally a treasure of the giant beast race. 12 years after the gathering of the heavenly palaces in the outer domain. Now all the children in the heavenly palaces knew Han Fei's name. In fact, because Han Fei's expedition caused too much noise, after the army returned, the kings widely spread Han Fei's moving heroic story. Although the heavenly palaces didn't erect statues for Han Fei, the name of the human king was well known. For example, even the children on the roadside could read aloud. Who is to blame for the human race's falling apart? The inner domain despised the outer domain. The 100-demon race bullied us because we had no emperor. They harassed the human race for 100,000 years. Yet the human king was fearless of any hardship. He gathered all the heavenly palace here. He took a long-distance expedition and fought to the death. He killed a sky opener in fury. But our poor hero was schemed against and fell into the endless void. It's hoped that the void would open one day. Then the human king will reappear. In that battle, there were only two greatest heroes. One was Han Fei, who many people mourned for. As for Wang Yijian, people were mostly yearning for him, such as Wang Yijian. Who could have expected that he would kill an emperor with one slash? He is the well-deserved sword immortal of the human race. And this day was a special day. Back then, when the heavenly palaces gathered, there was no leader. No one could guard this place. Because the Yin-Yang world had no successor, in the end, Han Xian, from the 9-palace world presided over this place and now became the leader of the outer domain. Today was a special day because Han Xian was about to open the sky. Han Xian had been a king for 100,000 years, and his strength had long reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. In the battle with the 100-demon clan, he suddenly had an epiphany that he was too omnipotent, but he didn't have a strongest Dao. According to the logic of ordinary people, Han Xian would definitely choose a Dao that was most suitable for him and take it. However, Han Xian didn't. Since he had walked this kind of omnipotent Tao before, why not bring it to greater heights? If he reached the sky opening realm and was equally omnipotent, he would still be a strong master, just like when he was in the sea establishment realm. Of course, what stimulated him to open the sky was not only his epiphone in the battle with the 100-demon clan, but also his helplessness to see Han Fei disappear in front of him. This was Han Guangqu's only son left in this world, his only nephew. He actually failed to take good care of him. This was Han Xian's driving force. At this moment, in the 9-palace world, above the 9 heavens, the vast lightning had already struck 7 times. Unlike the king-level heavenly tribulation, the emperor-level heavenly tribulation was actually not that ridiculously strong. From a king to an emperor, it was mainly about comprehension. And the heavenly tribulation could be forcibly transcended. The kings didn't know what Han Xian had comprehended, but at the 8th heavenly tribulation, thousands of strange Daos suddenly erupted from Han Xian's body. At this moment, all the kings were horrified. Even Luo Xiaobai and the others seemed to understand something. Han Xian had walked thousands of great Daos at once. This was the only person in the history of the human race who had walked so many great Daos at once and could still transcend the tribulation here. Logically speaking, if a person walked one great Dao, he could become powerful more easily. But if he walked thousands of great Daos, it was impossible for him to be proficient in every one of them. It was even very likely that he would go mad and have no hope of opening the sky in his entire life. However, at this time, the difference between a wise man and an ordinary person might be revealed. Han Xian could create the 1,000 opportunities, divine ghost compass, and the internal comprehensive trial field of the 9-palace world, which showed how intelligent he was. Therefore, no one dared to walk this Tao, but Han Xian did as if he wasn't deterred by the dangers ahead at all. The sky-opening tribulation was meant to open the sky. Therefore, the kings gathered around to see how to open the sky. In a remote place in the sky of the 9-palace world, there were even venerables coming to watch. However, what could venerables understand? It might just be for the atmosphere of the sky opening. Even if they couldn't understand it, it could be considered that they had witnessed someone opening the sky. In the inner circle, there were only sea establishers, but in the outer circle, there were countless venerables. Almost all the venerables of the human race in the outer domain had come. Among the venerables, a venerable with messy hair and a big beard was also watching this scene with a green wine gourd in his hand. Gulp. The slovenly man casually took a sip of wine, and the smell of alcohol made the surrounding venerables subconsciously leave. Of course, there were many venerables who liked to drink. Several men came over. "Brother, your wine is very strong. May I have a try?" The slovenly man smiled. "It's not easy to make wine. If you drink my wine, what can I drink?" "Hey, fellow Taoist, why are you so stingy about a sip of wine?" The sloppy man said, "Go buy it yourself." Then the slovenly man turned over and leaned in midair, looking at the sky with narrowed eyes. The venerables who came to ask for wine were annoyed, so they didn't waste time on Han Fei anymore, but focused on watching Han Xian transcend the tribulation. At this moment, a group of female venerables came from the back of the crowd. Someone smiled. "It's the female cultivators from the Sanskrit music world and the 100 flowers world. How fragrant." Someone sighed. "It's a pity that there are too few female venerables. It's Really difficult to find a girlfriend. Someone said, "Hey. I heard that a peerless heavenly talent appeared in the Sanskrit music world. She cultivated the Sanskrit music book and mastered it in only 7 days. Is it that woman?" Someone glanced with disdain at the person who spoke. "Isn't that obvious? You don't even know Join Ling?" It's said that there are more than 1,000 venerables chasing her. The top geniuses of all the heavenly palaces are all fascinated by her, but she doesn't like any of them. Tisk. Someone sighed. "It's a pity that she is not interested in me." Someone sneered. "You? I heard that this woman's talent is even above that of Ice Snow Chuling. After the expedition, she broke through 3 realms in 1 day and set the fastest cultivation speed in the venerable realm. You. Who do you think you are?" The venerables were chatting casually, but when the Sanskrit music world and the 100 Flowers world walked together, these male venerables were all stunned as they watched these female cultivators pass by. However, among these people, only the slovenly man was indifferent to this. He lay in the air, drinking hard liquor. When Join Ling passed by this place, she couldn't help being attracted by the wine gourd in the slovenly man's hand. However, the gourd seemed to be different from what she remembered, and the smell of alcohol was not right. If it were him, he wouldn't have drunk such low-quality wine. "Linger, do you know this person?" Join Ling frowned slightly. She couldn't see the slovenly man's eyes clearly, but his temperament and body movements were very different. She couldn't help shaking her head slightly. If it were Han Fei, why would he be among the venerables? Even if he didn't look for her, he should have looked for Xia Xiaochan and the others. The female venerable beside Join Ling said, "Let's go. Come closer. This is a great event. We can't miss it." After Join Ling left, the slovenly man smiled and said quietly, "Not bad." The strange phenomena displayed by the omnipotent Tao were indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, when the 8th heavenly tribulation descended, purple lightning fell from the sky. Most people's eyes fell on the purple lightning that filled the sky, but only the slovenly man narrowed his eyes and looked at the purple light that filled the void. Primordial purple chi? When Han Fei saw the primordial purple chi, he suddenly grinned, thinking that the tribulation was over. During the process of opening the sky, there would be an extremely short process to obtain the primordial purple chi. This was not only the source of the power transformation of the sky opener. And once the primordial purple chi appeared, it meant that Han Xian's strength had rapidly increased, and his origin sea might also be rapidly expanded. It was almost certain for Han Xian to succeed in sky opening, unless the heavenly tribulation could shatter the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass. However, this was almost impossible. Others didn't know, but how could Han Fei not know that the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass had a 5th form? Gulp, gulp. Han Fei took a mouthful of hard liquor, smiled, and said casually, "Uncle Xian, congratulations." After that, when everyone looked at the sky in shock, the slovenly figure had already quietly left. Join Ling, who was also looking up at the sky, suddenly felt that she had lost something. She suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the slovenly man, only to find that he was nowhere to be seen. Join Ling had no time to pay attention to the sky opening ceremony. She immediately turned back and scanned the surroundings with her perception, but she didn't see the person at all. Behind, a female venerable chased over Linger, who are you looking for? For these people, they had long forgotten about the slovenly man just now. But Jiuyin Ling was different. Her body trembled slightly. He's back. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Xian's successful sky opening marked the rise of the outer domain. With a sky opener guarding it, the outer domain had got a backbone. Except for Jiuyin Ling, no one realized that Han Fei might have returned. Even Xiao Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai didn't know this news. Time passed quickly. The alliance of the outer domain slowly showed the advantage of the human race. Luo Xiaobai went to the 100 Flowers world to cultivate. It was said that her strength improved extremely quickly, and she seemed to gradually stand out. In the sea establishment realm, Xiao Xiaochan returned to the mermaid royal family. It was said that she was cultivating in seclusion. Zhang Xuanyu had been in the 9 Palace world all year round and had undergone many trials there. This guy had almost finished all the trials here. Lu Renquang went to the giant beast race, but he didn't walk on the giant beast divine Dao. It was just that his sky-swallowing might and the giant beast divine Dao had a complementary effect. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another 23 years passed. Moonlight Town, Ashless World. No matter which world they were in, the life of the lowest-level humans was actually the most colorful. They had a lot to fuss about. Especially in villages and towns, the lives of ordinary people were mainly fishing or trials. After the heavenly palaces moved together, because of the convergence of the cities, various new projects were established. Teleportation arrays connecting the main cities of the heavenly palaces were naturally indispensable. As for the fisheries, in addition to normal fisheries, there were also other fisheries of several levels and dangerous places. There was also a unified super fishery for some outstanding talents. There were usually strong masters following and protecting them. For example, in Han Fei's town, the minimum requirement to be selected as a talented person was having a level 5 spiritual heritage. If one only had a level 5 spiritual heritage, but his spiritual beast was not good enough, he still wouldn't be considered an outstanding talent. In a corner of the village where Han Fei was, next to the 5th Academy of the Moonlight Town, the Moonlight Academy. In the evening, Han Fei was walking home with a fishing pole in his left hand and a calabash in his right. As it happened, the Moonlight Academy was on a vacation, and countless youths rushed out. They liked resting days the most. When they brushed past Han Fei, they would always greet him. A youth said, "Uncle Wine, did you catch anything good today?" Han Fei smacked his lips and said, "No. I only got 2 blue lobsters." A youth smiled and said, "Uncle Wine, you probably sold the goods for wine again, right?" The teenagers laughed. They were already familiar with this routine. Han Fei had lived by the academy for more than 30 years and had always been a hidden fisher. In the years since Han Fei moved in, there had been many young strong masters in the Moonlight Academy, including many law enforcers and even heavenly talents who had already become explorers. Now, the gathering place of the human race was full of spiritual energy, the environment was friendly, and cultivation was relatively easy. The growth of youth was always very fast. As for the hidden fisher realm, it was actually not weak for the ordinary people in the town, but each generation was stronger than the last. They kinda looked down upon Han Fei's strength and weren't quite afraid of him, so they often teased him. However, these youths didn't hate Han Fei because they all wanted to drink Han Fei's wine. Although Han Fei had used all his fishing gains to exchange for wine, it was said that Han Fei's wine was not low quality. For ordinary youths, a sip of Han Fei's wine was at least equivalent to dozens of days of cultivation. Therefore, many people carried seafood to Han Fei and exchanged them for wine. Of course, their chances of success were not high. This was because if they wanted to exchange for wine, they had to fight with Han Fei for more than 30 seconds. At first, everyone thought that an alcoholic was easy to beat. However, they later realized that an alcoholic who had been a hidden fisher for so many years had already reached the peak of the hidden fisher level. It was difficult for them to persist in the same realm. However, there were still students who enjoyed challenging Han Fei every day. It was said that in the past 30 years, a total of 28 students had drunk wine from Han Fei, less than one a year on average. One of the youths said, "Uncle Wine, I heard that idiot went to fight you today. Teach him a lesson. I've been unhappy with him for a long time." Someone echoed, "Yes, teach him a lesson." Gulp. Han Fei took a sip of wine. Got it. The idiot these youths were talking about was a sword maniac. He had been challenging Han Fei for more than half a year and hadn't won once. As for why he was a sword maniac, it was because he yearned for Wang Yijin, who was his greatest idol. This kid had always been determined to become a man like Wang Yijin. A moment later, Han Fei saw a young man with a wooden sword in his hand, standing outside his yard. This young man insisted on using the wooden sword because he was afraid of hurting Han Fei. But in fact, one of his wooden swords was broken every day. When the boy saw Han Fei return, he immediately shouted, "Uncle Wine, I'm here to challenge you again. I figured out a great move today that can definitely defeat you." Hee hee. Burp. Han Fei grinned. "I'm sick of hearing you say that. Come on, let's finish fighting so that I can eat." When the young man heard that, he said with a straight face, "Uncle Wine, no matter who your enemy is, you should take your opponent seriously. You're making me lose face." Bah. Han Fei cursed, "Lose face? You can't even defeat me, and you want to become a sword cultivator like Wang Yijin?" When the youth heard this, he immediately said unhappily, "Uncle Wine, you can't call the sword immortal by his name. Forget it, come on. Today, you can experience the horror of sword cultivators." Han Fei put the fishing pole and the calabash outside the yard and waved his hand casually, and a knife appeared in his hand. "Come on. Hurry up, don't delay Uncle's meal." Hearing this, the young man immediately looked solemn and the wooden sword in his hand flew. Seeing this scene, Han Fei immediately shook his head slightly. A fancy move. Again. In the next moment, the boy unleashed his strength and pushed the hilt of the sword with one hand. The sword twisted in midair like a snake and stabbed at Han Fei. Han Fei was already used to such fancy moves. He casually slashed down. Yes. Pure slashing. However, to Han Fei's surprise, seeing this slash, the boy smiled. The swimming snake sword immediately shrank back and was grabbed by the boy, turning into a simple stab. Huh. Seeing this stab, Han Fei knew that the boy had indeed comprehended something. His attack was no longer fancy, but simple and unadorned. That stab was a combination of strength, focus, and sharpness. Han Fei's casual slash only used the strength of an ordinary hidden fisher, so when it Collided with this sword, the wooden sword exploded with a bang. However, the boy's hand that was holding the hilt didn't tremble. Instead, when Han Fei's knife fell, he stabbed straight at Han Fei, even if there was only the hilt left. Seeing this, even if he had 100 million ways to stop it, he didn't do it, letting the hilt press on him. However, in the young man's opinion, victory or defeat was decided in an instant. Uncle Wine must not have reacted yet. Ha ha ha. I won, I won. The boy was overjoyed for a moment, then immediately retracted his smile and said solemnly again, we sword cultivators will never be proud of one or two victories. Uncle Wine, you are a worthy opponent. Han Fei. Han Fei thought to himself, this might be the sword cultivator who was best at bragging with a serious look in history. He's so long-winded and stubborn. However, it had to be said that this kid was quite obsessed with the sword. Dao. Although Han Fei didn't like him, his strength was actually very high in the Moonlight Academy and could enter the top 100. However, if it weren't for the fact that his spiritual beast was an ordinary sword turtle, he could actually be included in the list of people to nurture. Gulp. Han Fei raised the calabash, casually, took a sip, and then threw the calabash over. Only one sip. The young man was overjoyed. He finally got to drink Uncle Wine's wine. His purpose was no longer to drink, but to treat it as an honor. He thought that he had worked so hard for so long and finally got to drink it. Of course, he had to enjoy his trophy. So he took a big gulp and before he continued, he found that the calabash in his hand was gone. Then, Han Fei cursed, are you an alcoholic? Why are you drinking so much? You're wasting good stuff. Burp. The young man didn't take his words seriously. He just said, Uncle Wine, let me tell you, you have to have a goal. It's useless to be a hidden fisher. You have to. You have to be ambitious. I, Fan Busi, will eventually. Burp. In the end, /. Burp. The boy fell to the ground and fell asleep. Han Fei shook his head slightly and hooked his finger. The boy was already sleeping on the vegetable field in the yard. His skin turned reddish-brown. His body was smoking, and spiritual energy was pouring into his body. Of course, this scene was blocked by the seal of the small courtyard from outsiders. Han Fei smacked his lips and said, do I need you to teach me? Han Fei didn't even cook. He lay on the recliner, hung the calabash on the edge of the chair, and fell asleep. At midnight, Han Fei raised his eyes slightly. Fan Busi made a breakthrough. And a small sword appeared between his eyebrows. How persistent. What's so good about being a sword cultivator? At that moment, Han Fei scanned the entire Moonlight town with his perception. In fact, he didn't do this often. He just wanted to take a look. This was a small town with a population of more than 12 million. Han Fei discovered that those who were still at home, whether they were youths, adults, or old people, were all cultivating. There were less than 10% of people who were really asleep. Han Fei couldn't help but think, why does everyone cultivate so hard? Han Fei glanced at Fan Busi and asked, boy, if you really kill an emperor one day, what else do you want? Han Fei asked Fan Busi's soul directly. Even if his soul was in a daze, he could still hear his true feelings. Fan Busi seemed to be declaring in his dream, of course I have to be like the human king, reviving the human race and creating a bright future for the human race. Han Fei couldn't help but feel refreshed. After a pause, he scolded with a smile, so you *king worship me the most? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Fan Busi's words touched Han Fei. He had become the human king that others wanted to see. However, Han Fei knew that he wasn't. Therefore, Fan Busi's words didn't resonate with Han Fei. Fan Busi had a breakthrough. He thought that he had made a breakthrough because he was too excited yesterday. As for Han Fei, he worked from sunrise to sunset as usual. However, Han Fei soon left the Moonlight Town because he had been here for too long. Most of the teachers and students of the Moonlight Academy had known him. And because Fan Busi drank a large mouthful of Tao comprehension wine, he actually comprehended sword intent and cultivated a sword ball. In order to prevent anyone from doubting him, Han Fei moved to a small place called the Bright Moon Village under the Moonlight Town. This time, Han Fei was no longer a slovenly man. Instead, he became the captain of a sea patrol team in the Bright Moon Village, in charge of patrolling in the sea area of the Bright Moon Village. This time, Han Fei changed his face into a brawny man. After all, he was now a captain. Because Han Fei was in charge of the ordinary fishery, the level 1 fishery, and the level 2 fishery, he was used to seeing life and death. As a king, he could save anyone in danger with a thought. However, this was the rule of the human world. Ordinary people were always like this. Every day, some people died, some made breakthroughs, some were happy, and some were sad. Some rose, and some died. Without the experiences of those who died, how could generations of strong masters persist in cultivating and making breakthroughs? However, because Han Fei was in an extremely important position, he had a lot of things to do every day. If there was a fight somewhere, he had to solve it. If someone had an accident in the fishery, he had to solve it. Someone's seafood was sold at too low a price, and he had to be responsible for investigation. Furthermore, he was the one who specified the order of the entire port of the Bright Moon Village. Han Fei was seeking the Tao in the mortal world, so he should accept everything he encountered. Whether it was a life and death matter or a trivial matter, it was all important. However, Han Fei had once been the master of a city, built the City of Justice with his own hands, and managed the Scattered Stars Island. Therefore, he did everything with all his heart, even trivial matters. One day, the village leader of the Bright Moon Village was seriously injured by mess-swallowing worms when he led a group of heavenly talents of the village to a fishery to broaden their horizons. So Han Fei was appointed as the acting village leader of the Bright Moon Village. In fact, with Han Fei's reputation in the Bright Moon Village, it would only take him a few years to become the formal village leader. Well, of course, Han Fei's name was not Han Fei now, but Han Yi. This alias didn't have any special meaning. He called himself Han Yi because he occasionally looked up and saw the night sky. This year was the 38th year since Han Fei left the Moonlight Town. One day after Han Fei became the village leader for 24 years, an ascetic girl came to the Moonlight Town. The human gathering place had a population of billions, and among them, many went to take trials in the mortal world. However, under normal circumstances, there were very few who placed their position extremely low. Even if there were, they usually passed by in a hurry and wouldn't stay long. Because most people who wanted to gain experience in the mortal world wanted to see all kinds of people. The moment the ascetic girl stepped into the Moonlight Town, she came to the room that Han Fei had abandoned. She was very familiar with the structure of this building. She was familiar with the window format, the layout of the interior, and the way of farming in the courtyard. The ascetic girl smiled and quietly came here. This house hadn't been visited for several years. Besides, there was a small tomb in the yard, which puzzled the ascetic girl. But she didn't think too much about it and stayed here. One day, half a month later, the ascetic girl was setting up a grill and carefully putting some garlic on the barbecue. At this moment, a young man with a sword on his back suddenly stood at the door of the courtyard. He frowned at the ascetic girl and asked, "Who are you?" The ascetic girl was briefly stunned. People came and went every day, but no one had come here before. She didn't expect someone to come today. The girl asked, "Is this your house?" The young man shook his head. "No, but this is my friend's yard." The girl's eyes lit up. "Oh? Your friend?" The girl couldn't help looking at the graveyard in the yard. The young man paused and shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. He's probably dead. But I owe a debt to my friend. Every year, I come to bring him a pot of wine." The girl grinned. "He likes to drink?" The young man couldn't help but smile. "He loves wine as much as his life and never leaves his calabash every day. Perhaps for him, it's his greatest joy." With that, the young man came to the center of the vegetable field in the courtyard with ease, took out a wine gourd, and sprinkled the liquor inside in front of the tomb. This person was naturally Fanbusi. Fanbusi said, "If you have nowhere to go, you can stay for a few more days. But remember to clean up the house before you leave." The girl replied, "Okay. What do you owe your friend?" Fanbusi was a little talkative in the first place. Now that someone asked him, he immediately said, "It's a long story. This friend of mine is my teacher and friend. It was because of him that I firmly embarked on the path of the sword. He is invincible in the hidden fisher realm. At first, I just wanted to drink the wine in his calabash, but later, it wasn't for the wine. He became the target I wanted to defeat. Unfortunately, not long after I defeated him, something happened to him." "Alas." The girl asked, "How do you know something happened to him?" Fanbusi smiled and said, "He wasn't interested in anything but just went fishing and traded the fish for wine every day. He either died while fishing or died from drinking. Anyway, I had finally drunk a mouthful of his wine. You may not believe it, but I made a breakthrough the next day and comprehended sword intent in 3 months. Now, I'm one step closer to my goal." The girl was puzzled. "Your goal?" Fanbusi chuckled. "Well, I can tell you, but don't laugh at me." The girl shook her head slightly. "Everyone has a goal, and I have an unrealistic goal too." Fanbusi said in surprise, "Really?" "My goal is to one day become an existence like the sword immortal. Being able to kill an emperor with a single slash is my greatest goal." The girl's hand trembled as she brushed the sauce, but then she replied, "All the best. Maybe you will realize it." Fanbusi said in surprise, "Huh. You're different from others. You don't think I'm bragging." The girl said, "How do you know it won't work if you don't have a try?" Fanbusi immediately slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. I knew there were sensible people. What about you? What's your goal? Why is it unrealistic? Are we the same?" The girl smiled and shook her head. "I don't want to become a figure like the sword immortal. I am myself. My goal, well, perhaps it's even more difficult than yours. Fanbusi exclaimed, more difficult than my goal? Tell me quickly. I have wine. Let's have a drink. The girl didn't stop him. She just felt that this young man didn't look like a sword cultivator. Perhaps this was why Hanfei treated him specially. The girl said, my goal. I fell in love with someone I shouldn't love. I want to stand by his side openly one day, forever. Fanbusi thought to himself, what a silly girl. He comforted her, as you said, how do you know the result if you don't try? Who is that person? Which realm is he in? You don't seem to be from our moonlight town. I couldn't see your strength at first glance. I'm afraid your strength is higher than mine. Right? Is that person a venerable? The girl smiled. It's the human king. Puff. In the bright moon village, early in the morning, Hanfei was already standing in the village's spirit awakening ground. However, the statue erected in this spirit awakening ground was Ling Tian. Hanfei had no feelings for him. It was much grander than the spirit awakening in the heavenly water village. Because the ashless world didn't have a main city, it shared a main city with the flying feather world, so an explorer from the flying feather world came. Led by Hanfei and the explorer, as time was up, Hanfei shouted, enter the pool and awaken your spiritual beasts. Listen to me, stay down as long as you can. In addition, no matter if your spiritual beasts are good or bad, they are your most loyal companions. Humans can lie, but your spiritual beasts can't. Therefore, every spiritual beast is a God-given companion. Open your mind and feel. The explorer couldn't help but look at Hanfei, thinking that what he said was interesting. Because there were many kings in the human settlement, the spirit awakening fluid was not very valuable, but it was not unlimited. It was just given in proper amounts, creating a feeling of rarity. While the spirit awakening was going on, Hanfei suddenly saw a girl in plain clothes in the crowd. His heart sank. Why is she here? Have I been exposed? However, Hanfei found that Jiuyin Ling just watched this scene quietly and didn't pay much attention to him. He was secretly relieved. It seemed to be a coincidence. He didn't expect this girl to travel to gain experience again. However, Hanfei thought it made sense. As a half-king, with Jiuyin Ling's perception and her cultivation path, she indeed had to gain experience in the mortal world. If she was here for him, she should have come long ago and not waited until now. Besides, everyone thought that he was still lost in the endless void. With this in mind, Hanfei was relieved. His cultivation hadn't ended yet, so he wouldn't see anyone. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. To Hanfei's surprise, Jiuyin Ling stayed here. This surprised Hanfei. She didn't seem to recognize him. Why did Jiuyin Ling stay here? Was it a coincidence? Hanfei dealt with the big and small matters in the village as usual, including sending some particularly outstanding children to the major schools in the Moonlight Town and encouraging the youths with mediocre aptitudes that spiritual heritage and talent didn't decide everything. Most of the time, the village leader was actually responsible for the market, population migration, newcomer assessment, and so on in the village. However, he wouldn't have jobs to do all day long. When he had nothing to do, Hanfei was reading a notebook. Because Jiuyin Ling came, the contents of the notebook were sealed by Hanfei. When he left the Beast King still gave him something. He gave Han Fei this notebook, which was made by a monarch. This thing was worth thousands of treasures. What Han Fei was studying was that according to the notes, everyone's origin. Xi could produce the Great Tao runes, because his Great Tao hadn't appeared in the origin Xi yet. One was to fuse the Great Tao with the origin Xi. This was the most common way. If others destroyed the origin Xi, they would destroy your Great Tao. In this situation, the more the Great Tao and the origin Xi fused, the easier it would be for him to nurture his strength, and the smoother it would be for him to mobilize his strength in battle. The other was to find an intrinsic item in the origin Xi that could carry his Great Tao and halfly fuse the Great Tao with the origin Xi. In this way, if someone wanted to attack your Great Tao, they couldn't just attack your origin Xi. They had to find your intrinsic item. However, in the half-fusion state, the fusion of the Great Tao and the origin Xi was not complete. The Great Tao runes produced would be relatively slower and less powerful than the complete fusion. Both had their advantages. Some people chose the first, and some chose the second. Han Fei had asked the old turtle, and he had chosen the half-fused state. As a result, his Great Tao had been intercepted by the demon purification pot, which meant that this road was broken. If he wanted to continue on this road, he had to rebuild it or change to a new road. In order to ensure the absolute safety of his Great Tao, one was to prove his Tao and make his Great Tao one of the heavenly Taos. By guiding the heavenly Tao into his own Tao, not only could he ensure the strength of his Great Tao, but he could also mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao to ensure his strength. And this was the way for sky openers to reach the longevity realm. Only by proving one's Tao, returning the Great Tao to the heavenly Tao, and becoming one with the heavens could one reach the longevity realm. Even after reaching the longevity realm, one wasn't absolutely immortal. This was because at this time only his Great Tao became one the heavenly Taos. After obtaining the recognition of the heavenly Taos, if he wanted to truly not die, he had to fuse with the Tao. Then he would become a god. However, the battle of the gods made the gods and even the monarchs realize that one wasn't absolutely immortal even after fusing with the Tao. It could be seen that in any realm, there was life and death, even for gods. Therefore, the third possibility of the fusion of the Great Tao and the origin Xi was recorded in the notes. This method was called origin returning. This monarch didn't know what origin returning was, but he had studied it for many years and figured out a few ways. For example, he guessed that the first was that a person walked multiple Great Taos and combined them into one, or fused them together, so that even if someone could attack you, they couldn't erase all your Great Taos. Another guess was that cultivators would start to walk multiple Great Taos from the sea establishment realm and fuse these Great Taos into their bodies, which was to temper their bodies and fuse with the Tao. Han Fei felt that he might be able to try this path. He had the conditions to comprehend multiple Great Taos. As long as he was willing, he could have as many Great Taos as he wanted. However, how to temper the body and fuse the Tao was a key. The guess given in the notes was that one should engrave the Great Tao into his bloodline. This monarch had tried, but he was already a monarch, so he could only leave behind his bloodline inheritance. He guessed that maybe his method of body tempering and fusing the Great Tao was wrong. Han Fei slowly closed the notes. His eyes hurt because he read the monarch's notes too long every day. This was not a joke. Even he felt that what the monarch wrote was mysterious. Even the words seemed to reveal great power. However, he had seen enough today. Han Fei didn't have the time to study bloodlines now. Anyway, he had figured out the secret of opening the sky, and the records of this monarch were all guesses and might not be accurate. He didn't need to be in a hurry. He could try it after opening the sky. Leaving a clone of the village leader outside, Han Fei entered his origin sea. Since he returned from the endless void, it had been about 2,000 years. In the past 2,000 years, Han Fei didn't do anything else. After he returned, he went to the battlefield with the 100 Demon clan and looted the resources of the origin seas there. Then he began to use the power of will to temper his golden jade bone. Now, when Han Fei unleashed all his strength, his body was no longer able to carry all his strength. Han Fei believed that it was not a problem with his bloodline, but with his bones. The limit of the indestructible golden body couldn't support his strength anymore. However, the golden jade bone that he was transforming into could. Over the countless years, Han Fei had accumulated a massive amount of power of will. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be able to use this power to open the sky. There was probably no one like Han Fei who used his strength to refine his bones. However, with the help of resources and power of will, Han Fei's golden jade bone had been made by 95%. Now, with another wave of power of will and resources, Han Fei continued to refine his bones. 1 month later, when Han Fei came out of the origin sea, he smiled. 96%. At this rate, in another 10 years, he should be able to completely refine his bones. Jiao Yinling lived on the edge of the cliff of the Bright Moon village. She planted a small garden and lived a peaceful life. The only thing that made Han Fei unhappy was that he agreed to be an inspector at the port. When he first met Jiang Qin, she did the same job. Han Fei was speechless. Why? Did all strong masters like to be inspectors? Of course, Han Fei felt that he might know Jiao Yinling's purpose. He guessed that Jiao Yinling had probably discovered his residence in the Moonlight Town. Therefore, by hiding his identity and pretending to be an inspector, he could interact with many people. However, although Han Fei often went to the port to inspect, the frequency wasn't very high. He would go to one of the ports once every 5 or 6 days. Besides, there were 4 ports in the Bright Moon village. Therefore, he usually only went to the port where Jiao Yinling was once half a month or even a month. It had almost been a month, and it was time for him to inspect the ports. Han Fei sighed slightly. What a headache. In the southern port, the brawny Han Fei strolled leisurely past the market with a stick. Leader, you haven't been here for a while. Please take a golden dragon fish. Han Fei said, do you want to bribe me? Just take care of your stall. Leader, my son's strength has been growing extremely fast recently. I suspect that he has comprehended something recently. You must come to my house to take a look. He definitely has the qualifications to go to the #1 school in the Moonlight Town. Han Fei said, I'll go over and take a look in the next 2 days. Don't tell me you fed him some spiritual fruit. It won't do him any good. Oh, how would I dare to feed him blindly? My son's strength has really soared recently. Han Fei said, okay, I'll take a look later. Before he took 2 steps, someone shouted again, Leader, you're not young anymore. Let me tell you, my nephew's teacher, a teacher from the 2nd Academy of the Moonlight Town, is strong and beautiful. It's said that she has already become a law enforcer and is willing to live in the Bright Moon village. Han Fei shouted at the man, "Go away. I don't need a woman." The man sneered. "Leader, are you still a virgin? You're asking for a beating." After a while, Han Fei patrolled all the way, watching and communicating with ordinary people. Han Fei didn't stop until he reached Jiuyin Ling. "Girl, judging from your temperament, are you from a big clan? Why are you staying in this small bright moon village?" Jiuyin Ling didn't use her true face at this moment, but her aura couldn't be changed. Jiuyin Ling smiled and said, "Leader, wherever I'm at ease, it's my hometown. The order in the Bright Moon Village is very good, which shows that you're good at management. I'm waiting for someone here. If I can't get him in the end, I'll leave." Han Fei shook his head slightly. "Who in my Bright Moon Village is worthy of you?" Han Fei sighed, shook his head, and continued to patrol. Jiuyin Ling looked at Han Fei casually, smiled, and continued to review the seafarers. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the distant sky. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the source of the power. However, 1,000,000 kilometers away, a huge void vortex suddenly burst out. Next to the ashless world, half of the main city of the white cloud world was affected. Immediately afterward, the sound of an intense battle erupted in the sky. This battle finished extremely fast, with only a few rounds of attacks. Shi shouted, "I'll take revenge for the perished 100 demons. Anyway, Han Xian, you can defend against me for 10 years or 100 years. But can you do that for thousands or tens of thousands of years? Han Fei is already dead. How can you find me? Human race, wait to be destroyed. Arrogant." The sky rippled, and the white cloud world suffered heavy losses. A moment later, Han Fei turned into a refugee of the white cloud world and quietly stood in this dilapidated main city. Fortunately, Han Xian had arranged a large array here before, or else the entire white cloud world would have collapsed. As far as Han Fei could perceive, countless people had died. Many people were blown up along with several islands and were reduced to ashes. Conservatively speaking, in the city that was destroyed by this blow, there were probably millions of human casualties. Swish! 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 Figures appeared one after another. The kings of the outer domain had all arrived. The master of the white cloud world, Jiang Luyun, was the first to appear. He vomited blood and shouted, "Shi Huang, I must kill you and drink your blood and eat your soul." Han Xian shouted, "All kings, return to your heavenly palaces quickly. Activate the city protecting arrays. Don't panic." After that, Han Xian shouted, "Senior Conch Emperor, how is it going?" The Snail Emperor's voice echoed, "This guy was hit by me. Unfortunately, he ran too fast and was probably not injured. Alas, I'm still too slow." As for Han Fei, he was walking in the dilapidated main city. A large number of buildings had collapsed. He could see the blood mist on the buildings, the remains of the bodies embedded in the ground, a woman with only half of her body left screaming, and a youth whose body was distorted and in an irregular shape. His bones protruded from his body and he had already died. As far as Han Fei could see, there were remains everywhere. At that moment, Han Fei was also at loss, although he was used to seeing life and death. In the past 100 years, the people around him came and went and he wouldn't even blink his eyes when they died. But at this moment, Han Fei felt that his mind exploded. Hell on earth. Han Fei's eyes were cold. "Shi Huang, you're courting death. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. No one, including Han Fei, expected the tragedy in the White Cloud world. Even if Shi Puhuang wanted to take revenge, he shouldn't have attacked the main city of a heavenly palace. Just like how Han Fei didn't attack ordinary sea demons after he won, he shouldn't attack ordinary humans either. It was taboo for a sky-opening realm cultivator to attack ordinary people. If strong masters could be so unscrupulous, how could the heavenly Tao allow it? Therefore, the moment Shi Puhuang took action, everyone knew that he had gone crazy. How terrifying would the consequences be if a sky-opening realm emperor went crazy? Neither the Snail Emperor nor Han Xian dared to say that they could defeat him. The speed of the Snail Emperor was too slow. Han Xian had just opened the sky and was not strong enough. It was almost impossible to make him stay. 9 Palace World. Han Xian asked, Xiaobai, have you really decided? Luo Xiaobai said, we have to solve Shi Puhuang. If we can't find him, we can only lure him out. I think he is hiding either in the Sword God world and the inner domain or in the undersea human race. We have to arrange people in both places, but if I guess right, Shi Puhuang will definitely attack people on the path to the inner domain. Shi Puhuang is crazy. Although Kongshan is not far away, he might not dare to come. Otherwise, no one will take care of the undersea human race. Shi Puhuang must have thought of this. Therefore, he will probably stop the people from going to the inner domain. Han Xian said, you don't have to take the risk. Luo Xiaobai said, demonic plants have the strongest escaping ability. If Senior Snail Emperor gives me an amulet, I'll be fine. Let's see if Shi Puhuang will be tricked. After this matter broke out, the humans in the nearby main cities of the Parting Grief World, the Flying Feather World, the Ashless World, and the Beast King World were all in an uproar. It was said that tens of millions of humans had been slaughtered in the White Cloud world. This number really frightened the ordinary people. The power of an emperor was too terrifying. If it affected where they were one day, who could resist it? Even in a small place like the Bright Moon Village, Han Fei's residence was almost trampled through. Leader, won't the higher-ups send someone down? The emperor can destroy our little village with a yawn. Leader, why don't you ask the higher-ups if we can go to the city to avoid the risk? Someone cursed, are you stupid? If the emperor wants to take revenge, he will definitely attack the main city first. Our small village will only be affected. Leader, it doesn't matter if I die, but my son can't. Look, can you send my son to the nearby 9 Palace world? That's right, leader, we know you're in a difficult position, but you're the only person in our Bright Moon Village who can communicate with the higher ups. You can also have a say in the town. It shouldn't be difficult to send some people to the safer heavenly palaces, right? Han Fei was surrounded by people. It could be seen that Shi Puhuang's words of revenge shocked everyone. In fact, Han Fei was in a worse mood than all of them. In order to wait for an opportunity, he didn't appear for a long time, which led to this tragedy. If he had appeared early and joined forces with Kong Shen and the others to kill Shi Puhuang, today's tragedy wouldn't have happened. Han Fei shouted, everyone, go home and go to sea more often. In the eyes of the sky openers, you are like fish and shrimp in the sea, not worth mentioning. He might attack the main cities, but he will never attack the villages. It will make him a joke if he attacks villages. Someone shouted, what if we're affected by the aftershock? If the main city is destroyed, how can we survive? Someone said in horror, I heard that once an emperor takes action, all living beings within hundreds of thousands of kilometers will be wiped out. If anything happens to the main city, we won't be able to escape. Shut up, all of you. Han Fei's voice rumbled and he was furious. Look at yourselves. We humans have Emperor Xian, the help of the Snail Emperor, and dozens of kings. Are they afraid? Are they horrified? If everyone is like you, fleeing in panic, how can the human race rise? Just wait. I've already. I'll go to the town to ask. Han Fei almost blurted out that he was going to kill Shi Huang, but fortunately, he didn't spill the beans. From afar, Jiao Ling watched this scene and said indifferently, "A projection? Even if the emperor comes, aren't you willing to join forces with others? Why are you also taking trials in the mortal world? What happened to you?" 6 hours later. At least 60 million kilometers away from the human settlement, Shi Huang was hiding on an undersea mountain. Today, he was just probing to see how many strong masters the human race had. And he deliberately attacked the flying feather world on the periphery. Firstly to test Han Xian's current strength, and secondly, to see the current powerhouses of the human race clearly. Humph. The snail is too slow and not worth mentioning. As long as I was not restrained by him, Han Xian couldn't stop me. At this time, if they want to catch me, they either go to Kong Shen or the Sword God or Wang Yijian in the inner domain. Shi Huang's eyes turned cold, but he hesitated. He was thinking about where to attack next. The best place to attack was the Sea of Mist. In this way, if he really went so far down, one of the Snail Emperor and Han Xian would have to stay. If it was Han Xian, he might be able to take him down in one fell swoop. If it was the Snail Emperor, he would be able to come back as soon as possible, and then seriously injure Han Xian, kill a dozen kings, and destroy the heavenly palaces. Shi Huang's plan was perfect, but suddenly, he looked behind him and saw a golden light flashing over. The golden light had flashed 3 times in a row. And a person landed 10,000 kilometers away from him. When Shi Huang took a closer look, his face changed drastically, and he said, in disbelief, Han Fei? How can you come out of the endless void? Han Fei said indifferently, anything is possible. I thought you would take revenge, but I didn't expect you to attack ordinary people. As a sky-opening realm powerhouse, I'm here to take your life and avenge the hundreds of thousands of victims. Shi Huang sneered and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Han Fei, you came alone? Han Fei said casually, I can kill you alone. Shi Huang snorted. Logically speaking, if you had come out of the endless void, you should have thought of a way to kill me immediately. But you didn't. And in the human world, there have always been rumors that you were trapped in the endless void. Have you never returned to the human race? I understand. Are you waiting for a chance to open the sky? Do you want to overcome the last hurdle? However, I slaughtered the human world today. So you can't sit still anymore? Shi Huang saw through Han Fei's current state at a glance. It was very difficult to become an emperor. Otherwise, how could there only be a few sky openers in the raging sea? Han Fei had grown too fast. It only took him more than 100 years to reach the peak of the sea establishment realm from the venerable realm. Now he Wanted to comprehend the Tao and find the last opportunity he needed to open the sky. But how could it be so simple? Therefore, Sherpa Huang was no longer nervous. He said, "You didn't attack me when I was weak, but appeared at this moment. Do you really think you can kill an emperor alone?" Han Fei couldn't help but think of what Fan Busi once told him. No matter who your enemy is, you should take your opponent seriously. Swish. Han Fei's strength was instantly unleashed to the extreme. The void under Sherpa Huang's body opened, and Han Fei extended his hand and turned it. A blue halo appeared, and the great Tao of time twisted time, directly obliterating Sherpa Huang's great Tao of space. In an instant, Han Fei held the time blade and slashed out. Sherpa Huang didn't dare to be careless. Although Han Fei was still in the sea establishment realm, he was called the human king and his strength couldn't be underestimated. Humph, since the void can't do anything to you, I'll exile you again. A black hole appeared, and a furious sea tide floated up. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei slashed all great Daos in one sword to the edge of the endless void. With a bang, it exploded into countless sword beams, creating a void storm that was swallowed in an instant. Han Fei frowned slightly and twisted time again, only to find that the black hole was covering outward and swallowing time. Huh? Han Fei retreated quickly. In the endless void, the meaning of time and space was not clear. The two seemed to exist, but didn't. Therefore, he could swallow the power of time. At that moment, Han Fei activated his maximum speed and punched out countless times. The strength of each punch had surpassed 2 million waves. Han Fei, you can't kill me. How can you, a sea establisher, understand the power of a sky opener? Sherpa Huang's great Tao was time, so he could walk at the edge of the endless void freely, but Han Fei was different. Therefore, around Sherpa Huang, countless void spirals condensed, blocking Han Fei's overwhelming fist marks. Han Fei didn't mind. 2 scimitars burst out of his arms, and a huge yin-yang wheel appeared. The blade of hope could ignore the void seal. The yin-yang great Tao was the law of nature. In the blink of an eye, it deprived the endless void of its ability to expand. Han Fei sneered. Do you really think you can open the endless void for long? The two of them fought again, fighting for millions of kilometers until the space broke and the sea collapsed. Sherpa Huang shouted, Han Fei, how many creatures have died in the sea because of the battle between you and me? Is it more or less than the death of your human race? Heh, everyone is an ant. My mind is resolute now. Do you think I will feel burdened by negative karma for the death of those few people? Next time I go, I will definitely slaughter a few more big cities of your human race. Fuse. Han Fei activated the twin divine technique and took out his fishing pole, hooking out the historical shadow of the ultimate blade from time. In an instant, it drilled through Sherpa Huang's head. Explode. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's explosion was the explosion of a godly weapon. All these years, Han Fei had done something. In addition to forging the golden jade body, observing the monarch's notebook, and waiting for the opportunity to open the sky, he had been studying how to kill the enemy. Of course, he also studied Sherpa Huang's great Tao of space, because Han Fei knew it too. It was not easy for a sky-opening realm cultivator to die because there were too many resources in the origin sea. He could instantly mobilize all the power and easily crush the intruders. If he didn't have the demon purification pot, he wouldn't have blatantly entered a Sky Opener's Origin Sea to fight. However, because his Origin Sea was suppressed by infinite power, it was difficult for Han Fei to quickly take down his opponent. Even the demon purification pot needed to absorb energy for a long time. Fighting a sky-opening realm cultivator like before had too many limitations. And it was difficult to win quickly. Therefore, the fastest way to destroy the other party was to use absolute power, which he happened to have. No matter how long the thing he fished out of time could last, even if it could only last for a moment, it was enough. Han Fei even tried fishing the Beast King. However, the Beast King that he finally fished out slapped him to the ground and cursed, "Don't use this method on a monarch. Even if your enemy is in the sky-opening realm, although he can't see the future, he can connect to the past unless you're strong enough to use time to block the other party's will." Because of the Beast King's reminder, Han Fei didn't try to fish strong masters again. However, the ultimate blade was his own, so it was easy for him to fish its historical phantom. How could the self-destruction of a godly weapon be blocked by a sky-opening realm cultivator who was not a body refiner? Even if Shi Puhuang's original body was that of an octopus, his flesh and blood were relatively tough and not strong enough to resist the self-destruction of a godly weapon. Shi Puhuang's body was instantly blown to pieces, but this was far from killing him. Han Fei could only cause trouble for him the moment he regathered his body. After all, he hadn't opened the sky yet. In terms of understanding of the Great Tao and the depth of the Origin Sea, he still couldn't compare to a real sky-opening realm cultivator. He could crush Shi Puhuang, but he couldn't completely kill him. As long as a sky-opener's Great Tao was not destroyed, he would not die. However, this time, Han Fei didn't immediately enter Shi Puhuang's Origin Sea. Instead, he stacked hundreds of time barriers in the place where Shi Puhuang's true body was revived. Time loop. This was the time barrier that Han Fei set up. He was repeating something over and over again for a certain period of time, just like the War Soul realm in the Ideal Palace. Han Fei didn't allow Shi Puhuang's body to be reconstructed, so his soul was in a chaotic state for a short period of time. In the end, Han Fei entered Shi Puhuang's Origin Sea again. However, this time, he didn't intend to compete with him in resources. The moment Han Fei entered his Origin Sea, the vast ocean navigator revolved. Shi Puhuang shouted in a low voice, "Han Fei, do you think the Great Tao of time can trap me?" Han Fei sneered. "If it can't, you would have taken action now. Why waste time here?" Han Fei didn't know how long the time loop could last, but the vast ocean navigator pointed to a clear direction. This meant that Han Fei didn't need to destroy the entire Origin Sea of Shi Puhuang, because he had his own intrinsic item. Shi Puhuang's Origin Sea was a pure ocean mainly with algae forests and coral reefs. Because the octopus might like to drill holes, there were especially many caves here. Han Fei took a step forward, and a massive void vortex interweaved, forming an endless void channel in the entire Origin Sea, trying to stop Han Fei. Han Fei smiled. He was performing the golden light leap in this endless void channel. "You're looking for death." However, to Shi Puhuang's surprise, Han Fei ignored the existence of the void channel and stepped on the void to fold it. Shi Puhuang exclaimed, "How do you know the Great Tao of space?" At this moment, the immortal fiend's saber condensed in Han Fei's hand, and a large amount of immortal qi and fiendish qi intertwined, slashing at one of the billions of shells. While attacking, Han Fei replied, I learned the great Tao of space when I was a venerable. Bang. Rumble. 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 In an instant, under the power of the time arcane technique, Han Fei's attack burst out twice. The shell was directly cut apart by Han Fei, and its surface was full of cracks. But even so, the shell hadn't shattered yet. It could be seen that it wasn't particularly easy to sever the Tao. Puff. In Sherpa Huang's origin sea, blood mist flew. This guy forcibly broke through Han Fei's time loop barrier at the risk of being seriously injured. In an instant, the power of the entire origin sea was mobilized, and the ground below Han Fei's body cracked, forming an endless abyss cave at the bottom of the sea. But when Han Fei felt the rich chaotic qi, he knew that Sherpa Huang wanted to exile him into the endless void like Bei Luochen. Han Fei grabbed the immortal qi with one hand and the fiendish energy with the other. He spat out the chaotic qi, and the third eye between his eyebrows opened. Do you think I'll be tricked a second time? Yin-yang reincarnation saber. Explode. At that moment, in Sherpa Huang's origin sea, where the great Tao was, a shocking pillar of light rose. Han Fei chose to turn himself into a knife and self-destruct after using the yin-yang reincarnation knife. Pooh. 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 Outside, in the void, cracks appeared one after another. In the sky, blood-colored cracks filled the sky, as if the sky had opened, and tears of blood flowed. At this moment, in the raging sea, all the kings and sky-opening powerhouses looked at the sky in shock. Who was dead? Han Xian and Luo Xiaobai's plan hadn't been carried out yet. It had only been 6 hours since the sneak attack of Sherpa Huang, and a sky-opening realm cultivator had died. Who wouldn't be shocked? In the inner sea, in the Sword God world, the Sword God said to Wang Yijian, I'm going to the outer domain. The kings of the 9 palace world gathered, and Han Xian and the others had strange expressions. Han Xian asked, which sky opener in the outer domain is likely to die? Is it Kongshen? Luo Xiaobai's heart did a flip. Sherpa Huang had been seriously injured. Even if his strength had returned to its peak, it was impossible for him to kill Kongshen in such a short time. The Snail Emperor, it's very close to us. Han Xian said, I'll go take a look. Please take care of the human race. Senior Snail Emperor. Sherpa Huang's great Tao shattered. In reality, Han Fei's twin bodies became one. Sherpa Huang roared, You are just a clone? At this moment, Han Fei was expressionless and said indifferently, the so-called sky opening is just because you have a deeper understanding of the great Tao and have fused more closely with your origin sea. How dare you slaughter human beings? Buzz. At this moment, Han Fei activated his Dharma idol and held the phoenix feather violent saber in his hand. Like a blazing sun rose or a big star exploded, he slashed at Sherpa Huang, who had just recovered his original body but had lost his great Tao. Han Fei's white mist body just now couldn't be blocked by the imperial capital, not to mention that Han Fei was attacking with all his strength now. Sherpa Huang's flesh and soul were completely destroyed. This time, the vast ocean navigator spun again, and Han Fei's golden body was tens of thousands of meters long. He tore the sky with both hands and forcibly opened Sherpa Huang's origin sea again. A small vine extended from his hand, and a large amount of immortal qi and chaotic qi was sucked over. Void descending. Hundreds of thousands of Han Fei's clones arrived here, taking away a massive amount of resources in just 10 seconds. In just a moment, Shi Huang's origin sea was minced. Because he had expected Han Xian and the others to come, Han Fei didn't completely plunder Shi Huang's origin sea and left in the blink of an eye. A moment later, less than 100 seconds after Han Fei left, Han Xian arrived. When he saw the void crack that was filled with void storms and couldn't heal for a long time, he was shocked. This was because the void crack led to the origin sea of the dead emperor. With just a glance, Han Xian knew that Shi Huang was dead. Yes, a sky opening powerhouse was killed more than 60 million kilometers away from the human race only 6 hours after he sneak attacked the human race. Brat, you're back? Han Xian was not stupid. He couldn't kill Shi Huang in such a short time. Nor could Kong Shen. In the inner domain, only Wang Yijian had the reputation of killing an emperor with a slash. However, it was impossible for Wang Yijian to leave after killing Shi Huang. More importantly, Han Xian felt that this place was filled with the Tao runes of time. In the entire raging sea, only Han Fei walked the great Tao of time. Therefore, except for Han Fei, there was no one else. Huff. Han Xian couldn't help but smile. It turned out that Han Fei had been here all the time. Half a day later, in the heavenly palaces of the human race, the kings were shocked and announced to their people, the despicable emperor of the 100 demons who caused disaster to the human race has been killed by an unknown powerhouse. The human race's enemies in the outer domain have been wiped out. Hiss. An unknown powerhouse? Wasn't it Emperor Xian? Could it be the Snail Emperor? It's said that the Snail Emperor is also extremely powerful. The Snail Emperor hasn't left the human race. How can it be him? It must be Wang Yijian. No one can kill an emperor so quickly except for him. No, don't forget that they said it was an unknown powerhouse. If it's an unknown powerhouse, why can't it be the human king? Whatever. It's good that Shi Huang is dead. It means that there are still strong masters protecting our human race. Hundreds of millions of people were celebrating. In the Bright Moon Village, Han Fei pretended to return in a hurry. He didn't need to explain anything to the people who were overjoyed after hearing the news. Han Fei grinned and thought to himself, what do ordinary people want? To live. Suddenly, Han Fei looked at the corner in the distance where Zhou Yinling was looking at him quietly without saying a word. It seemed that she knew who he was from the beginning. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. I'm leaving. Across the noisy crowd, Zhou Yinling suddenly said to Han Fei via voice transmission. When Zhou Yinling looked at him, Han Fei knew that she had already recognized him, although he didn't know how she recognized him. He believed that even if Zhou Yinling was in the same realm as him, there was no reason for her to see through him. Han Fei smiled bitterly. How did you know it was me? Zhou Yinling smiled at Han Fei. I recognized you at a glance in the crowd. Because others were stepping on the ground, but you were stepping on my heart. For a moment, Han Fei didn't know what to say. However, Zhou Yinling said that she was leaving, so Han Fei couldn't help but ask, then why are you leaving? Zhou Yinling said, everyone has their own voice. You are my voice. The moment I saw you, I knew that it was time for me to transcend the tribulation. And you, who are not suitable for gaining experience in the mortal world, chose to do this. It seems that you have found your real path. Han Fei sighed. I haven't fully comprehended it yet. I just want to empty my mind and relax for some time. Jiuyin shook her head slightly. Every choice makes sense. Every choice has a true meaning behind it. From the moment you walked out of the cage, you had actually found your real path. When you saved the Inyang world and the Waterwood world, you had already embarked on this path. When you created the golden age of the human race, you had actually been on this path for a long time. The Tao of humans, the Tao of the human king, the Tao of the human emperor. You have always felt that you are not a good person, but you have never done anything to harm the human race. You just don't dare to admit it. Jiuyin explained slowly, her voice neither fast nor slow, as if she were comforting, encouraging, or happy for Han Fei. Hearing what Jiuyin said, Han Fei was shocked and couldn't help but look surprised. Jiuyin, on the other hand, continued, before I found you, I didn't know my own Tao, and my Tao heart couldn't be firm. The moment I walked through thousands of mountains and rivers and found you, all the sounds I heard along the way turned into a great Tao, which was the sound of human Tao. From then on, there was no obstacle ahead. The king-level heavenly tribulation couldn't stop me, nor could the emperor level one. Han Fei pondered for a long time. Congratulations. Jiuyin shook her head slightly. Because of you, I heard the sound of human Tao. This Tao originates from you. I'm here. I'm leaving. I'll come to you again in the future. I look forward to that moment. With that, Jiuyin disappeared from the bright moon village. 100 seconds later, an ethereal voice suddenly appeared in the sky. Dang, dang, dang. At first, there were only a few light sounds, but then it became a beautiful and ethereal melody. The billions of humans who were originally partying were suddenly attracted by this ethereal voice. They even forgot to speak, fearing that they would ruin this moving melody if they made any sound. Someone burst into tears when he heard the rhythm that was full of Tao runes. Someone grinned silently. Someone's frown slowly relaxed. For a moment, all the sorrow, joy, and hardship in the world seemed to be washed away by this melody. The master of the Sanskrit music world, Liang Yin, was shocked when she heard this sound. She was the first to fly towards the sound. The other kings did the same. The masters of the heavenly palaces, Han Xian, the Snail Emperor, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and the others all came. Gulp. Liang Yin couldn't help swallowing and said in shock, what a powerful Tao. It's so magnificent. For 100,000 years, this is the first time I've seen such a Tao. Jiuyin created a brand new voice? The heavenly tribulations were gathering crazily. After a long time, when the first heavenly tribulation appeared, which was purple lightning, even Han Xian gasped. The Snail Emperor, who is this little girl? This great Tao is too powerful. Han Xian said, I don't know her well. She seems to be from the Inyang world. Beside Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu mumbled, her first heavenly tribulation is purple. How did Jiuyin comprehend such a terrifying great Tao? Lu Renquang asked, isn't Jiuyin growing too fast? She broke through 3 realms in one day, but now her great Tao seems to be stronger than our great Taos. Luo Xiaobai narrowed her eyes and said after a long time, Shi Huang died. And Jiuyin transcended the tribulation. Han Fei is back. What? Even Han Xian and the Snail Emperor couldn't help looking at Luo Xiaobai. Why Did Luo Xiaobai say this? Han Xian asked. Xiaobai, what do you mean? Zhang Xuanyu perked up and slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of that? Who else could make Jiuyin Ling suddenly comprehend the Tao except for Fei Fei? Lu Renquang sighed. We have to get Xia Xiaochan back quickly. Luo Xiaobai said, although Jiuyin Ling is obscure, she has experienced countless ups and downs in the past 100 years. Look, her Tao seems to be different from before. The purple lightning was blocked by the melody and could only slowly penetrate the melody and be absorbed by Jiuyin Ling. However, the kings immediately discovered that billions of voices were gathering towards Jiuyin Ling. From the beginning to the end, Jiuyin Ling just looked up at the heavenly tribulation quietly. Han Xian said in shock, the voice of the human world? This girl established the sea with the voice of the entire human world? The Snail Emperor, is the human race going to rise? If this girl's enlightenment is related to Han Fei, where is he? This question stunned everyone. Probably no one except Jiuyin Ling knew where Han Fei was. Boom. Boom. One heavenly tribulation after another descended. Even if the heavenly tribulations behind turned purple-red, it still couldn't defeat Jiuyin Ling's sound of human Tao. Han Fei was equally shocked. Was Jiuyin Ling very talented? No, only Han Fei knew that Jiuyin Ling might be very talented, but in the entire human race, she was definitely not that talented. Whether it was spiritual heritage, bloodline, talent, or even luck, Jiuyin Ling was not the strongest. However, from the power of the heavenly tribulation alone, it was almost certain that there would be a place for Jiuyin Ling in the future among the human sky openers. Han Fei took a slight breath and said slowly, so, this is the power of the Tao heart. In a moment, Kongshin came. He was surprised at the death of Sherpa Huang, but the moment he saw Jiuyin Ling transcending the tribulation, his heart trembled. What a terrifying heavenly tribulation, what a terrifying great Tao. When the 9th heavenly tribulation descended, the sky fiends appeared and covered Jiuyin Ling for about 8 seconds, but when the heavenly tribulation dispersed, Jiuyin Ling was still standing quietly in the air. She glanced in the direction of the bright moon village and smiled. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Amidst the congratulations, only Luo Xiaobai and the other two looked in the direction where Jiuyin Ling glanced. Zhang Xuanyu cursed, this B** starred is still alive, but doesn't show up. Is his head hit by an iron-headed fish? Lu Renquang asked, does he have a reason? Zhang Xuanyu said angrily, then why didn't he tell us? At least he should tell Xia Xiaochan. That idiot is still studying how to enter the endless void. Is that a place she can enter? Luo Xiaobai said, don't inform Xiaochan. Huh? Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang were both stunned. Why? Luo Xiaobai said, he has his reasons for not appearing. Since he didn't tell us, it's even more impossible for him to tell Jiuyin Ling. However, Jiuyin Ling is stubborn. It's said that she has been traveling around the world for the past few decades. It might be her luck that she found Han Fei. Now that Jiuyin Ling is transcending the tribulation, if Han Fei still doesn't come out, we shouldn't force him out. At least, he's not dead yet. Han Xian and the Snail Emperor listened and found it strange. The Snail Emperor immediately said, I understand. It seems that he is stuck on the last step to the sky-opening realm. Han Xian nodded slightly. I'm afraid that's the only reason that brat can hold on for so long. Bright Moon Village. Han Fei lay in his recliner and murmured, "The great Tao of human emperor? Me? The human emperor?" Han Fei lay there for a day and a night. He casually threw a projection to host the village affairs, and his mind was filled with the words, human emperor. Who am I? I'm Han Fei. Am I really a good person? At this moment, with a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, the Emperor Sparrow ran out by himself. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow stood on a branch and looked at Han Fei. Do people have to be good or bad? Han Fei was silent for a long time. Can you inform me next time you come out? Do you think I deserve to be the human emperor? The Emperor Sparrow glanced at Han Fei contemptuously. I don't think you deserve to be the human emperor. Han Fei asked, why do you say so? I just don't really want to take on this responsibility. Yes, not really. I just want to enjoy my life and have fun. The Emperor Sparrow asked, does this have any conflict with being the human emperor? Han Fei thought for a moment. No. Emperor Sparrow, you figured it out. Han Fei said, before I comprehend it, I want to slack off. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. In the inner domain, not far from the Sea of Mist, the Emperor Sparrow suddenly said, little Fatty is going to transcend the tribulation. Han Fei had to stop. Why did he have to transcend the tribulation at this time? Han Fei had expected little Fatty to transcend the tribulation, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. This was because Sherpa Huang was also an octopus. Little Fatty was swallowing the power of Sherpa Huang and comprehending his great Tao. It seemed natural that little Fatty, who was already on the verge of transcending the tribulation, suddenly wanted to transcend the tribulation. Yes, after Han Fei slept in the Bright Moon Village for a day and a night, he left a clone to continue to manage the Bright Moon Village and went to the Merman royal family. Jiuyin Ling was right. In fact, he had always known his sky-opening direction. But he didn't want to admit it. He had always been the one educating people. Back then, he was the one who guided Jiuyin Ling to gain experience in the mortal world. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he had become the one being educated. Han Fei knew that his relationship with Jiuyin Ling was very subtle and complicated. He admired Jiuyin Ling, but he couldn't accept her love. This kind of love was too noble, so noble that they didn't even need to be together. It was completely on the mental level. Oh, no, now it had become a kind of love at the great Tao level. Han Fei couldn't accept it now. In fact, what Han Fei liked most was the frolicking relationship with Xia Xiaochan, which was very close to life and warm. Or rather, what Han Fei could also accept was the relationship with Shiman Ling Lan that they went through thick and thin together. But now, the only one Han Fei could catch was Xia Xiaochan. 2 days later. Merman Royal City. Xia Xiaochan had been cultivating in the Merman Royal City for 100 years. Xia Hongzhu was very happy. This was the best time to repair their relationship. Mom. The Tao heart is too mysterious. The length of time one enters the endless void is mainly related to his Tao heart. There must be a measure for the Tao heart, but in fact, this kind of Tao heart is impossible to quantify. Therefore, I recently researched a way to come out of the endless void. Xia Hongzhu, who was sitting cross-legged to recover, stopped cultivating and opened her eyes slightly. Oh? How to come out of the endless void? Xia Xiaochan said solemnly, the endless void is a kind of chaotic space after the void collapses. Since it can be opened from the outside, there should be a way to cause the endless void to collapse from the inside. The Tao heart can decide the length of time with which one stays in the endless void, but can't decide if he can come out of it. Therefore, I think we can ignore the Tao heart now. The endless void is the source of chaotic qi, and there is chaotic qi in reality, although it's very thin. But this shows that the endless void is leaking chaotic qi to the outside world. Can we use the chaotic qi to find a weapon that can open the void channel by injecting chaotic qi into it? While explaining her research, Xia Xiaochan drew a strange needle-shaped instrument on the fish skin map. When Xia Xiaochan was about to explain the mechanism of this weapon, Xia Hongzhu suddenly said, "Your sweetheart is here." Xia Xiaochan raised her eyelids. "Mom, don't interrupt me. Are you listening to me?" Xia Hongzhu said, "Your sweetheart is really here." Xia Xiaochan put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "You're not listening to me at all. I studied it for a long time before I figured it out. Also, I don't have a sweetheart. I don't like mermen." Humph. With that said, Xia Xiaochan hugged her fish skin maps. "If you don't listen, I'll study it myself. I'm a king anyway." Xia Xiaochan ran to her palace angrily. After only a few steps, a figure walked in with a swish. Han Fei shouted, "Greetings, mother-in-law." With that, Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan, who was stunned. Clatter. The pile of fish skin maps in Xia Xiaochan's hand fell to the ground. When she saw that Han Fei was not in the half-king realm, he knew that this Han Fei was real. Ah. After being stunned for a few seconds, Xia Xiaochan suddenly screamed, and then the girl pounced on him. "Where the hell are you? How did you get out? Do you know how worried I was? If it weren't for the fact that the infinity water was still intact, I would have thought you were dead." Boo-hoo. Crunch. Xia Xiaochan jumped on Han Fei, opened her mouth, bit Han Fei's shoulder hard. The bite force of a sea establisher certainly couldn't be described as ordinary. No matter how strong Han Fei's body was, it still hurt. However, what Han Fei liked was this feeling. When he was with Shiman Linglan, they relied on each other, which was a very complicated feeling. Compared to Jiuyin Ling, he was too low in spiritual level. He felt most comfortable with Xia Xiaochan. They were childhood sweethearts and knew each other well. For example, when he was with Shiman Linglan or Jiuyin Ling, he would definitely not be as casual and crazy as with Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei patted Xia Xiaochan's back and said gently, "Yes, I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting. I promise I won't be away for so long next time." "What? Next time?" Crunch. "You are not leaving me again." Yes. I'm not leaving. I'm definitely not leaving. How can I bear to leave you?" Xia Hongzhu looked at the two people who were playing lovey-dovey in front of her and thought to herself, "These two are kings. How can they do this?" However, judging from the way the two interacted and how intimate they were, Xia Hongzhu really didn't find that Han Fei harbored any ill intentions towards Xia Xiaochan. The two of them got along so naturally that they were almost inseparable. As a mother, she had been with her daughter for 100 years, but had never had such a casual feeling with her daughter, but her daughter had it with Han Fei. Xia Hongzhu could tell that Han Fei and An Bailing were completely different people. However, as she said before, no matter how good Han Fei was, he was too radical. The closer the two of them got, the deeper their love would be. the more disastrous the consequences would be if anything happened to Han Fei in the future. Therefore, even now, Xiao Hongzhu didn't really agree with Xiao Shaochuan being with Han Fei. However, Xiao Shaochuan didn't listen to her now. Since Han Fei was sucked into the endless void, Xiao Shaochuan had been studying for 100 years how to break through the endless void to find him. However, Xiao Hongzhu thought that Han Fei was already dead, because no one could float in the endless void for so long, not even her. Therefore, she was very surprised that Han Fei could come out today. Almost immediately, she realized that Han Fei didn't stay in the endless void for so long. He should have come out early. Since he had come out early, why hadn't he come to pick up Xiao Shaochuan, but made her wait in pain for 100 years? However, she remembered that a few days ago, a sky-opening realm powerhouse died. This must have something to do with Han Fei's reappearance. Besides, judging from Han Fei's current momentum, even if he had restrained himself, he was still stronger than before. Therefore, Xiao Hongzhu had already guessed the reason. In the past 100 years, Han Fei was probably seeking the real opportunity to open the sky. Humph. Xiao Hongzhu snorted. Han Fei knew what Xiao Hongzhu was thinking. She was the child of a god, who had peak combat power in the raging sea. How could she not understand why he appeared? Therefore, Han Fei said solemnly, "Mother-in-law, I'm at the peak of my strength now. Please allow the girl to come back with me." Xiao Shaochuan turned around and said imploringly, "Mom, I've been in the merman royal family for so long and my strength has grown rapidly. It's time for me to go back." Xiao Hongzhu clenched her fists and snorted. "Aren't you going to study the endless void?" Xiao Shaochuan shook her head quickly. "No, it's too tiring. I've failed so many times. I'm tired." Han Fei said, "We still have to study it. Come on, leave these research materials to me. I'll study them in the future. One day, you and I will be able to travel the endless void at will." Xiao Shaochuan immediately stuffed the pile of fish skin maps into Han Fei's arms. Han Fei was about to put them away when his heart did a flip. A syringe? Xiao Shaochuan was not a refiner, so she didn't master and construct a complete instrument combination system as accurately as refiners. Because of this, her drawing was simple and easy to understand. This weapon was more like a container that squeezed the chaotic qi than a syringe. Through the eruption of a large number of chaotic qi, one could find the connection point where the chaotic qi of the endless void penetrated into reality. Although this idea was not complete, it was clear, simple, and easy to understand. Han Fei felt that this method might really work. Of course, it was definitely not enough to rely on this idea alone. Han Fei was here to pick Xiao Shaochuan up, so he didn't think too much about it and put the maps into his origin sea. Perhaps because the raging sea was still under her control, Xiao Hongzhu didn't stop Han Fei from picking Xiao Shaochuan up, but her voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. She said, "Shaochuan is my daughter. If you take risks again and again, I can tolerate it once or twice, but I won't tolerate it forever. Take care." Han Fei nodded imperceptibly and quickly rushed out of the door with Xiao Shaochuan. The two of them mumbled. Xiao Shaochuan asked, "Did you meet Chen Huangdian?" Han Fei said, "Fortunately, I didn't see him. Otherwise, I might have killed him." Xiao Shaochuan said, "His strength has soared. You have to open the sky first, or it won't be easy to fight him." Han Fei said, so what? I just killed an emperor. It wasn't until the two of them left the Merman royal family that Chen Huangdian appeared with a cold face. You allow her to marry a human? Xia Hongzhu shook her head slightly. Not yet. Women have their naive moments. She thinks this is love. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Bright Moon Village. They came back to this village because Han Fei knew many people in this village well. However, this time, Han Fei resigned and entrusted the position of village leader to a reliable peak-level law enforcer. This old man had been stuck at the peak of the law enforcer realm for too long. He had probably given up, so he returned to the Bright Moon Village to teach kids. Han Fei knew that he was reliable, so he trusted him. Of course, the main reason was that Han Fei didn't intend to leave the Bright Moon Village. In the Bright Moon Village, Han Fei had built a yard for himself. There were 3 rooms and a 10-mile vegetable field. He used the vegetable field to plant some spiritual fruits. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan was sulking and even cried in anger when she knew that Han Fei had lived here for decades, but didn't go to her. Han Fei said, "Girl, it's time to eat." Han Fei came in with a plate of golden shrimp balls as an apology. Xia Xiaochan lay on the bed, turned her back, and didn't say a word. Han Fei shrugged helplessly. She was really angry this time. Han Fei sat by the bed. I made you wait for 100 years, and now I'll accompany you for 100 years. Let's work at sunrise and rest at sunset in this Bright Moon Village and enjoy 100 years of peace, okay? Humph. How busy are you? You're the human king, who is going to be a sky opener. There are still a lot of things for you to do. You still have to comprehend the Tao and open the sky. How dare small potatoes like us waste your 100 years? Han Fei picked up a golden shrimp ball with both hands, stuffed it into his mouth, and took a bite. He said, in the next 100 years, we'll live like ordinary people, fishing in the fishery, paying fish tax, buying furniture, and making friends. So what if I'm the human king? I've created a golden age for the human race. Why can't I give myself 100 years of vacation? Xia Xiaochan asked, you've already comprehended it. Why don't you open the sky? Han Fei said, I haven't. Boom. Xia Xiaochan suddenly sat up. How could you come to me if you haven't figured it out yet? Humph, I've just been here for a few days, and I've heard countless people praising Jiuyin Ling for establishing the sea in one day and creating the sound of the human Tao. It's an unparalleled great Tao. I'm afraid someone went to see Jiuyin Ling first. Now you come and coax me? Let me tell you, I'm not buying your bullshit. Han Fei was lost for words. You got me wrong. I swear, I've never been to Jiuyin Ling. I didn't even look for you. Why would I look for her? I'm not listening. Sleep on the floor tonight. Alas. Okay. No, you'll sleep on the floor this year. Wait, isn't this too much? I'm the human king. How can I sleep on the floor? For a year? Xia Xiaochan pouted and glared at him. Are you unwilling? Han Fei said, well, I'm willing, but I really haven't figured it out yet. I've only seen a path, but I'm still thinking about the limits of this path. Xia Xiaochan asked, Great Tao? Han Fei said, no, I mean the limits of this path carrying the Tao heart. Humph, how can ordinary girls like us understand the Tao hearts of strong masters like you? I'm going to sleep. Han Fei was speechless. Why did she suddenly throw a tantrum? Immediately, Han Fei put the golden shrimp ball on the table and said fiercely, "Humph, I'm your husband. What makes you think that I, the human king, can't handle a little girl like you?" Han Fei stopped making the bed on the floor and pounced on Xia Xiaochan like a hungry tiger. Bah! Pervert, take your hand away. Boo-hoo. I'm gonna set up an array. 102 years passed. In the morning, Xia Xiaochan skillfully cut open a sea clam and spun the dagger in her hand. Then, slices of tender clam meat fell on the plate. With a flip of her hand, Xia Xiaochan lit the fire and heated up the pot. As oil fell, garlic was stir-fried, and green peppers were thrown in. After she stir-fried a few times, a wave of fire rose, and the clam meat entered the pot. In the blink of an eye, a plate of green peppers and clam meat was done. Bang! Xia Xiaochan kicked the door open, put one hand on her waist, and pointed into the house with the spatula in the other. Get up. We're going to attend the annual fish opening ceremony today. Okay. It's still early. What's for breakfast? Bang! Bang! Xia Xiaochan picked up a fishing hook and caught 2 sweet potatoes from the vegetable field. Spiritual energy steamed in the void, and in an instant, 2 roasted sweet potatoes overflowing with spiritual energy were ready. At this time, Han Fei walked out of the door lazily. It's just the fish opening ceremony. You attend it every year. You've attended it more than 100 times. Aren't you tired of it? Now Xia Xiaochan no longer looked like a teenage girl. In order not to let the villagers find out, her appearance and voice had changed, and her hair was a little white. However, Xia Xiaochan's temper hadn't changed. She was still a little grumpy. At this moment, she snorted. You are the former village leader of the Bright Moon Village. If you don't go, who dares to start the ceremony? Han Fei said lazily, just eat. Let's go quickly. Han Fei grabbed the roasted sweet potatoes and ate them quickly. Then he bent down and picked up a large portion of green pepper clam meat with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. Ah! Suddenly, Xia Xiaochan let out a low cry and her body shook slightly. Han Fei's face changed slightly. It appeared again? Han Fei frowned and activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, enveloping Xia Xiaochan with it. Xia Xiaochan's face was pale. I'm fine. Maybe it's just because my divine blood was obtained too easily, so a small amount of it has disappeared, causing my body to feel unwell. Han Fei said, in 3 years, almost half of your divine blood has been swallowed by an invisible force. Let's go back to the Merman royal family. Your mother might know more about this. After all, she is the real child of the god. No. Xia Xiaochan frowned. I don't like the Merman royal family. I don't want to go back. Anyway, you have the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. You can replenish whatever I lose. If it's just this level of loss, I can still persist. Having lived in the Bright Moon Village for nearly 100 years, Xia Xiaochan liked this kind of life. She didn't have to go to sea to explore or watch Han Fei run around doing all kinds of dangerous things. They would fish every now and then, make delicious meals occasionally, and play fish dragon cards often. These days were really addictive. Therefore, Xia Xiaochan didn't want to have any contact with the past unless she had to. Once she did, such a life might be gone. Han Fei could guess what Xia Xiaochan was thinking. He didn't insist, but he had already decided that if Xia Xiaochan's condition hadn't improved in 2 years, he would have to go to the Merman royal family, under the statue of Liang Tian in the village. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan arrived, countless 7 or 8-year-old children were running around from afar. The old village leader is here, the old village leader is here. Grandpa village leader, what's the prize this year? Granny Xia, can you ask Grandpa village leader to put something good? Xia Xiaochan smiled. The prizes this time are great. Han Fei said with a straight face, don't block the way. Children, run. Slower. The so-called fish opening ceremony was a ceremony held at the beginning of the year. A fish had to be completely dissected in an extremely short period of time, but the shape of the fish couldn't be destroyed. In the end, 100 extremely talented youths from the Bright Moon village would compete. The winner could touch the fish's belly and obtain the fish opening reward. This was also a symbol of luck. It was said that the winner would obtain luck. But it was just a superstition. However, in the past 100 years, all the youths who touched the belly of the fish seemed to have good luck, so everyone believed it even more, and it had to be Han Fei, the old village leader, to open the fish. As soon as Han Fei came, a large group of people surrounded him. The current village leader greeted him happily, old village leader, we've been waiting for you. Let's open the big golden dragon fish this year. This big golden dragon fish's scales are pure gold. It's the best big golden dragon fish we've hunted. Han Fei smiled. They're all the same. Under my knife, none of its scales will be hurt. Ha ha ha. Someone smiled and said, we trust the old village leader's culinary skills. Someone laughed. Granny Xia, he's good at cooking. Just let him kill fish every day. Let's see if he's willing. That's right. He's already so old, but he still shows off every day. Han Fei didn't mind. Xia Xiaochan followed him and saw Han Fei walk straight to the table under the statue. This big golden dragon fish was 4 meters long, its scales golden and shining under the sun. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, the fish opening ceremony this year begins. The children all shouted, I want scales. Me too. And me. Someone cursed, children, stand aside and watch. Everyone will have some. Later. Han Fei held a rectangular knife, 1/2 meter long. His knife shone like a stream of light as it was dancing on the golden dragon fish. Wherever the blade passed, there was almost no trace of a cut. In fact, both Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan had sealed their strength. Even though Han Fei was only a hidden fisher now, his control of the knife was still very good, and he knew the structure of these fish very well. If these people could see through this big golden dragon fish, they would definitely find that wherever Han Fei's knife passed, their bones and flesh happened to be separated. Wonderful. Good saber technique. The crowd cheered and Xia Xiaochan applauded too. However, no one noticed that Xia Xiaochan's face was getting paler and paler. Xia Xiaochan felt that something was wrong again, but at this moment, Han Fei was opening the fish. And Xia Xiaochan just gritted her teeth and held back. On the other side, when Han Fei made the last cut on the fish's belly, he threw the knife on the table and smiled. I announce. Humph. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed something and looked back, only to find that Xia Xiaochan was pale. Han Fei was shocked and immediately shouted that the fish opening ceremony is over. Girl, what's wrong? Granny Xia. Not good, Granny Xia's face is so pale. The current village leader hurriedly shouted, "Where is the spirit gatherer? Where is Shui Fei? Go call him." Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "No trouble. Let's go back first." A group of people followed, and most of them felt that perhaps Granny Xia's time was up. They couldn't help but feel sorry for the old village leader. The lifespan of a hidden fisher wasn't much higher than that of ordinary people. Someone sighed and said, before the old village leader became the village leader, he had been the inspector of the fishery for a long time. It's said that he retired from Moonlight Town. I'm afraid he's not young anymore. Granny Xia is probably not much younger. What a pity. The old village leader is such a good person. Granny Xia is a good person too. In Han Fei's yard, even though he refused visitors, there were still many people outside. The current village leader said anxiously, "The old village leader is so stubborn. He set up a seal in the courtyard. We can't enter at all." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei realized that something was wrong. Xia Xiaochan was a king, so it was impossible for her bloodline to be exhausted without any warning. He had investigated more than once but found nothing. Han Fei believed that his vision was quite sharp now. It was impossible for him not to notice anything unusual in Xia Xiaochan's body. If he couldn't, even a sky-opening realm cultivator might not be able to notice it. In the courtyard, the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique descended, and Han Fei consumed another 500 years of vitality to replenish Xia Xiaochan's strange bloodline. Just because his strength was sealed didn't mean that his great Tao was sealed, so the effect of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique wouldn't be reduced at all. However, Han Fei was actually very shocked. This time it was much more serious than this morning. In his true realm, with a full 500 years of his vitality, even if a sky-opening realm cultivator was seriously injured, he could recover 70 or 80% in an instant. However, it could only support Xia Xiaochan for a while. In the past 3 years, Han Fei had consumed as much as 5,000 years of vitality. However, he had consumed the most today. As for the people who could solve this problem, Han Fei could only think of eldest senior brother or Xia Hongzhu. In the past 200 years, Han Fei went to every small gathering of the Void Temple. The last big gathering was after Jiuyin Ling preached to him. After listening to eldest senior brother's lecture, Han Fei, who had already seen his path clearly, completely comprehended his own Tao heart. However, there was still half a year before the next 100-year gathering. However, Han Fei couldn't wait. Compared to Xia Hongzhu, Han Fei trusted his eldest senior brother more. After all, his eldest senior brother was at least a monarch. At this time, Xia Xiaochan leaned against the bed and said, "I've examined myself countless times, but I didn't find any problem. I can even unleash my strongest state at any time. However, my bloodline disappeared inexplicably. It's really hard to explain. Perhaps it's because my divine bloodline came too easily." Han Fei comforted her. "It might be because your strength has improved too fast in the past 100 years. As for why your bloodline disappeared, I have to ask someone." Xia Xiaochan's face darkened. "Are you going to the Merman royal family?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." Xia Xiaochan asked in surprise, "Are you going to Uncle Xian or the snail emperor?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." Xia Xiaochan's eyelids twitched. Ah. Then who are you going to ask? The Martial Emperor City? Han Fei shook his head. Stop guessing. The Medicine King world specializes in refining medicine. I'll go ask them. Xia Xiaochan couldn't help being relieved. If it was just the Medicine King world, no one could threaten Han Fei. Han Fei sighed in his heart. He wanted to tell Xia Xiaochan about the Void Temple, but he didn't think it was appropriate to let her know too much now. The Void Temple was definitely involved in a lot of secrets, and it was the enemy of the Immortal Temple and the Time Temple. If Xia Xiaochan knew that he had entered the Void Temple, he didn't know what would happen in the future. Therefore, Han Fei just comforted Xia Xiaochan and then said that he would go to the Medicine King world and come back in 2 days. A moment later, in a sea area, Han Fei activated the mark of the Void Temple in the depths of his soul. When Han Fei felt the mark in his mind flash with a gentle light, he couldn't wait to say, "Eldest senior brother, I have something to ask of you. Can we open the 100-year gathering in advance?" After about 100 seconds, a figure finally appeared in Han Fei's mind. Okay. Buzz. When eldest senior brother confirmed that the 100-year gathering could be held, a huge bronze door appeared in the void, and the bronze door was immediately covered in white mist. In the eyes of other creatures, this place was suddenly covered in a white mist, and they couldn't see the bronze door at all. Han Fei couldn't wait to step to the bronze door. He pressed the Human King token on the bronze door, and a crack slowly opened. Han Fei took a slight breath and stepped in. It still looked the same. It seemed that the gathering place of the Void Temple was this mountain that stood somewhere. When Han Fei arrived, several figures appeared one after another. Buzz. Senior brother was already sitting there, and an azure dragon was swimming in the sky. Han Fei immediately bowed. Greetings, eldest senior brother, senior brother Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon said, Junior brother, I heard that you have something urgent to ask us? Let's talk when everyone is here. Then, the big skeleton appeared, and second senior sister, Shenlu, appeared. When senior brother Heavenly Thunder, who was ranked 10th, appeared, eldest senior brother said, Junior brother 6 God is dealing with the Immortal Temple. 11 is fighting for opportunities. There are only 10 people gathered today. Because everyone came because of Han Fei's request, they all looked at Han Fei. Second senior sister Shenlu said, Little junior brother, I heard from eldest senior brother that you're in trouble. Tell me about it. Senior sister Green Lotus said, Yes, little junior brother, what trouble have you encountered? Han Fei had already greeted them one by one, so he said, Senior brothers and sisters, my matter may be complicated. My wife is the daughter of a god's daughter. After her king-level tribulation, she returned her divine blood to her mother. I used a divine technique to help her recover her bloodline. But now, the divine blood in my wife's body is disappearing for no reason. Even if I observe it from time to time, I can't detect any problem. I used that divine technique many times, but I can only maintain the regeneration of her divine blood, but I can't stop it from disappearing. Recently, the divine blood in her body disappeared too quickly, so I had to ask for your help. After hearing Han Fei's explanation, before anyone could say the solution, Senior brother Old Desolate said with a smile, I didn't expect that little junior brother already has a wife at such a young age. Senior sister Red Lotus giggled. Hee hee. How blissful. We're all envious. Senior sister Dark Shadow asked, Do you all know the reason? Why don't I know it? Senior brother skeleton, I don't know either. At this moment, senior brother Azure Dragon said, it's normal that you two don't know. Hanfei was stunned. Why are they talking and laughing so happily? Isn't this too much? Senior sister Shenlu said, okay, stop teasing him. Little junior brother. This is indeed a big thing, but it's a good thing. Huh? Why? Hanfei was dumbfounded. I'm already so distressed. How can it be a good thing? Shenlu chuckled. As you said, your wife has the bloodline of a god. The bloodline won't disappear for no reason. Since she inherited it, she has the god's bloodline. As for why her divine blood disappeared for no reason, it's certainly because she's pregnant. What? At that moment, Hanfei felt that his head was about to explode. This was not the kind of explosion out of sadness, but out of excitement, shock, and disbelief. Hanfei clenched his hands and couldn't help but mutter, I see, I see. Haha. So it's a good thing? I'm going to have a son? Green Lotus added, little junior brother, don't be excited. It's extremely difficult for the strong to give birth to offspring. And your wife has the god's bloodline, so it's even more difficult. You still have to continue to use your divine technique. Your situation is very strange. Your wife hasn't been strong enough yet, but she has been pregnant with a divine child, so the consumption is naturally huge. Therefore, before your child takes shape, he needs to absorb a large amount of divine bloodline. Therefore, you have to continue to use your divine technique to help her produce divine blood at any time. Red Lotus said, don't worry. Soon, when he has accumulated enough divinity, this phenomenon will disappear. But Hanfei asked, but when her mother gave birth to her, she didn't have much divine blood. Only one drop. Senior sister Red Lotus said, therefore, your wife's talent must have been greatly limited at the beginning. Her birth must have been difficult. She didn't die young, so there must be someone protecting her. It wasn't until you reforged her bloodline that her overall foundation was improved again. However, in many realms, before she became a king, she definitely didn't walk them through perfectly. If she wants to make up for it now, she will either be reborn or cultivate an avatar to fuse with her. With such a recultivation, her basic strength will definitely double. Huff. Hanfei let out a long breath of relief. He was overjoyed. Pregnant? He didn't expect his first child to be so troublesome. At this moment, senior sister Green Lotus said, little junior brother, I'll give you a chaotic Green Lotus. When you go back, you can inject it into your wife's dantian. The vitality of the Green Lotus should be able to help you consume less vitality. Hanfei was overjoyed. Thank you, senior sister Green Lotus. Then, a lotus broke through the void and fell into Hanfei's palm. Information popped up in Hanfei's eyes. Name, Chaotic Green Lotus. Introduction, a chaotic spiritual treasure born in the depths of the chaotic sea. It contains infinite vitality. Eating it in the sky opening realm, you can live another life. Level, chaotic spiritual treasure. Quality ordinary. Contained chaotic chi greater than 245,536 points. Effect, when an ordinary person is about to die, he can use this lotus to live one more life. A sky opener can extend his life by 300,000 years with this lotus. A monarch can extend his life by 10,000 years or refine it into a pill. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. When Han Fei saw the information of the chaotic green lotus, he gasped. A spiritual treasure of heaven and earth? Live another life? Was the chaotic green lotus so high-leveled? Looking at the chaotic qi contained in it, Han Fei was lost for words. He had slaughtered several emperors and absorbed dozens of kings' origin C, but only got the same amount of chaotic qi. However, senior sister Green Lotus casually threw out such a precious treasure. What was the difference between this and a godly weapon? Han Fei couldn't help but look solemn. Such friendship was worth taking seriously. If it was possible in the future, he had to pay her back, even if Green Lotus felt that it was just a trivial matter. After resolving Han Fei's matter, eldest senior brother said, "Little junior brother's matter has been resolved. If there's anything else, you can discuss it here." Azure Dragon said, "The dragon race has had a black dragon monarch recently. This dragon is radical and may lead some dragons to reappear in the sea realm. Everyone, be careful." Senior brother Heavenly Thunder said, "It's said that the God clan found a place of origin in the depths of the chaotic sea where they found great treasures and forged a godly weapon that would be at least an ultra-quality chaotic spiritual treasure, or even better. If I've guessed right, the God clan will have a peerless genius soon." Dark Shadow, traces of a starry sky giant beast have been found in the Sea of Stars. After solving his problem, Han Fei was listening to them like an elementary school student. He couldn't help but click his tongue. This conversation topic was too high-end and he couldn't chime in at all. A black dragon monarch appeared? An ultra-quality chaotic spiritual treasure? Even this chaotic green lotus was just an ordinary chaotic spiritual treasure. What would an ultra-quality one be? Also, the Sea of Stars, the starry sky giant beast? What were they? After a while, when his senior brothers and sisters were done communicating with a buzz, eldest senior brother said, "Sit down. The preaching begins." Han Fei was immediately refreshed. If there were no special circumstances, the greatest benefit he got from attending such a big gathering was eldest senior brother's preaching. Every time eldest senior brother preached the Tao, Han Fei felt that he would gain a lot. However, at this moment, he was still worried about Xia Xiaochan. How could he calm down? However, when the mysterious voice fell into Han Fei's ears, he couldn't help but fall into an ethereal state. Every time he listened to the preaching, he would get an epiphany. Han Fei felt joy from the depths of his heart. At that moment, or maybe during the long preaching, Han Fei seemed to have an epiphany, an opportunity to open the sky. It was as if he was about to eat a cake in his dream when he suddenly woke up. When Han Fei came back to himself, he found that the preaching had finished. But he felt as if it had been only a moment. Of course, Han Fei didn't think it was a pity. At least, Xia Xiaochan's matter was resolved, and he was going to have a son. Oh, maybe a daughter. But it didn't matter. He hadn't been a father yet. After bidding farewell to his senior brothers and sisters, the 100-year gathering ended. Han Fei quietly appeared in the outer domain. The shadow of the bronze door dissipated, and the white mist gradually disappeared. Han Fei quietly left, with a green lotus in his hand. The next day, Han Fei wandered in the outer sea and reappeared in the yard, and his projection was still there. The projection fused with his original body, and Xia Xiaochan was lying on a recliner at the door. Seeing Han Fei return, she quickly got up and said, "You're back. Why are you holding a green lotus? Hey, hey. Sit there. How can you get up like this? What's the difference between this and jumping? Xia Xiaochan?" Han Fei said, "I went to the Medicine King world and asked Granny Qiu for medicine. She was almost scared to death and had to tell me about a place of spiritual treasure in the raging sea. Here, don't underestimate this green lotus. It's a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. There's only one of it in the raging sea, which contains tremendous vitality and chaotic qi. Sit there, and I'll inject it into your dantian." Huh? Xia Xiaochan was dumbfounded. He had only been out for 2 days, but he had already gotten a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth? What level was a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth? It was something that could only be encountered by chance. Although there were some in the raging sea, how could he find one in only 2 days? Han Fei didn't dare to say that this was not just a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, but a chaotic spiritual treasure. Its effect was at least 18 times stronger than ordinary spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. However, Xia Xiaochan asked in confusion, "Even if it's a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, why do you have to inject it into my dantian?" Han Fei said with a straight face, "Your body is weak. This thing has infinite vitality. If it's injected into your dantian, it's good for the fetus. And then your son can absorb enough vitality and energy." Huh? Xia Xiaochan was still confused. Fetus? Son? However, after a brief stun, Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but ask in shock, "What did you say? You mean I?" Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but look down at her stomach and exclaim, "Impossible. I can't feel it at all. If I'm pregnant, why isn't there any sign?" Han Fei pressed Xia Xiaochan's shoulders with both hands and made her sit on the recliner. "Granny Qiu said that it's because the bloodline of our child is too powerful. Your son needs to absorb enough divine bloodline from you to build the foundation. She also said that when your mother gave birth to you, you were malnourished. If it weren't for Chen Huangdian's protection, you might have died. Well, from this perspective, I can spare Chen Huangdian's life. At least he had protected you." Xia Xiaochan was still shocked, as if she hadn't recovered from the shocking news. Han Fei said, "By the way, she also said that before you became a king, you didn't have enough divine blood, so you didn't walk every realm perfectly. If you recultivate, your foundation strength will soar at least several times more than now. At that time, you will be a real child of a god, the top powerhouse in this world." Okay. Seeing that Xia Xiaochan responded casually, Han Fei knew that she didn't hear it, so he repeated it. After the second time, Xia Xiaochan said, "There's no rush. I can cultivate a reincarnation body and fuse with it in the future to replenish the parts one lost." Han Fei said, "Yes, we have plenty of time. Don't move now. Let me inject this green lotus into your dantian." 1 year later. With the excuse that Xia Xiaochan was not feeling well, Han Fei gradually stopped participating in the affairs of the Bright Moon Village. He even rarely went to see Buzz. When a healing divine light descended, Han Fei used the heaven enlightenment divine technique again to continue to produce the divine blood. With the help of the chaotic green lotus, Han Fei rarely used the heaven enlightenment divine technique this year. But after only 1 year, the powerful chaotic green lotus was slowly absorbed. This morning. At this moment, after Han Fei used the heaven enlightenment divine technique. Again, he suddenly heard Xia Xiaochan exclaim in shock, "It appeared. There's a little one in my belly. Where is it?" Han Fei immediately rushed to Xia Xiaochan and pressed his hand on her belly. Then, in his perception, he saw a faint green-gold light the size of a sesame. After working hard for a year, Han Fei finally saw hope. It was said that a mother would have to be pregnant for 10 months before giving birth to a baby. But it might not be so simple for a sea establisher. After a year, it seemed that only the foundation had just been laid and a sesame seed appeared. Xia Xiaochan was overjoyed, and was about to say that her divine blood was no longer consumed. However, she suddenly saw that Han Fei was stunned like a fool. He muttered, "Origin, the origin of life. Why the look? What would you like for breakfast today?" Huh? Suddenly, Xia Xiaochan realized that something was wrong with Han Fei. When she looked at Han Fei's eyes, her face changed slightly. Han Fei had an epiphany. Han Fei had been in seclusion for more than 200 years, waiting for two things. One was to firm his Tao heart. Now, he had long seen through this path. The second was to wait for an opportunity to open the sky. In fact, when Han Fei knew where his Tao heart was, he could already open the sky. However, he, who read the monarch's notes all year round, had been thinking about the Tao of returning to origin that the monarch mentioned. For example, Han Xian cultivated all Taos at the same time. In a sense, it happened to match the so-called return to origin. However, Han Xian might never have thought so. As for Han Fei, even if he had guessed the truth, he wasn't quite sure. However, when he saw the sesame-sized child in Xia Xiaochan's belly, he seemed to understand something. Why did the origin sea simulate the outside world? Since he knew this, he had accumulated countless resources in the origin sea. It seemed that he had become very strong, but a weak Tao heart could break his strength. Now, he had comprehended his Tao heart. However, he hadn't found the opportunity to open the sky. If it were just the opening of the sky itself, he would have been able to open the sky long ago. However, Han Fei had never found the opportunity, or the fusion of the great Tao and the origin sea mentioned in the monarch's notes. But at this moment, he suddenly understood. The origin of life foreshadowed new life. The world was rebuilt, and everything conformed to the origin of nature. It was the normal Tao of heaven and earth rotation, which could carry 10,000 Taos side by side. This was the so-called Tao of returning to origin. Crack. Under Xia Xiaochan's surprised gaze, the seal that Han Fei set up for himself suddenly shattered without any warning. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Crack. At that moment, a voice resounded between the heavens and earth. The billions of humans in the entire human race stopped in their tracks, walked out of the door, and looked at the sky. Buzz. In the nine-palace world, Han Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Like a torch, his gaze passed through the void and landed in a small village under the ashless world. Han Xian couldn't help but grin. "Brat, you're finally willing to appear?" The Snail Emperor was tens of millions of kilometers away from the human race. But he sensed that the power of the great Tao was gathering towards human settlement in the outer domain. Immediately, the old snail realized that something was wrong. It was impossible for a sea establisher to cause such a huge commotion. Even when he opened the sky, the commotion was much smaller than this. Is Han Fei going to open the sky? In the cloud-sea divine tree, Luo Xiaobai was cultivating in seclusion. However, in her cultivation place, a water drop on a floating limestone jade platform suddenly trembled. Hearing the voice from the sky and seeing the infinity water tremble, Luo Xiaobai was refreshed. 100 years ago, Jiuyin Ling established the sea. 100 years later. You're finally going to open the sky? Swish. The infinity water turned into a long water blade and disappeared into the void. Luo Xiaobai disappeared too. At that moment, the Tao runes within thousands of kilometers nearby and tribulation clouds within millions of kilometers nearby gathered towards the Bright Moon Village. In the Bright Moon Village, countless people shouted, "Look, something happened in the old village. Leader's home. Go help him." Not good, it's the old village leader's house. What did the old village leader do? Why the noise? There were middle-aged men, young men, and even old men running wildly. Han Fei had helped countless people in the Bright Moon Village when he was the village leader, but he had never asked for anything in return. He just felt that it was what a village leader should do. Therefore, when everyone saw that Han Fei's courtyard was enshrouded in multicolored light, chaotic spiritual energy, and even a pillar of light that reached the sky, they all rushed there. Some people even felt that Han Fei must have encountered some danger. Some were carrying rods, some were holding fishing rods, some were holding double knives, and some were carrying bronze hammers to Han Fei's house. However, they were shocked as they ran. Something seemed to be wrong. The spiritual energy in the Bright Moon Village became 10 times, 100 times more intense in an instant. Many people left home, but they felt like making a breakthrough after only taking a few steps. They had to sit down and make a breakthrough. However, many people still rushed to Han Fei's house. However, these people couldn't go any further when they were 1,000 meters away from Han Fei's house. This was because the spiritual energy here was too rich, so rich that even if they didn't actively absorb the spiritual energy, a massive amount of spiritual energy was poured into their bodies. The current village leader roared, "Everyone, hold your breath. Retreat. Retreat. Don't absorb too much spiritual energy, or your bodies will explode." Except for the village leader, many people were shouting, "Not good. Retreat. Spiritual energy is pouring into my body crazily. Everyone, retreat. This place is dangerous. There is too much spiritual energy here. We can't absorb it anymore. Those who want to live, don't rush forward." The village leader who was commanding trembled. He suddenly wondered who this old village leader was. If he was only a hidden fisher, how could he have such a huge amount of spiritual energy? This was no longer spiritual energy, but spiritual pressure. Crack. The seal on Han Fei's body was fully opened, and invisible waves shook out. If this power was allowed to sweep in all directions, even if Han Fei did it unintentionally, it was impossible for anyone in the Bright Moon Village to survive. Swish. Xia Xiaochan had already come out of the courtyard and was standing in midair. She waved her hand, and an invisible barrier blocked this round of terrifying force. However, even the impact wave formed by energy and seal shook countless people to retreat or even fall. Someone shouted, "Look, it's Granny Xia." An old man was surprised. "Isn't that the wife of the old village leader? Didn't they say that she was dying?" "Who the hell said that?" "No, Granny Xia is only a hidden fisher. How can she stand in the void? Someone said in shock, she hid her strength. The old village leader and Granny Xia must have hidden their strength. Those who can stand in the void are at least law enforcers. Heh. Does a law enforcer have the ability to condense an invisible barrier to block such a huge impact? Swish. At this moment, two figures quietly appeared. Ener said anxiously, "Sister-in-law? Is it really you?" "My brother." Xia Xiaochan said, "He has had an epiphany." Xia Xiaochan made it sound simple, but Ener was shocked. Her brother was only the same age as her, but he was going to open the sky in a few hundred years. Below, the village leader was dumbfounded. He trembled and said, "Xian, Xian. Emperor Xian. Greetings, Emperor Xian." After the human race was unified, many of the kings in the human world had statues. Even those without statues had picture books. As for Han Xian, he was the emperor of the human race. Who didn't know him? Clatter. Clang. Clang. The villagers who came to save Han Fei all dropped their rods, fishing rods, hammers, and sabers. "Greetings, Emperor Xian. Greetings, Emperor Xian." The dense crowd all knelt down. The villagers of the Bright Moon Village were all stunned. How King? Honorable was it to see Emperor Xian? However, Emperor Xian was clearly here for the old village leader. Who was the old village leader? Why was he so important? But then, he saw the heavenly master of the ashless world, Ling Tian, the heavenly master of the flying feather world, Xia Yu, and the storm dragon Hawk King arrive one after another. Immediately afterward, all the kings of the heavenly palaces in the outer domain arrived. A huge phantom appeared in the sky, spanning more than 800 kilometers. It was a huge snail. Who else could it be but the snail emperor of the giant beast race? The people in the Bright Moon Village were all ordinary villagers. They had never seen so many kings and even emperors before. All the kings and countless venerables came. Swish. A drop of water broke through the void and scattered into knife shadows that filled the sky with a swish. They began to spin around Han Fei's yard. At this moment, the infinity water returned. As for Han Fei, part of his will was descending into his origin sea. The existence of the origin sea is never to imitate. It's the origin of all things. It's not just to stuff things inside, but to let all creatures be born in it. With a thought from Han Fei, more than 100,000 kilometers of the origin sea, endless resources, and vast energy shattered. Whether it was ultra-quality spiritual stones, the heavenly palace star tree that he had snatched from the supreme clearness world, the endless materials he had saved, the remains of the sea establishment realm, or the essence of the ground veins. Everything was destroyed by Han Fei with a thought. Buzz. At that moment, the time chain automatically upgraded, and Han Fei didn't even blink at the consumption of 100,000 wisps of chaotic chi. Han Fei had spent a lot of effort to build the most luxurious origin sea in the history of the raging sea. At this moment, it turned into a land of ruins, with smoke and dust. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "The mountains and rivers are rebuilt, all things return to origin, the sun and moon rotate, and the world yin-yang." In the ruins, because the power was too chaotic, the ground veins were squeezing. Han Fei raised his eyes, and the sky was right in front of him. When he saw countless runes floating in the sky, he seemed to understand something. In the outside world, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw so many people watching, he was calm. He shouted, "Girl." Having lived together for so many years, the two of them could easily understand each other. Xiao Xiaochan's battle suit appeared, her face recovered, her hair was black, and she stepped on the air. As Xiao Xiaochan extended her hand, the all-life water appeared. Seeing this, Li Yingtian's pupils were constricted. This was. And Han Fei's burly village leader appearance also changed at this moment. Returning to his real appearance. He waved his hand and the infinity water was held in his hand. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan held hands and threw out the water beads in their hands at the same time. The infinity water and the chaotic origin water intertwined like two dragons and rose into the sky. Han Fei shouted, "My name is Han Fei. I accidentally entered the ashless world, the time gap of the heavenly desolate city. The city lord, Li Huang, fought the sea demons for more than 200 years with the entire city. At that time, the heavenly desolate city was only 1,000 kilometers long and had a population of less than 2 million. In the end, in the time gap, Li Huang led 2 million people to die without retreating. I promised him that one day, I would rebuild the heavenly desolate city and let Li Huang's name return to the heavenly palace." Up. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan ordered 2 huge hands in the void to grab 2 gigantic mountains that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers from the sea. At the same time, as early as when Han Fei came to the ashless world, he had already begun to make preparations. During the 100 years he lived here with Xia Xiaochan, their main task was to prepare the materials to rebuild the heavenly desolate city. Today, the city finally appeared. At that moment, countless venerables and powerhouses from all directions were shocked to see the birth of a city. At the same time, they were amazed by their power. As the 2 floating islands combined, countless arrays were imprinted in the void. On Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, a large number of black runes turned into countless black smoke arrays and imprinted on the huge city. The onlookers were all shocked. Zhang Xuanyu was speechless for a long time. When he finally opened his mouth, he exclaimed, "Fei Fei, we're all kings, but why are you so special?" Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Li Yingtian didn't expect heavenly desolate city to be established in such a way. Han Fei had even prepared the floating islands in his ashless world, which showed how failed he was as the master of the heavenly palace. Li Huang's name would probably be comparable to his in the future. Of course, while Li Yingtian was helpless, he was actually a little delighted. It seemed that Han Fei was going to open the sky. Han Fei's influence in the human race was unprecedentedly huge. The floating island he personally built would definitely be a very popular place to settle. At least, he didn't have to worry about the basic population of the ashless world in the future. As the master of the heavenly palace, what he was most afraid of was that there were few people in the place he ruled. Without people, it was very difficult for strong masters to be born. And if there were no strong masters in the heavenly palace, how could it be called the heavenly palace? Besides, if there were no people under his command, who would provide him with power of faith? Therefore, even the master of the heavenly palace had a great demand for population. When no black runes appeared from Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's bodies, they knew that Li Huang's curse was finally lifted. No matter how strong Li Huang was, he had planted that curse on them with the power of the entire city. It was not impossible for him to forcibly disperse the curse. However, he could forcibly disperse the curse, but since he had promised Li Huang, there would be negative karma if he didn't keep his word. This would definitely be a knot in his heart. Therefore, now that the heavenly desolate city was rebuilt, Han Fei could successfully open the sky. Xia Xiaochan had mixed feelings. She knew that Han Fei would figure out the last opportunity to open the sky sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Other people had to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years to comprehend it, but it only took Han Fei 200 years. Even if time could be accelerated in his origin sea, he hadn't entered it many times over the years. Above the main city of the flying feather world, countless humans were waiting eagerly. Half of these people were former residents of the ashless world, but they had been living in the flying feather world for a long time. However, in their hearts, they knew that the ashless world was their roots. More importantly, when the human king Han Fei suddenly appeared, everyone, even children, was surprised and shouted his name. A youth asked, "Father, is Han Fei the human king?" The middle-aged man nodded. Of course. 200 years ago, the human king led the army of the human race to attack the 100 demons, killing emperors and kings. In one day, he almost killed all the strong masters of the 100 demons. That battle record, tisk, it's unprecedented. A child shouted, "Has our hero, human king, returned?" Roar. The human king has returned. When all the creatures shouted, 2 huge floating islands appeared. Boom. The mountains combined, rays of light flashed, and spiritual energy surged from all directions. Han Fei glanced at Xia Xiaochan. Girl. Seeing Han Fei appear above the heavenly desolate city in a flash, Xia Xiaochan knew that Han Fei was going to transcend the tribulation here. He could use the power of the heavenly tribulation to rebuild the heavenly desolate city. It could be expected that as long as the heavenly desolate city survived this heavenly tribulation, at least some strong masters would be born in this city in the future. At this moment, Han Fei's heavenly tribulation had just gathered. Because the area where it gathered was very large, the heavenly tribulation didn't come very fast. Han Fei's voice rumbled like thunder, echoing throughout the world. My name is Han Fei. I've cultivated, for more than 300 years, slaughtered sea demons, and created a golden age for human beings. I've killed countless enemy venerables, dozens of kings, and 3 kings, so I called myself the human king. Now that I'm going to comprehend the Tao and become an emperor today, I'll be the human emperor. Rumble. When Han Fei said I'll be the human emperor, thunder rumbled in the sky, as if disapproving of this statement. Han Fei snorted and continued. As the human emperor, I should open a new world for the human race. Boom. The sky exploded. This time, a mystic power descended as if to suppress Han Fei. However, Han Fei's momentum was constantly increasing, and the power of the 4 directions was pouring into Han Fei's body. At the same time, Han Fei's words made countless people excited and their blood boil. Although it hadn't been 200 years, the moment he appeared, countless people couldn't help but admire and worship him. After all, Han Fei's story had already spread throughout the outer sea. He was the only hero of the human race. This was because Han Fei had established the current situation of the human world alone. Therefore, when Han Fei said that he was going to be an emperor, countless people were convinced and full of expectations. At this moment, the great Tao rumbled, and the kings were shocked. All the Venerables were moved. Those who could say this had already convinced them. Han Xian's expression was solemn as he clenched his fists. This brat's path was a little special. And the happiest one was actually the Snail Emperor. Han Fei still had a giant beast incarnation in the giant beast race. The stronger the human race was, the stronger Han Fei's original body was, and the stronger the human race was, the easier the future of the giant beast race would be. After all, the giant beast race had always been the target of others. If it weren't for the Sea of Mist, the giant beasts would probably have to compete with the 100 Demon Clan, the undersea human race, and even the human race. Otherwise, they would become materials in the hands of others. Han Fei stepped in the air and pointed at the sky. As the human emperor, I should help the human race live and work in peace. As the human emperor, I should preach all laws and educate all living beings. As the human emperor, I should lead the human race to cross the sea to the east and return to the infinite ocean. As the human emperor, I will open the sky if the heavens stop me. Rumble. Rumble. It seemed that even the heavenly Tao here couldn't stand it anymore. Before the heavenly tribulation gathered, a heavenly tribulation struck down with a bang. Just like the heavenly tribulation of Zhou Ling, it was purple at the beginning. When one after another bolt of lightning struck down, Han Fei opened his arms and let the heavenly tribulation cleanse him. Han Fei's flesh and blood were like dry land that needed the nourishment of rain. Han Fei grinned and looked up at the overwhelming heavenly tribulation. The Tao of the human emperor was not the Tao, but the Tao heart. As Zhou Ling said, he had stepped on this Tao from the beginning, and now he was walking further and further on this Tao. Since he had already embarked on this path, why should he be afraid of bearing this pressure? Therefore, his Tao heart was already strong enough. As for the opportunity to open the sky, it was to comprehend the true meaning of the origin returning. When the first lightning struck down, Han Fei's bones began to shine. His golden jade bone had reached 99% more than 50 years ago. However, for some reason, he was still lacking the last bit. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make a breakthrough. But at this moment, there were finally signs of loosening. Since the first heavenly tribulation had descended, the following lightning would naturally condense more quickly. However, this time, Han Fei had no resources to use. This was because all his resources had been shattered a moment ago and turned into the origin of his origin sea. Therefore, Han Fei could only resist the 9 heavenly tribulations with his body. Rumble. The purple lightning struck down, and the lightning on Han Fei's body twisted and cracked. Only those who had transcended the sky-opening tribulation knew that every heavenly tribulation of the sky-opening realm was a transformation. Han Fei's flesh, skin, bones, 6 senses, and soul were all rapidly strengthening. Some of the power of the heavenly tribulation was absorbed by Han Fei into his origin sea, trying to continue to open up the origin sea, but the power of the heavenly tribulation didn't seem to be very effective in opening up the origin sea. Fortunately, Han Fei let the heavenly tribulation temper his body. The third. The fourth. When it came to the 5th heavenly tribulation, Han Fei suddenly felt that his gold jade bones had finally broken through the last barrier. Buzz. The heavenly tribulation seemed to realize that something was wrong with Han Fei. When the 6th lightning bolt appeared, Han Fei felt a large amount of immortal qi, but it was not as gentle as the immortal qi he refined. This immortal qi was very violent. In addition, Han Fei saw a purple mist sprinkling down from the sky. Primordial purple chi? Huff. Han Fei took a deep breath. Only when one was in the heavenly tribulation of the sky-opening realm would the primordial purple chi appear for a short moment. Therefore, Han Fei suddenly jumped into the primordial purple chi. Huff. Han Fei opened his mouth, and a terrifying suction force erupted. The entire sixth heavenly tribulation was swallowed by Han Fei. A massive amount of primordial purple chi was also swallowed by Han Fei. Below, Lu Renkuang exclaimed, "Can this be done? Can he even eat such a heavenly tribulation?" Zhang Xuanyu mumbled, "Wow, wow, wow." Han Xian was shocked. He didn't know how Han Guanqiu and Jiang Linxian gave birth to such a son. The human race was really lucky to have such a leader. Even the Snail Emperor had never seen anyone transcending a tribulation like this. He said, "This kid's physique is probably comparable to mine, right?" What the Snail Emperor said was actually very shocking. He was carrying a snail shell. Didn't this mean that Han Fei's physique was even comparable to his? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. At first, Han Fei didn't know what the primordial purple chi meant. However, when the primordial purple chi entered his body, Han Fei immediately felt that his bloodline was trembling, and there seemed to be a powerful force in his bloodline, trying to break free. Then, his soul seemed to be watered by a cold breeze, and his soul strength was constantly increasing. However, the primordial purple chi he absorbed was limited. Whether it was his bloodline or soul, he could cultivate it himself, but the opening up of his origin chi was a big problem. Therefore, Han Fei poured almost 90% of his primordial purple chi into the origin chi, which gave him the right to control it. With a thought, Han Fei sent the primordial purple chi to the border of the origin chi. Sizzle. A lot of dark places were illuminated. Because time was accelerated in the origin chi, Han Fei had enough time to see how the primordial purple chi opened the origin chi. It was as if two powers were canceling each other. The primordial purple chi, born from his sixth heavenly tribulation, broke through more than 5,000 kilometers of the origin chi, allowing his origin chi to reach about 107,000 kilometers. This shocked Han Fei. Whether it was Bei Luochen or Sherpa Wang's origin chi, their origin chi spanned more than 200,000 kilometers. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to catch up with them with the primordial purple chi at once. But it did make sense. These people had spent tens of thousands of years exploring their origin chis, but he had only spent a few seconds. At this time, because Han Fei's physique was extremely strong in the first place, and his gold jade bones had also been tempered by the heavenly tribulation, Han Fei endured 6 heavenly tribulations in a row and even ate one of them. Of course, after eating this heavenly tribulation, no matter how strong Han Fei's internal organs were, they were charred and a large amount of impurities was flowing out of his body. This kind of impurities was golden and dazzling and even had a very pleasing fragrance. Ordinary people couldn't understand it. How could there be such pure impurities in the world? Starting from the 6th heavenly tribulation, each tribulation seemed to be accompanied by a large amount of primordial purple chi, which was increasing. However, in the origin chi, the darkness was retreating, and another mass of primordial purple chi descended, opening up a space of more than 8,000 kilometers. The primordial purple chi born from the 8th heavenly tribulation helped Han Fei to expand his origin sea by more than 12,000 kilometers. When the last heavenly tribulation descended, Han Fei's body was overflowing with light. Han Fei had a rough guess. Although the space opened up by the primordial purple chi was gradually expanding, even if the last wisp of primordial purple chi was used to open up the origin sea, it would only be a little more than 140,000 kilometers at most, less than 150,000 kilometers. Han Fei thought that he might as well try to forcibly accommodate the last wisp of primordial purple chi. Therefore, under the shocked gaze of Han Xian and the Snail Emperor, Han Fei swallowed the heavenly tribulation again. Ka ka ka. With cracking sounds, dense cracks appeared on Han Fei's body. Han Fei forcibly locked the power of the heavenly tribulation and the primordial purple chi, trying to fuse them into his body. When even his eyes shot out purple light, Han Fei felt that his body couldn't hold on anymore, so he absorbed some of the primordial purple chi into the origin sea. The tribulation clouds within 10,000 kilometers turned into 9 heavenly tribulations, locking Han Fei in the heavenly tribulation, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, the tribulation clouds dispersed, and a holy pillar of light descended from the sky. This was naturally the heaven enlightenment divine technique. Then, the cracks on Han Fei's body were rapidly disappearing. Crack, crack, crack. Han Fei twisted his body slightly, and like setting off firecrackers, his bones made crisp sounds like metal colliding. At that moment, when Han Fei opened his eyes, he saw that, in addition to spiritual energy, there were also gray mist particles, which were chaotic chi. With a slight movement of his perception, all the heavenly palaces, and billions of human beings in the outer domain all appeared in his perception. He could hear countless voices at the same time. Someone shouted, "Look, the heavenly tribulation has dispersed." Has the human king successfully transcended the tribulation? It should be done, right? This is too terrifying. We don't even know where the human king transcended the tribulation. Why are the tribulation clouds here? Bah! He's the human emperor now. How can a mere heavenly tribulation do anything to him? Han Fei could see the faces of countless people clearly, and their words drilled into his mind. Han Fei saw some familiar faces, such as Wang Dashui and the others who were cultivating in different places of the world, Jiuyin Ling, who was on a sea more than 300,000 kilometers away, and He Xiaoyu, who was sitting on a big tree, cupping her cheek in her hands, and watching the heavenly tribulation. Seriously. The strong master's 5 senses were certainly very strong. When Han Fei looked at the kings now, he could even vaguely feel the power flowing in their bodies. He could see how strong they were with a glance. Han Fei also sensed the hidden power of Han Xian and the Snail Emperor. They were very powerful. However, for him, he felt that he could fight them without losing at all. Huh? When Han Fei glanced at some venerables, for some reason, his eyes turned purple. Although he couldn't see through their great Tao, he could vaguely feel it. At this moment, Han Fei's tribulation wasn't over yet, but the heavenly tribulation had just disappeared. He had just scanned the world with a thought. In fact, in his origin sea, the sky was cracking, and Han Fei felt that the Yin-Yang Great Tao was growing and blending into the origin sea. After the sky opened, Han Fei saw a starry sky. He was actually very shocked. The crack in the sky seemed to be connected into the endless galaxy. He didn't know if it was connected to reality or something. Besides, Han Fei saw that in the endless galaxy, there seemed to be 2 abnormally shining stars, which looked different. There seemed to be someone looking at him. The old turtle said, "That's the sea of stars. The skies of the sky openers are all connected to the sea of stars. As for the sea of stars, you can understand it as the starry universe you see in the outside world. However, it's not connected to the one above your head, but to a sea of stars. Somewhere. The sea of stars and the soul sea are somewhat similar. In reality, if some sky openers are very close to each other, their consciousnesses can enter the sea of stars and feel each other. You can even try to enter the sea of stars to enter other people's origin sea through the sea of stars, and sever their great Tao. However, no matter how close the two sea of stars are, it won't be easy to reach each other. Most importantly, there might be starry sky giant beasts in the sea of stars. They are powerful creatures that can swallow your consciousness and origin sea." The old turtle had never told him this before. However, even if he had told him before, Han Fei probably wouldn't have understood it. But now that he had opened the sky and could directly observe the sea of stars, it was easy for him to explain. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't touch the sea of stars easily now. After all, he hadn't officially finished the process of opening the sky. In Han Fei's origin sea, the endless resources that had long collapsed and were in a chaotic state began to settle down. Some clear air floated in the sky, and some turbid air sank to the ground. The ground veins squeezed, forming mountains and rivers. The spiritual spring split, some turned into wind and lightning, and some condensed into earth spring. This scene was beyond Han Fei's control and appeared spontaneously. When all this settled down, Han Fei's origin sea would no longer need to rely on him to set up, but a natural landscape. However, perhaps all his resources had become the foundation of the origin sea. When the chaos became clear, the terrain was still bare and looked desolate. It was worlds apart from his previous paradise-like origin sea. However, it was this barren land that was slowly producing the ruins of the Great Tao. Han Fei had an understanding that when the ruins of the Great Tao were produced enough, there would be a qualitative change, which would help him better deduce this Tao and walk deeper into the Great Tao. What was even more magical was that in the state of origin returning, his green jade stone bridge seemed to have some connection with his origin sea. It seemed that all the great Taos he had mastered were slowly producing the chi of the Great Tao. Hiss. At this moment, Han Fei knew that the sky opening had been completed. Next, it was time for the exploration and development of the sky opening realm. Han Fei couldn't help but look at his information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 100, Sky Opener. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 360,201st. Immortal Chi, 40 wisps. Origin Sea, 130,000 kilometers. Spiritual Power, 1,922,569. Perception Range, 2 million kilometers. Strength, 1,126,842 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 92. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 98. Main Art, Time Fishing Technique, the 8th level of the Void Fishing Technique, Emperor Level, Divine Quality. When Han Fei saw this information, even though he had already slaughtered several strong enemies, he couldn't help but be shocked. As soon as he reached The sky-opening realm, his strength had reached 1.12 million waves, which doubled his previous strength. Although his spiritual power hadn't doubled, it had increased by nearly 700,000 points, and the higher the soul level, the stronger it would be. Han Fei had expected that the chaotic qi would be replaced by immortal qi. The existence of the chaotic qi seemed to be just for the origin C, but more like a transition of energy. His bloodline ranking had improved by about 300,000 places. This should be a leap in his life level after he opened the sky. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the bloodline swallowing, which shocked him. Number of clans in the infinite ocean, 29,620,223. Master, the 360,201st. Nearby bloodline, time dragon carp, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish. Emperor sparrow. Recommended bloodlines, hexagon starfish, time dragon carp, golden crow. 3 devourable bloodlines appeared at once, but Han Fei was only excited for a moment before he was relieved. With these 3 bloodlines appearing at the same time, it could be seen that they were relatively close. If he had swallowed one, he probably couldn't swallow the other 2. As for why the bloodline of the time dragon carp was still there, when little time was with him, it was easy for him to get some essence blood from her. However, he still needed to think about which to swallow. Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. Almost all the villagers in the Bright Moon Village were prostrating on the ground. The old village leader? Human king. Oh, no, human emperor? This seemed to be the biggest joke in the history of the human race. Han Fei actually came to this small place to be the village leader? And he had lived here for more than 100 years? Who could have expected this? Everyone was shocked and overjoyed. Many people secretly said to the people around them, "You might not believe it, but the old village leader and I, Ba, the human emperor, and I had once played fish dragon cards together. How can you believe it?" Someone replied, "The human emperor has personally taught my son. He is closer to me than to you." Someone said, "I went to the vegetable field of the human emperor's home to pluck vegetables. Who else can be compared to me?" Someone sighed. "I had introduced dozens of women to the human emperor, but he refused all of them. I'm really stupid. How could the human emperor need me to introduce girls to him?" For a moment, countless people looked at that person as if looking at a fool. They thought to themselves, "You're really King bold. Aren't you afraid that the human emperor's wife will slap you to death?" Someone couldn't help but ask, "If the old village leader is the human emperor, what about Granny Xia?" Gulp. Someone took a deep breath and said, "Legend has it that the wife of the human emperor is the princess of the Merman royal family." Many girls didn't treat Xia Xiaochan well because of Han Fei. Now that they thought about it, how King lucky they were to be still alive. She could have killed them with a glare. Han Fei was not in a hurry to choose a bloodline to swallow. Many people were still waiting. Han Fei opened his eyes slightly, the airwaves shook, his battle suit glittered, and his long hair fluttered. Immediately, all the kings shouted, "Congratulations, human emperor! Congratulations, human emperor!" Han Xian's voice resounded in the world like thunder, "Congratulations on the human emperor's sky opening." Han Xian's roar instantly caused the entire human world to boil. Roar. I knew that the human king would definitely be able to open the sky. Now, he should be called the human emperor. This is the return of a king. This is the emperor of the human race. Haha. Now, the human race in the outer domain has two sky openers. Let's see if the inner domain still dares to look down on us. Someone sneered. The inner domain is already in danger. With Emperor Jian guarding it, how can supreme clearness and infinity dare to attack easily? Today, the human emperor opens the sky. Let's drink for 3 days. This is a great event for our human race. Since the human race in the outer domain gathered, there have been many heroes. How unbelievable is it that the human emperor wants to preach Tao to the world? Someone sighed. If he can unify the inner domain, the human race will have an even better future. With the human king's decisive personality, how can he let supreme clearness and infinity go? Around Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others were about to rush over, when Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Don't move." Zhang Xuanyu, huh? The snail emperor, he seems to be brewing something. Above the 9 heavens, Han Fei directly activated his Dharma idol, and a 33,000 feet tall giant appeared and held up the sky. Void descending. Buzz. In the sky above the major cities in the outer domain, a golden giant could be seen standing proudly in the void. Han Fei shouted, "As the human emperor, I should preach Tao to the world. Today, I'll preach." Luo Xiaobai and the others looked at each other. Han Fei was going to give a preaching again? Unlike before, this time Han Fei was already a sky-opening realm powerhouse. No one knew what would happen if he preached. Han Fei said thunderously, "What I want to talk about is the Tao heart." Han Fei had preached more than once, so he was very familiar with it. When Han Fei talked about the theory of the Tao heart, the words he said seemed to become chaotic immortal music, which ordinary people couldn't understand at all. Someone was at a loss and looked at the sky. Someone fell into a daze as if he was having an epiphany. Someone's aura surged as if he was about to make a breakthrough. At this moment, billions of humans were sitting cross-legged in a daze. Even those who didn't understand at all braced themselves to hear what Han Fei said. As they listened, they gradually lost their consciousness. Even Luo Xiaobai and the others didn't understand, but for some reason, they felt that they had benefited a lot. Han Fei's long voice shook the world, and spiritual energy storms swept over from the major cities, villages, and towns. Some people had their own reserve resources, and subconsciously used them. Some people didn't have any reserve resources, and relied on the spiritual energy of the world to gather. Anyway, on this day, at least hundreds of millions of human beings had made a breakthrough. Even those who didn't make a breakthrough had their strength improved greatly. Many people woke up from the chaos and exclaimed, "Ah! I've become a hidden fisher. I've been stuck at this level for more than 8 years." Countless children were overjoyed. "I've become a fishing master. I've also become a fishing master. I broke through 3 realms. I'm only 7 years old. My son broke through 2 realms in 1 day. He's really a genius." The moment someone woke up, he immediately became a law enforcer. Some even comprehended the Tao and broke through to the venerable realm. According to incomplete statistics, on this day, the total number of people who broke through to venerables in the heavenly palaces reached an astonishing 3,000. On average, more than 100 people from each heavenly palace became venerables. The moment these people completed the breakthrough, their eyes were fanatical, and their hearts were excited. This was the human emperor. This was the human emperor's way of educating his people. This was the Tao of the human emperor. At this moment, Han Fei walked towards Han Xian and the others while feeling the power of faith crazily surging to him. There was too much of it. In the past, when only the yin-yang world provided him with power of faith, Han Fei still needed to show off in every battle so that people could provide power of faith to him. Now, by preaching, the power of faith he obtained was 10 times, 100 times more than what the people of the yin-yang world could provide. This was a good foundation for him at the beginning. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu rushed up and punched Han Fei's shoulder. Good Lord, you've been dormant for 200 years. Now you've really shown off. In front of the entire human race. Han Fei grinned. I'm not showing off. This is my path. Luo Xiaobai said, the path of the human emperor? This path is not simple. Return to the infinite ocean? But we don't even know where the infinite ocean is. Lu Renkuang asked, Fei Fei. How does it feel to open the sky? Han Fei chuckled. Very strong. Even though I haven't stabilized my realm yet. I feel that I can kill a sea establisher with a casual slash. Brother, congratulations. Han Yiner was very proud. In the past 200 years, except for Luo Xiaobai and the others, only Yiner had been worried about Han Fei all the time. Han Fei touched Yiner's head. Your brother is lucky. How can Amir Bey Luochen kill me? As for you, your power is dissipating. You're probably preparing to transcend the tribulation, right? Han Fei knew that Yiner's talent shouldn't be worse than his. From the 9-tailed immortal that Yiner awakened, he knew that this was also an extremely powerful spiritual beast. Before Han Fei could chat with Yiner, Hong Yu couldn't help but say, Congratulations, human emperor. Now, our human race can finally attack the inner domain. Han Fei glanced at Hong Yu, thinking that this guy was quite smart, but since he had already turned over a new leaf, he could spare him. Han Xian patted Han Fei's shoulder. Good boy. Now our Han family has 2 sky openers. Your parents must be very happy if they know. Han Fei thought to himself, old Han had said that he couldn't get involved in their matters unless he opened the sky. Now that he had opened the sky, he wondered if he could. Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan and came to her. Girl. Zhang Xuanyu said, I knew it. Even if you didn't come to us, you should have gone to Xia Xiaochan. It seems that you have been together for a long time? Han Fei smiled. 100 years. Luo Xiaobai was slightly relieved. Jiuyin Ling's Dao was really special. She even suspected that Han Fei was in a relationship with Jiuyin Ling. Han Xian said, Han Fei, when are we going to the inner domain? It's imperative for the human race to be unified. Now we have many strong masters. When you stabilize your cultivation, you can decide when we can get started. Han Fei smiled. No rush for now. Huh? Even Luo Xiaobai was stunned. In fact, many people were waiting for this day. Since the day Jiuyin Ling transcended the tribulation, many people knew that Han Fei was not dead. Since Han Fei was not dead, they were all thinking that the day Han Fei returned would probably be the day he unified the inner domain. However, he didn't expect Han Fei to say that there was no rush. Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Han Fei said, we can go to the inner domain when my son is born. Huh? Luo Xiaobai asked, what? Zhang Xuanyu said, hiss. Weren't you comprehending the Tao for the past 100 years? Why did you comprehend a child? Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but glance at Xia Xiaochan's belly, and the latter glared at him. What are you looking at? I'll dig your eyes out if you keep looking. Zhang Xuanyu shivered. Compared to Xia Xiaochan, the clingy Yi Shiyan was better. Han Xian's breathing was unstable and his mouth cracked. Really? The seed of our Han family? Ha ha ha, the stronger you are, the lower the probability of giving birth to a child. You can give birth to a child before opening the sky. Good, good. Good, there's no rush to attack the inner domain. Amir he. Dao Yuan, it doesn't matter if we wait another 100 years. However, Xia Xiaochan said, no, he Dao Yuan is a hidden danger after all. Hundreds of years ago, when I was in the Merman royal family, I heard from my mother that he Dao Yuan would probably go to the extreme. It was inevitable that he would become the next Shi Huang. Therefore, he Dao Yuan must be killed and resolved as soon as possible. After all, I just got pregnant. Judging from this progress, it will probably take a long time for me to give birth to him. Han Fei frowned. More than 100 years? Xiao Xiaochan said, what about your Dao of the human emperor? Why do you indulge he Dao Yuan just to wait for a child to be born? Since we're mortal enemies, if you give him a chance now, once he learns that I'm pregnant, who knows if he will come at me or not? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. That's true. In that case, kings, please get ready. When I stabilize my cultivation and come out of seclusion, it will be the time for the human army to unify the inner domain. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's sky opening was grand and magnificent, and billions of people prayed for him. After he opened the sky, countless people intended to migrate to the ashless world. Li Yingtian was the one who had a headache, so Han Fei didn't care about it. The little house in the Bright Moon Village was Han Fei's former residence. And this place was now called the Human Emperor's residence, namely, a place where the human emperor comprehended the Tao. The Bright Moon Village was visited by strong masters every day because everyone felt that there must be residual Tao runes in the place where the human emperor comprehended the Tao. If they came here to comprehend the Tao, it would be easier for them to succeed. Only 7 or 8 days passed. Someone actually comprehended the Tao near the human emperor's residence and became a venerable in one fell swoop. This news spread quickly, confirming the saying that the human emperor's residence could help people comprehend the Tao. For a moment, the Bright Moon Village became a place for the strong masters to comprehend the Tao. The village leader of the Bright Moon Village was terrified every day. These were all big shots. However, no one dared to be disrespectful to the village leader, because the village leader kept saying, I was promoted by the human emperor. I've drunk with the human emperor and played cards with him. We're even good friends. Apart from the village leader, many villagers of the Bright Moon Village had bragged like this. They had gone into the sea together, opened fish together, and cooked together with the human emperor. There were even children who claimed that the human emperor had personally taught them. Anyway, after hearing this, the big shots who came to the Bright Moon Village didn't dare to be rude to these villagers. Of course, they couldn't live in the human emperor's residence either. This was an order issued by the village leader. No matter how powerful your background was, if you dared to live in the human emperor's residence and destroy the things in the human emperor's residence, he would dare to find the human emperor to punish you. When the village leader said those harsh words, many people were indeed intimidated. However, the village leader didn't know that people often secretly moved in Anyway, he didn't know and they wouldn't tell him. There was no telling if it was because of Han Fei's preaching, but in just a month, there were as many as 7 or 8 people who had comprehended the Tao near the human emperor's residence. Even if Han Fei explained that it had nothing to do with the human emperor's residence, no one would believe him. There was an endless stream of people coming to comprehend the Tao, causing a great change in the Bright Moon Village's industry. All kinds of inns and hotels were opened. An inn hung a sign. Human Emperor's Home. An inn showed a booklet. The conversations between the human emperor and me. There was even a young man who set up a stall to charge, saying, "The human emperor taught me about the Tao heart." There was even a woman who set up a stall and said, "The human emperor went on a blind date with me," attracting countless people. While the Bright Moon Village became a new hot scenic spot, Han Fei was stabilizing his cultivation in his Origin Sea. Opening the sky only opened the sky in the Origin Sea, but it was actually not stable. What Han Fei comprehended was the Tao of Origin returning, which closely fused the Great Tao with the Origin Sea. After he opened this sky, he inevitably had many doubts. With the heavens, the earth, and the yin-yang cycle, he had to think about how the yin-yang cycle worked. The yin-yang Great Tao turned into the sun and the moon, and when the yin and the yang intersected, there must be ups and downs. After the sun and the moon alternated, where did they land? He subconsciously felt that the sun rose in the east and set in the west. If he wanted to conform to this rule, what would his Origin Sea be like? Almost instinctively, Han Fei felt that the Origin Sea should be a ball, and the yin-yang wheel was also revolving, which made sense. However, he had seen the Origin Seas of Huang Jingyuan, Bei Luochen, and Shi Pa Huang. Their Origin Seas seemed to be expanding infinitely. Even the old turtle hadn't tried to create the Origin Sea in the form of a ball. Besides, the old turtle said, if the Origin Sea becomes a ball, won't its size be fixed? At that time, Han Fei's heart did a flip. The strength of a sky opener was based on the size of his Origin Sea. As the old turtle said, if he took the initiative to mold the Origin Sea into the shape of a planet, wouldn't its size be fixed? However, after he returned to the Origin Sea, he had a feeling that if his Origin Sea hadn't been condensed, wouldn't the Origin Sea itself be incompatible with the concept of nature? Han Fei had been thinking about this question for the past few days, but he felt that something was wrong. Therefore, Han Fei took out his fishing hook and fished out the Beast King's historical projection. As soon as he came out, he heard the Beast King shout, "Didn't I tell you not to fish people like this?" Han Fei hurriedly said, "Teacher, I have something to ask you. It has a deep impact on how I walk the path of sky opening." "Oh?" Seeing that it was serious, the Beast King didn't make things difficult for Han Fei and asked, "What question?" Han Fei asked, "Teacher, does the Origin Sea expand infinitely?" "So it's about the Origin Sea." The Beast King said, "I've thought about your question before. After countless years of exploration, I've come to a conclusion that it's not." Han Fei's eyes glittered. That's right. He knew that the Origin Sea couldn't be expanded indefinitely. Otherwise, it didn't make sense. The Beast King said, "Now that you have already opened the sky, even if you refer to reality, you will know the principle of the sun rising and the moon setting. Therefore, after opening the sky, everyone will guess that the Origin Sea is spherical, just like the star. However, everyone knows that the bigger the Origin Sea, the better. This direction should be correct. I had once Worked hard to open my origin sea for a long time and almost exhausted all my resources, but in the end, I chose to connect the 4 directions of my origin sea and condense it into a ball. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, can one prove his Tao by condensing his origin sea into a ball? The Beast King sneered. How can it be so easy? You already know that the origin sea is connected to the sea of stars, right? Once the origin sea becomes a big star, you need a huge amount of resources to maintain its operation. This is what you need to do when you're in the sea establishment realm and the sky opening realm. The purpose of the sea establishment realm is to open the sky. In fact, how many resources are poured into the origin sea doesn't matter much. It's true that the purpose of the sky opening realm is to turn the origin sea into a star, but how big the star is, and how to walk the path after turning it into a star, are the key. Just turning it into a star alone will be very difficult and requires too many resources. Even so, even if you turn your origin sea into a star, it doesn't mean that you can prove your Tao. To prove your Tao, you have to comprehend how to make your origin sea carry the Tao of heaven and earth after turning it into a star, how to turn your Tao into the heavenly Tao, and how to fuse with the heavenly Tao. Only by comprehending these can you have a chance to prove your Tao. Many thoughts flashed through Han Fei's mind, and he couldn't help but say. Therefore, after opening the sky, people in the sky opening realm probably know the direction to prove their Tao, but it's very difficult to implement. The Beast King said, you can say that. The larger one's origin sea is, the stronger he will be. Besides, after transforming his origin sea into a star, there will indeed be an upper limit to his strength. Therefore, most people are unwilling to transform their origin seas into a star. Even if they are willing, their strength won't be much higher than before. Besides, it's extremely difficult to fuse the heavenly Tao with their own Tao. It's not as simple as you think. Therefore, unless they have to, before they comprehend the heavenly Tao and their Taos, they are usually unwilling to transform their origin seas into a star. Han Fei couldn't help looking at the Beast King. Teacher, then why did you turn your origin sea into a star? The Beast King said, because I've comprehended the heavenly Tao and my Tao. Since I've proven my Tao and become a monarch, why didn't I turn my origin sea into a star? Han Fei was puzzled. Since you've already understood it, why didn't you expand the origin sea to make yourself stronger before you transformed it into a star? The Beast King smiled and said, you have to know that the sky-opening realm is the sky-opening realm after all. The larger the origin sea is, the more difficult it will be to turn it into a star. The resources needed are simply astronomical. Where to get so many resources? I'm guarding this place. How can I have the time to find the resources? Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed to make sense. His 130,000-mile origin sea had already consumed countless resources. He didn't dare to imagine how many resources it would require if he wanted to turn it into a star. In the sky-opening realm, every time the origin sea expanded tens of thousands of kilometers, the resources required would almost double. It could be seen how difficult it was to meet the resource demand in the sky-opening realm. From what the Beast King said, it seemed that he had already used up all the resources of the monarch. No wonder when he asked him for resources, he only gave him the monarch's notes. But in any case, Han Fei got a clear answer from the Beast King, which was that one of the goals he had to achieve on the way to the longevity realm was To turn his origin sea into a star. No matter how complicated it was later, he had to turn his origin sea into a star first. As the Beast King said, most people were reluctant to turn their origin seas into a star, and Han Fei certainly wouldn't do so now. Not to mention that he didn't have enough resources now. Even if he did, he would probably use them to explore the origin sea. His origin sea was only 130,000 kilometers long. How could he rush to prove his Tao as soon as he opened the sky? He hadn't even seen the sea realm. If he turned his origin sea into a star and proved his Tao now, even if he succeeded, he might become the weakest monarch in history. After solving this doubt, Han Fei was immediately enlightened. The Beast King's figure was already illusory. He said, "Boy, the raging sea is not big after all. I'm waiting for you to leave this place as soon as possible. When you prove your Tao, we can join forces and become a force. Then we can explore the sea realm." Han Fei grinned and said, "Teacher, wait for me for a few days. I'm going to unify the human race. When my son is born, I'd like to ask you to babysit my son for me." Bang! The Beast King slapped Han Fei to the ground. Han Fei thought helplessly, "I still can't resist him at all." The Beast King snorted. "Babysit your child? You want a monarch to babysit your child?" Han Fei. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had figured out a little bit about the exploration of the origin sea in the sky-opening realm. This was something he could ask the monarch. Don't underestimate this little clue. If it were anyone else, they would probably have to guess and choose. This was quite difficult. The origin sea was spontaneously reshaping like crustal movements. This should take a long time, but now that his time chain had upgraded, the time acceleration would be 128 times. This process would be greatly accelerated. 100 years would be equivalent to 10,000 years for him. Therefore, from the moment he opened the sky, his cultivation was destined to be much faster than people like Bei Luochen. After understanding the star transformation matter, the first thing Han Fei had to do was to choose a bloodline to devour. If he guessed right, this bloodline would take a long time to devour. The main thing was which one to swallow. As a mysterious creature, the hexagon starfish mainly focused on defense. If he chose this bloodline, he might still have room for improvement in arrays. Besides, with his physique and the hexagon starfish's talent in arrays, once the array was activated, his chances of survival would be very high even in the sea realm. As a kind of creature that swam in the river of time, the time dragon carp's talent was naturally unparalleled. What was certain was that if he swallowed this bloodline, he would be able to go further on the great Tao of time. The Tao of time was the most difficult to comprehend. Even he couldn't swim in time and could only resist the erosion of time for a short period of time. Of course, now that he had already opened the sky, he might be able to travel hundreds or even thousands of years in time, but he wasn't sure if he could go further. After Han Fei opened the sky, his lifespan was about 1,000,000 years. This was because in this realm, one could create an entire world. If he lived in seclusion, he could really live for so long. As for some other creatures, they might live longer. This was the difference between races. As for the last golden crow divine blood, this bloodline was undoubtedly very powerful. It might even be the strongest among the 3 bloodlines. This was because this was the essence blood of the divine beast, the golden crow. If he swallowed this bloodline, it might increase his combat talent greatly. It could even raise his bloodline level to a very high level. However, it was ranked at the same level as the hexagon starfish and the time dragon carp. This might mean that even if it was the essence blood of a divine beast, this divine beast might not be that strong. After all, the Emperor Sparrow had fought against divine beasts before. In terms of level, divine beasts and primordial fierce beasts should be of the same level. Therefore, it was not such a big deal about the divine beasts. At least, what was certain now was that the bloodline levels of the twinning Yang spirit swallowing fish and the Emperor Sparrow were clearly higher than the golden crow. Han Fei thought for a while and finally chose the bloodline of the time dragon carp. He chose the time dragon carp because of the bloodline's control of time. Old Han and his mother were trapped somewhere for some reason. He had fished Old Han not long ago, but Old Han was like a wooden man and remained silent. If he wanted to know the whole story, he would have to go back and ask his father about them. Since he had chosen it, Han Fei certainly didn't hesitate. Devour. A moment later, the devouring time showed 6,022 years. Han Fei was lost for words. If he hadn't accelerated the time in his origin, it would have taken him more than 6,000 years to devour this bloodline. It could be seen that the higher level a bloodline was, the more difficult it was to devour it. Anyway, the current swallowing time would take more than 47 years, so Han Fei was not in a hurry. After deciding to devour the essence blood of the time dragon carp, he could only throw the golden crow divine blood to his giant beast clone. As for how his giant beast clone would use it, it depended on what kind of opportunity he would get in the future. As for the essence blood of the hexagon starfish, Han Fei could only give it up. There was a high chance that after he swallowed the bloodline of the time dragon carp, the bloodline of the hexagon starfish wouldn't be shown anymore. In addition to the matter of bloodline swallowing, Han Fei had another thing, which was the appearance of the fourth divine pill. No matter how the origin changed, the demon purification pot was not affected. As for the fourth divine pill, it was already on the verge of maturity. The moment the primordial purple chi was injected into the origin, the pill finally matured. Taking the fourth pill, one could ride the clouds, control the stars, suppress the sea, summon the clouds, rain, thunder, and lightning in the 9 heavens, and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This pill seemed to be very compatible with the cultivation in the sky-opening realm. Perhaps only sky-openers could swallow this pill. Of course, Han Fei didn't pick the pill immediately, because he was seriously lacking resources now. He didn't have much chaotic chi, immortal chi, or fiendish chi. All of them had returned to the origin sea. If swallowing a divine pill required a lot of resources, it would be difficult. Therefore, Han Fei quietly left for several months. Under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, he dug more than 20 small ultra-quality spiritual stone veins and obtained more than 800,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Then, on this day, above the sea, Han Fei slashed the void, creating an endless void. Most of the cultivators in the sky-opening realm absorbed chaotic chi from the endless void and refined it into immortal chi. The only difficulty was that the endless void closed too quickly. If it was accidentally closed, it was almost impossible to open it from the inside. However, for Han Fei, this was not a big problem. After he used the twin divine technique, his strength was equally shocking. His black mist body entered the endless void and directly used the demon purification pot to absorb the chaotic chi. Yes, others might need to absorb the chaotic chi themselves after opening the endless void. With that speed, even if one was in the sky-opening realm, he would probably be able to obtain only a few or dozens of wisps of chaotic chi every time he cut open the endless void. As time passed, there would naturally be more and more. But Hanfei was different. The demon purification pot only had one word for the chaotic chi and the immortal chi, absorb. Hanfei kept cutting the endless void open outside, preventing it from closing. On average, he had to cut once every 2 seconds. And cutting open the endless void consumed a lot of energy. Even for an emperor, he would need to rest for a day after performing it less than 10 times. Hanfei was not an ordinary emperor. He was a body refiner and could cut through the endless void with strength, so he could last more than 30 times before he was temporarily exhausted. Besides, this kind of exhaustion could be solved after half a day of rest. In other words, Hanfei could keep the endless void open for more than 50 seconds each time. Such a long time was enough for the demon purification pot to absorb a lot of chaotic chi. Of course, although there was a huge amount of chaotic chi in the endless void, it was not as concentrated as in the origin sea, so Hanfei's harvest was about 2,500 to 3,000 wisps at a time. If others knew this number, they would be dumbfounded. No one would expect that Hanfei could absorb 8,000 wisps of chaotic chi a day. If it were a year, how could ordinary people dare to think about it? And Hanfei's plan was to absorb it for a year. This was because he planned to upgrade the time chain again and continue to accelerate his origin sea. It seemed that after he opened the sky, he had too much room for improvement. So Hanfei's plan was carried out unusually smoothly. More than 4 months later, the time chain upgraded again. At this time, the time acceleration in his origin sea had reached 256 times. However, to Hanfei's surprise, the time chain disappeared. This made Hanfei's heart sink. Could it be that the time chain couldn't be upgraded because there weren't enough vines? Hanfei felt that it was very likely because of this reason, so he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, his origin sea had already had a time acceleration of 256 times, which was already a terrifying number. He no longer dwelled on this problem. A few days later, Hanfei was transforming the chaotic chi into the immortal chi for the first time. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. When he was in the sea establishment realm, he could transform 10 wisps of chaotic chi into 1 wisp of immortal chi, but now, he needed 100 wisps of chaotic chi to get 1 wisp of immortal chi. When Hanfei launched the current immortal chi, he found that the power of the immortal chi seemed to be stronger. There were Dao runes fused into it, and it seemed to contain a trace of the power of the great Dao of origin returning. Hanfei used a day to test it. The fiendish chi gathered with the mystic yellow chi was also like the immortal chi. As usual, he launched an immortal fiend saber. However, with this slash, the void within 6,000 kilometers collapsed, and the endless void was blasted out for about 5 seconds. F***ck. So strong? Hanfei was shocked. Could it be that the way he opened the sky was wrong? Because of the Dao of origin returning, he was 10 times more difficult to condense immortal chi than ordinary sky openers?